Hello, everyone, and welcome to the opening day of the CCT Series number 5. I'm your host, Ultras. It is a pleasure to be opening up the series for all of you guys. We have quite a long list of Dota matches to go through. Of course, this event is going to be a little different, and it's different in a very exciting way because I've been looking at the some of the teams that are playing, and this is looking like the most competitive CCT series so far. You have so many star-studded teams. You have teams coming back. You have the invited teams are so good as well. And overall, though, we should be expecting an action-packed series this time around. But of course, guys, let's actually take a look at the format of the CCT. Of course, it is similar to the previous formats. You have two group stages, which is going to be played out in a round-robin format, where three teams are going to be qualifying from each group stage to be going into those playoffs. Of course, that means that you may want to be winning out on at least 3 of your 5 matches, but it is going to be a tough one as both of these group stages, there's no lightweight in any of these group stages, as we are going to see in just a bit. Of course, it is a double elimination format. In that playoff stage, you have 8 teams, and 2 teams are directly invited. Those teams are, of course, Team Avulus, which was previously known as Team T. They're a former CCT series winner, and you also have Team 1Win. If you guys remember, Team 1Win actually qualified for the internationals. So, as I was mentioning, star-studded format, the CCT series is going to be a pleasure to watch, and we will be closing it out in a best of 5 final. But there's quite a lot of prize at stake as well. If we look at the prize pool, I believe it is a grand total of $50,000 at stake. First place goes away with $30,000, second place going away with $10,000, and third place with $7,500, and fourth place, of course, walks away with $2,500. So even if you don't win, you of course do get away with a lot of prize pools. But let's take a look at some of the groups. Let's see who's in Group A and who's in Group B. Let's do some theory crafting over here. If we look towards Group number A, it's going to be the Liga team, Mouse, Zero Tenacity, DMS, and Passion UA. And if we look at some of these rosters, Mouse was previously an invited team into the CCT. Liga has gone through a lot of roster changes. They found massive success with those roster changes. I believe 2 of their players are new. And in the ESL Bangkok closed qualifiers, Liga team has actually beaten Team Secret and beaten Team Virtus Pro in a very convincing fashion. One of those series was a 2-0 in favor of Liga. So they're heavyweights going into this. And of course, Liga team is also one of CCT series winners. They won the CCT series number 3, so definitely a heavy contender for those playoffs, should be making it very far into the playoffs. But you have Zero Tenacity, you have DMS, and you have Passion UA. DMS, one of the most stable rosters in the CCT, right? They stick together. Meloju, Shigetsu, how can we ever forget them? They're very competent core players. And DMS, obviously, we know how they like to play. Of course, they have found limited success. They haven't quite made it into the semifinals, even in the lower brackets. I believe their longest run, they made it all the way into the quarterfinals, but they managed to lose out every time. I'm hoping this one is going to be a bit different. But on the other side, you have Passion UA, who in different cups and in different tournaments, they have found a lot of success. Not a lot of success in the CCT, but I will say that this is a team that has actually improved quite a lot, right? You have Flacco and Fernandes as a support duo, and I absolutely adore that support duo because the combinations that they come up with are absolutely insane. They synergize so well with each other, with the rest of their team. And I'm hoping that this time around, Passion UA is also, it's an uphill battle against Mouse, against Liga, against DMS. You are faced up in what is, you are facing up against a mountain here. You have a mountain to climb. But guys, that was Group number A. Let's take a look towards Group number B, where you are going to see our former champion of the CCT series number 4 in the form of Dragon Esports. They've gone through a bit of roster changes as well, but they managed to snag out the last CCT series, and I have to say it was a wonderful performance. And I doubt that anyone can say that there was any luck involved, because sure, Dragon Esports, when they qualified for those playoffs in the last CCT series, they lost against Team Virtus Pro. but they didn't drop a single match after that. They won against Navi Junior, they won against DMS, and then they faced up against Virtus Pro again in the grand finals in a best of 5 fashion, where they managed to take that series 3-1. So Dragon Esports, the defending champions of last CCT series, they're looking well prepared towards taking this one. But as I say that, they have their work cut out for them, because they are faced up against Navi Junior and Palinatia. Navi Junior, of course, being an invited team in the previous CCT series, and this time around they're actually going to have to qualify if they want to be making it towards that playoff. Team One Move, now Team One Move is perhaps one of the stronger teams. However, their last CCT series performance was, I would say, pretty disappointing considering the caliber of this team. They're a team that's very well feared. They're a team that does very well. However, last CCT, they actually failed to qualify. And they were eliminated from the group stage in that round robin format. So I hope to see them do a lot better, at least make it into the playoffs, because we really do know what this team can do. We've seen them in previous CCT series where they had massive success. We've seen them in other tournaments. They've actually won other tournaments as well, the grand finals of some of those tournaments. And meanwhile, of course, you have Nemiga Gaming, who we'll actually be seeing today. So you'll have Dragon Esports versus Nemiga. So you'll see exactly why Dragon Esports were able to take out the last series. It's going to be a pleasure to watch. But guys, let's look forward towards our first match of the day, which is going to be DMS versus Liga, and let's take a look at their rosters. But before that, let's go ahead and take a look at the overall schedule for today. Of course, the first match is going to be Liga versus DMS in a best of 3 format, and it's going to be Dragon Esports versus Nemiga Gaming shortly after that. And then after that, we're going to have DMS again playing against Passion UA, and DMS versus Passion UA is, I'm definitely going to be watching that right with you guys in the spectator chat, because I love both of these teams, Passion UA and DMS. They're one of my favorites. They've stuck together. These are two of the most stable rosters in the CCT series. They've stuck together, and I really do believe in the OG Esports philosophy. The power of the flower. The power of friendship. And meanwhile, to close the day out, you are going to have Mouse Esports versus Zero Tenacity. And of course, Mouse are a team that's very well known to everyone. They are also one of the teams that were previously invited directly to play in the playoffs in the previous CCT series. However, this time around, they are also going to have to prove their mettle by duking it out if they want to be qualifying. So a lot of teams, the takeaway from this, guys, is that a lot of teams who were invited previously into the CCT series, now they have to prove their mettle. Now these teams have to battle it out, have to duke it out if they want to be going into those playoffs. And meanwhile, one thing we haven't talked about is the invited teams, and that's going to be Team Avulus, previously known as Team T, and it's going to be Team OneWin, who are directly going to be playing in the playoffs. Team Avulus, of course, they don't need any introduction. If some of you guys were watching the matches yesterday, Team Avulus versus teams, I believe it was Team Secret. I could be wrong about, I might be forgetting which team they were up against, but we saw Eki's performance. We saw those 4-man black holes. Z-Base performance. We saw those 4-man black holes. We saw Eki with that Batrider getting those dual lassos off. So Avulus, this is a team that everyone is probably afraid of right now. They're a very up-and-coming team. But guys, let's take a look at Liga versus DMS. Let's take a look at their rosters, what they have in store for us today. If you look towards Team Liga, it is going to be you playing on that position 1, Mirage on that position 2, Alberca and 1J who are new to the Liga roster, right? Alberca is going to be playing that position 3 and 1J is going to be playing that position 4. Meanwhile, you have Panto on that position 5. Now, you, Mirage, and Panto have all stuck together with Team Liga. They were in the CCT series number 3, I believe, where they did end up winning. And meanwhile, Alberca and 1J have made it into their roster. And with this roster, they found a lot of success. As I mentioned previously, Liga actually has won their matches yesterday in the ESL closed qualifiers against Team Virtus Pro and against Team Secret. One of those series was a 2-0. So this Liga roster is looking to be very a rising star amongst us all. Is looking to be a very heavy competitor. But meanwhile, of course, Liga are going to be faced up against their opponents who can't be discounted prematurely. Let's take a look at the other side. Let's take a look at DMS. And of course, these names, we all know them. It's Shigetsu, it's Melojoule, it's Problems, and it's Till the End. So these guys, Shigetsu and Melojoule, two very heavy play-centric heroes. They very tempo-centric players, right? Shigetsu on the position 1, Melojoule on the position 2, Emptiness on that position 3, and Problems until the End on those support roles. Now, of course, Melojoule loves to play those playmaking mid laners. Shigetsu loves to play that very early online coming carry hero, right? Does not like going for those late game farmers, and I believe DMS have actually not found that a lot of success with those very heavily late game centric heroes. Now, of course, the meta is very favored towards those heroes, right? This is the meta of the Luna, of the Shadow Fiend, of the Medusa, of the Dragon Knight, so of the Morphling, so you have those late game carries. So perhaps that's one of the reasons why the DMS, despite being so good as a team, they haven't really found that sweet spot. But here's hoping that this match is going to be different. One thing is for sure, looking at both of these rosters, it's going to be quite an action-packed match. I mean, I don't think I can give the odds to either of these sides. Of course, when Liga and DMS previously went at it, Liga did win against DMS in a 2-0 fashion, but there have been roster changes on the side of Team Liga, and we'll have to see how those roster changes translate. Obviously, from the little evidence that we do have of Team Liga, they have seemed to perform quite well with those rosters, with that roster in particular. So, guys, let's see Liga versus DMS. Who exactly is going to be taking the series between these guys? Of course, you are faced up against 4 other teams. It is a round robin, so there's a bit of room for mistake, right? At the very least, you should be winning on 3 of those games to be, or 3 of those matches to be qualifying, right? And it's not entirely impossible. And I would say for DMS, this Team Liga is actually one of the strongest in their groups. So if you were to be able to take a match away from Team Liga, you're going to go a long way into securing your place into the playoffs. And meanwhile, for Team Liga, I don't think they should be underestimating their groups, because they're against Mouse, they're against Passion UA, and they're going to be against DMS. So this win against Team DMS will give them that much needed confidence to relax a bit and go forward, because there's not a lot of room for error, right? And it is the first day. First days are always you want to gain on momentum. Winning on the first day provides you with that much needed momentum. And meanwhile, for DMS, considering the fact that they have 2 matches today, right? The first match against Team Liga and the second match is going to be against Passion UA. I really do hope that they're able to keep their composure, even if the result isn't what they hoped to achieve in the first match, right? Even if things go wrong, things go awry, they should be able to pick themselves back up against Passion UA, because they'll definitely be needing that. Meanwhile, guys, it's going to be interesting to see what strategy both of these teams have lined up against each other, right? DMS, I don't believe that they've actually changed up their strategy a bit, right? But I believe that they're going to be playing quite the same way that we've seen them play in all of the CCT series so far. But let's see what they have in store for us. Meanwhile, guys, that was the format, that was the prize pool, that was everything explained about the tournament. We will be coming to the game itself right after a short break. Hi guys, welcome back. Now, there's a bit of unfortunate news. I'm personally heartbroken by it. I was really looking forward to it, but as it appears, Team Liga is not quite ready for their match, right? So they've unfortunately forfeited their first match in that best of three. But I believe they're still too ecstatic and probably partying it out after their uh, enormous and big wins against Team Secret and Virtus Pro yesterday. But we are, trying to give you guys that second game of Dota. Of course, we won't know if that's going to happen just yet. But the first map is obviously, or the first game in this best of three is going in favor of DMS. So, guys, we're trying to sort it out, right? Give us some time. We will be right back, and hopefully, we will come back to what is going to be an action-packed series. So, don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back, guys. Now, unfortunately, Team Liga they haven't shown up for their match, so they're actually going to be forfeiting their series against Team DMS. Team DMS have now are at the top of the chart actually. So they've won against Liga, and they've actually because of this forfeit, they won against what was supposed to be the best team in this bracket. So they're off to a very good start. Of course, I'm not sure. Previously we were talking about whether or not this is the first match is going to give DMS a confidence boost, because they have another match to play against Passion UA. That is going to be the third series of the day. But they should. I suppose they should boost their confidence up a bit, right? But we really have to see what happens there. I hope Team Liga is able to sort their issues out and they come back into this tournament. But guys, of course, this is not the end. Even though I'm heartbroken, I'm going to cheer myself up by being there for the second series that is going to be Dragon Esports versus Team Nemiga. Remember, guys, Dragon Esports is the defending champions of the last CCT. They were in the upper brackets the last series around. They lost against Virtus.pro. They fell down towards that lower brackets. Then they won 3 matches in a row. They won against Pananatia, they won against DMS, they won against Navi Junior, and then they faced up against Virtus.pro again. They got their revenge arc. They managed to beat Virtus.pro in a 3-1 fashion and secure the CCT series number 4. So definitely this is a team to be looking out for. They're actually finding a lot of success in other tournaments and in other events, so I'm hoping they can replicate some of their success in the CCT series. Of course, they have their work cut out for them because they're faced up against a lot of good teams. They're faced up against Team Avulus, they're faced up against Team One Win, not in this group of course, but should they make it into the playoffs. But guys, of course, that match is actually going to happen at 1 p.m. Central European time, which I believe is in around 2 hours or so, 2 hours and 20 minutes. So we still have a bit of time before we get to that match. But I'm hoping you guys aren't too disappointed. And don't forget, we have a lot of Dota to cheer you up with, right? We have several days of Dota. We have 4 matches every single day. It's a round robin, 5 teams going at it in a best play 5 matches each, right? So you have a lot of matches. Team Liga, of course, if you're a fan of Team Liga, then they can still very easily make it into the playoffs, right? They still have 3 more teams to play up against. They have plenty of room. They're a very well-renowned team. Through those roster changes, they're looking very dominant, very strong. So I wouldn't count them out just yet. So guys, that was match number 1. It was a forfeit. It is disappointing, but I would still keep my chin up. I would keep my chin up if I was Liga, when they wake up, of course. But yeah, that was game number 1, guys. So we will be back for game number 2 at 1 p.m. Central European time. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to CCT Series number 5. We are going to be obviously going for our second match of the day. Now, I know, guys, that the first one was a bit disappointing in the fact that it never actually happened, right? Team Liga gave a forfeit to Team DMS, so now Team DMS is up a match. They should be pretty happy with that and should be in good momentum when they play against Passion UA later on this evening. However, of course, for the second match, though, we do have our defending champions, Dragon Esports, who won the CCT Series number 4 last time around. They're faced up against Team Nemiga, who, in fact, have quite a star-studded players themselves. Of course, you have Pro, who previously was with Team T back in series number, I believe it was series number CCT series number 3, where Team Abulus did end up winning back then. Of course, they were called Team T. So Nemiga have picked up that player. There have been a few roster changes as well, which we will be seeing shortly. But it looks to be an action-packed match. So for all of you guys who were disappointed that the first match didn't happen, I'm sure that both of these teams will have a very good showing for you, and that we will be able to make up for that first match forfeit. But let's go ahead and look at the roster for both of these teams. Let's see what Dragon Esports are made up of. Obviously, reigning contending champions of last series. They have low skill on their position 1, which of course for those of you guys who are not familiar, he is actually standing in for us today as they had a few roster changes. You have Jewel Rays and Infernal, who have been with Dragon Esports for in the past as well. I believe Dragon Esports have competed with both of these players previously. Jewel Rays on the position 2, Infernal on the position 3. And meanwhile, you have Daniel and Mary on the position 4 and position 5. Now, I'm not sure if Daniel is Excess Vampire. I do think, because that is their official roster. So I think that this Daniel is Excess Vampire, who was previously a part of Navi Junior. Now he's over on this side, and I must say the Dragon Esports have found quite a lot of success with this roster. They're winning on some of the other tournaments out there. They won the last CCT series, but the thing is, will they be able to win this one, considering the fact that you have Team Abulus, you have Team One Win, you have Mouse, you have Navi Junior, you have so many teams that have such good chances this tournament. So we will see how Dragon Esports do, how they choose to contend against all of those other teams. Meanwhile, for the roster of Team Nemiga, you have Pro on the position 2, and he loves to play Nikita loves to play the Keeper of the Light mid. I wonder if we'll see it this game around. It's not a lot of teams keep up with the Keeper of the Light anymore. I remember Keeper of the Light mid came in the meta, but then he faded out pretty quickly. But Nemiga still choose to run that, and I do think that they found a lot of success as well. It's not as if they don't win with that hero. So what works, you might as well keep that going. Meanwhile, you have Takizawa on that position 1, you have Miao on that position 3, you have Shishak and Antoha on that position 4 and position 5, and a lot of these players are new to the roster, but Nemiga competed with the same roster last time around, so we'll see how exactly they choose to go. What's going to be interesting to see is whether or not Nikita will actually be going for that Keeper of the Light mid. Irrespective though, he is a mid laner to be feared. He does very well. He has very good tempo, and he's able to rotate very efficiently with the rest of his team. I wonder if they will keep the same playstyle going forward against Dragon Esports. And meanwhile, what I'm more interested in is seeing how Dragon Esports are actually going to contend with the fact that you have all of these star-studded teams. Of course, Nemiga, if we look at the actual group, just to remind you guys, Nemiga is, I wouldn't say they're the strongest in their group, right? So Dragon Esports should be having a decent enough time against Nemiga. Of course, if they have any hope of actually keeping their title, of keeping their Champions of Champions trophy for this series, then they should be looking for a win over here. Because considering the fact that, over on Nemiga's side, you have Pro, who's actually, he's won CCT before, right? He was previously with Team T, so he is in fact one of the contending champions himself, so to say. Meanwhile, your Meow loves of those playmaking offlane heroes as well. So we will see if that's the sort of combination they're going for. Get that Blink Dagger up on that offlane, and then meanwhile Broken rotate in, and then you just create that sort of tempo from there. So will Dragon Esports be able to hold off the control in that tempo once it starts to build up from Nemiga's side, or will they choose to go for their own tempo plays, because they do have Dual Rays and Infernal, right? So, and we've seen what these two heroes can do. Not to mention, Excess Vampire and Mary, back when they were with Navi Junior, they had an impressive performance as well. Little Pleb, I'm not sure, because Little Pleb is very new to Dragon Esports. He was previously with Ancient Tribe and with the Boosters back, which was way back, right? We were talking about 2023 and 2024. He hasn't really had a showing in any of these tournaments like in 2024, right, apart from the CCT series number 4 with Dragon Esports. So we will see how exactly he does. Of course, he loves to play some heroes which are in the meta right now, that Shadow Fiend, that Sniper. So he likes to play those kind of safe heroes, likes to play those damage dealing, those distance ranged attacking heroes. So Nemiga can actually choose to play around that, right? Because you need to create that sort of distance, and Keeper of the Light does come in handy when you're playing against that. So we will see exactly lots of strategies, of course, that you can contemplate on, but in the end, of course, we are in the same patch, right? The patch hasn't changed, and I believe CCT series number 4 was played on the very same patch that we're seeing here today. So we will see what these teams are going to pick. I don't think it's going to be too different, considering the fact that the meta is very well defined. You might just be seeing an Enchantress, you might just be seeing that Batrider come out, and meanwhile on that safe lane, of course, you have those same heroes, right? You have the Luna, the Shadow Fiend, the Dragon Knight, the Medusa, Drow Ranger, Morphling. So you have those high farming heroes that do a sort of dispersed damage in all of those team fights. Whether or not you're going to be able to shut those safe lane carries down, which is incredibly hard because you have an extended jungle, right? You, even if you're behind, you can fall back to that, you can allow some space, or you can even join your team if you're in case playing that Morphling or playing that Luna. So we will see a lot of questions, of course, on what exactly is going to be happening. I do believe that the drafting has started, so we will be moving to the game shortly and just be seeing how exactly both of these teams go at it. Now, of course, I do think that both of their strategies, like the way that they play these games, is very similar to one another, right? They go for those playmaking mid heroes, then towards after the laning phase, they choose to rotate their mid hero, make space for their carry, and just lead the tempo from there. But only one team can be successful, in a matchup, only one team can be successful at actually doing that. And then it's a question about how you face up against that pressure that the other team is building upon you. And if Nemiga are going to be going for that, say, Keeper of the Light on that mid lane, then it's going to be difficult to play against pressure, because Keeper of the Light is not a hero that plays very well from behind. And I'm talking about a core Keeper of the Light, not a support Keeper of the Light, right? Because you want that Dagon, you want that magic amplification, and then you want to be dishing out those heals, etc. Meanwhile, of course, we are very well underway to the draft. Perhaps if we could move towards the drafting. Of course, Nemiga have picked themselves that Pangolier and that Monkey King up for themselves. Of course, obviously, that Pangolier is going to be core, and that Monkey King is most likely going to be a core. I remember the days back when Monkey King used to be played the support. But I don't think we're going to be seeing it now. All right, guys. So here we are into the drafting phase. Already we see the Dragon Knight being banned and the Beastmaster being banned. They do not want Dragon Esports to be going for that hero. Meanwhile, Dragon Esports are actually banning out those high tempo support heroes, right? That Shadow Demon and that Tuskar being banned out. Meanwhile, both of these teams have left the Enchantress up for grabs. I wonder if either one is going to be grabbing that hero. It has an absurdly high win rate. Like, I think it has more than 75% win rate, and one of these teams actually likes to run Enchantress. So I'm hoping that they will end up picking it out. Meanwhile, Namiga are actually afraid of some of those carry roles, some of their core roles. They're banning out the Alchemist and that Dragon Knight. So they were actually going for. They don't want some tanky hero playing against them or tanky safe laner, which suggests to me that they're going for a very squishy hero themselves. It might just be the it could be any one of those heroes, right? But the only thing that it tells me is that it might not be the Medusa, right? But you have that Shadow Fiend up for grabs, you have that Morphling up for grabs, and even the Luna. But meanwhile, Dragon Esports are going to go for a very conventional Pugna pick. So now Pugna has made a very big resurgence into the meta, and that's because of the number one fact, which is this meta is heavily dominated by those safe lane carries. So that Decrepify, once it comes up from that Pugna, is actually life-saving in a lot of situations. So it's very good to play with, not to mention that Nether Blast and that Life Drain, obviously very good to have, can just keep up the fuel in the tank for any of your heroes, whether you're rotating around. Not to mention it regens mana as well. Like, I mean, they should really change the ability name, honestly. Life Drain, it's more used to actually heal and give mana now rather than an aggressive ability on that Pugna. But what I'm interested in is seeing what Nemiga are actually going to go for, and they're actually going to go for that all-rounder, that Lion pick. And I would love to see that this Lion is a support, but knowing Nemiga, knowing Nikita and some of his games previously where he loves to run that Keeper of the Light in mid, I am wondering if this Lion is actually just going to go towards that mid lane. It's very unlikely, keeping in mind, like I do think the Lion is best positioned as a support. You have that Impale and that Hex, not to mention once you get your level 6, you have almost a guaranteed kill with that Finger of Death. But with Nemiga, you never know, right? Meanwhile, you have picked up yourself that Phoenix, so their offlane is looking tremendously well. I'm not sure if this Phoenix is going to be playing on that offlane role or on that support role. I do think that the Phoenix should be going on a support role, right? Pick up a very aggressive offlaner alongside that Phoenix. Perhaps a Centaur, perhaps even a Mars. I would love to see a Mars over here, and you can do wonders with both of those heroes up on that offlane to shut down the Monkey King or the Morta, in fact, if the Morta is in fact a core. But Morta is one of those counters to a Phoenix, in the sense that once those spirits come out, the spirits that silence you, if the Phoenix dive in becomes very difficult. Not to mention it's an instant pop, so the Phoenix could potentially just end up dying before she is able to get that ultimate off, or get that egg off rather. Of course, both teams are playing this in a way where their lineups, they're not revealing a lot of information to each other than the fact that this Pugna is going to be a support, and this Pangolier is going to be a core, and we don't even know whether or not the Pango is going to be going on that mid lane or on that off lane. What I do know is that a Monkey King versus a Pango lane is kind of 50-50, right? You do have the potential for a disarm, but none of those heroes have that kill potential. And meanwhile, Dragon Esports are sensing the fact that Nemiga can actually go for that Mars. They actually choose to pick it up themselves. So this is interesting, right? The arena combination alongside the Wukong's command, that's hell to play with. Not to mention that you can drop down the Mortar Silence on top of it. So it's like they have 3 AoE abilities, right? I'm not counting the Nether Blast, right, or the Nether Ward in this kind of scenario. But 3 very heavily AoE dependent abilities. So they have this sort of win condition, right? They really need to get the Mars Arena off, and they really need to get the Wukong's command off in a way that, you can hold the enemy in place. And what I'm wondering is, will they be able to do that, considering the fact that you have a Pangolier who can barrel roll, you have a Phoenix that has a dive, so you're going all into a very risky maneuver. And in fact, they proved me wrong. They actually did go for that Medusa. It's very interesting that literally said that they're going to go for something other than the Medusa, and they picked that one very specific hero, but it does very well. And the good thing about the Medusa is, right, you survive long enough for against the Mars, right? So Mars no longer has that blink surprise initiation and surprise arena on top of you, because once you see a Mars blinking, you can instantly pop your Stone Gaze, and it's very difficult to take the Medusa down inside of the arena. So a lot of the AoE from the side of Dragon Esports is negated by this one pick. What's going to be interesting to see is what kind of initiators Nemiga actually do pick up for themselves, because right now they have a Phoenix and they have the Pango role, but it's not the best initiation. It's not what you need a guaranteed stun starter unless this Lion is going on that mid lane. But against Dragon Esports, I would not be recommending this Lion go mid. Meanwhile, Nemiga actually banning out that anti-mage. It's a safe enough pick, but to be very honest with you guys, I do not think I have seen an anti-mage win in the past year. Like, obviously that is an exaggeration. Don't take me too seriously. It's just a joke, but really, even against the Medusa, the anti-mage does not do all that well. I know you have the mana burn, right, and you have that shard and scepter ability, and that mana burn is now buffed up in this patch, but I have still seen the anti-mage struggle against the Medusa. Meanwhile, the mid laner for Dragon Esports is missing. You do have the spirits available for yourself, right? And I wonder which spirit they're going to be going for, if they do in fact go for it. But you need some way to actually take this Medusa down. You don't have enough damage right now, right? You have the AoE, but the Monkey King, the Mars, the Morta, not very good against the Medusa. And they're actually going to go in for that Morphling. So it might actually just be Dual Raze, Monkey King on that mid lane against the Razor, against Nikita playing the Razor. So it's going to be a Monkey King Razor lane, and I have to say the Razor does pretty well against the Monkey King, right? You can't get the 4 consecutive attacks onto the Razor because he can just static link you, right? Not to mention the plasma field that the Razor sends out gives vision, right? And it doesn't give proper vision, but when it hits a target. So you can spam that out as you're going high ground or as you're moving into those making those risky plays. And that if a Monkey King is on the tree, by using your plasma field, where the Monkey King is should the plasma field hit on him. So I really like this pick from the side of Nemiga, Razor versus the Monkey King. And Dragon Esports have gone all into that Morphling, so they do have that late game carry potential. But what's going to be interesting to see is whether or not that Morphling will be able to carry them in the first place, because he's faced up against quite a lot, right? You have the Phoenix, you have the Medusa, you have the Razor. Your team does not have a lot of damage to support you. Sure, you have the Monkey King, but a lot of these other heroes, the Morta plus the Pugna, I know the Morta's ultimate does do a lot of damage, but as a support, you're really not going to be going for those high damage items, right? You have the Pugna who can try and keep your heroes alive, but it's a lot of defensive ability, right? A lot of counterplay and a lot of counter initiation available for yourself. But when you against a Medusa, you want extreme amounts of aggression, right? You either want to be able to burst the Medusa down, or you want to be taking everyone else out and then going for the Medusa. So perhaps they're going to go for it that way. So guys, we're going to be heading into the game now. Both teams have smoked up. If we look towards the off lane for Dragon Esports, it is going to be Mars playing on that off lane. Again, the ideal thing is that Medusa is not very good at zoning people out, so Mars should be able to get his farm. The only drawback is that Mars is the hero that typically you want to be getting a few kills off on towards that off lane, right? By rotating your position 5 from that safe lane through that twin gate and try to take the Medusa out. But it's going to be really difficult. If you look towards some of the counter initiation available for Nemiga, you have that Phoenix, right? And Phoenix is one of the best heroes for that counter initiation. And Towa, he might, one TP in and suddenly you can get turned on pretty easily. So we will see how that offlane turns out for them. Of course, it is going to be the Morta with the Mars on that top side, and it's going to be the Lion supporting the Medusa. The Lion, obviously, very good as a position 5. I have to say, the Lion. I personally don't see a lot of Lion being played in the professional scene, but he has it all. He's kind of like the Shadow Shaman, where he has everything in his toolkit, right? You have the disable, you have the stun, and you have a finger of death. Not to mention, the Lion does very well against the Morphling in the early phases of the game, right? 600 damage from that finger of death, and once you get that level 6 online, you can essentially go for what is a confirmed kill onto the Morphling. So the Wisdom Rune at the 7-minute mark is absolutely crucial for Nemiga, and I would say that they use the Razor or they use the Pangolier to actually be contesting the opponent's Wisdom Rune, try to secure both Wisdom Runes, get that early level 6 on your support Lion, and go for that Morphling kill. That's what I hope to see anyway. If you look towards that safe lane side, it is going to be the Morphling low skill with Mary, the Pugna, just supporting him. And in fact, it's actually going to be the Phoenix on that top side with the Medusa. This is very interesting. So they're playing a position 4 Lion, probably want to be getting that early Blink Dagger, right? And I'm not too sure about this. Right, I really do think that Phoenix is best played as a position 5. You want some of those items. The Phoenix is not exactly the best of heroes to be keeping your and your Medusa alive should he get gone on. But let's see how this actually works out for both of these teams. Of course, Phoenix taking quite a bit of damage. Does need to be careful, as he might end up in a bit of trouble. He does not have the fire spirits available, and this is one of the downsides, right? Because the position 5 has to trade so much, in a situation where you're unable to, your carry gets in a lot of trouble. And Takizawa, already no mana available for him. I do believe that in fact he has no mana regen item up for him, so he needs to be really careful on the safe lane. Bot side, the good thing about moving the Lion there for Nemiga is that you have a lot of kill potential with the Pangolier, right? You have that stun and you have that Hex, not to mention that mana drain that you can put out on that Morphling. And Pugna doesn't do very well against the Lion in the laning phase, right? But I mean, what are you going to do? The Nether Blast is extremely easy to dodge in the early levels when you don't have that movement speed to get up close and personal for a confirmed blast, right? So Lion can essentially trade for free outside of the last hits. I know Pugna has a bit of a higher damage than the Lion, or I think it's actually even, right? 57 and 56 plus 2 for the Lion. But overall, though, Lion should be able to trade up nicely. And the Morphling can't exactly zone the Pango out. Overall, I think as far as the offlaners go, Meow should have a better time getting that CS up, particularly as you know, some of these players get, or some of these heroes get further leveled up past that, you know, 3rd or 4th level for themselves. I will have to say, Dragon Esports, they're most definitely going to be looking for an initiation sometime or the other, because Takizawa is pretty low on mana. Now, I don't think that rotation can happen as easily as I'm saying it, because you have a Morphling. Anytime you leave the Morphling, you're leaving the you need to leave the Morphling against the Pangolier and the Lion, which is an incredibly difficult ask, right? And it may not work out for you in the same way, because they have that kill potential if you're not careful. If you look towards that mid side, though, both of these mid laners are actually doing pretty well against each other. Of course, things will start to change once that static link comes online for Nikita for Pro. Choosing not to use it just yet. Morta actually going in to secure that water rune for his mid laner. Static link being cast right now is going to steal quite a lot of damage, and Duelrace is actually going to TP back to the tower. He actually, he has 77 attack damage, and he does, and his reduction is 79, so he literally does no damage to these waves. So Razor should be having a very good time on this lane. And in my opinion, once this Razor hits high enough levels, the Mars should be the Monkey King should be rotating outside, right? You can get the kill onto the Medusa with the Monkey King coming in. So that's definitely something that they should be looking towards. And meanwhile, first blood on the map, low skill, the Morphling dying. Mango was able to clean that one up, and that's a very good start for Nemiga, and Mari was there. But despite of that, no points into Decrepify, so not able to help out his Medusa. Of course, you have gone for those Nether Blasts, but I'm really not sure about the Pugna's capability to actually zone any of these heroes out. And meanwhile, rotation by the Dual Ray is going to clean up Antoa. The Razor does have the link on him. He's not able to actually get his Boundless Strike out. There goes the Plasma Field, and in fact, the fear from the Morta saving the Monkey King. Excess Vampire, there should be a few tips for this guy, because otherwise Dual Rays was dead. Able to make it out, and in fact Morta makes it out as well. Excess Vampire doing double time for his team. Just able to secure quite a lot. And Monkey King was able to heal back up to full HP. That was very well played by Dragon Esports. And now another initiation onto the Medusa. The Medusa lacking the mana right now. No more mana up for him, but he's able to make it back to safety thanks to the counter initiation from the side of Antoa. But the Monkey King is there. Dual Rays onto Takizawa, and the spear is going to finish the Medusa off. And this is what we were talking about. Once that Razor gets enough levels that you can't stay in the lane as a melee hero, you want to be rotating on towards the other lanes. You want to be getting a kill on towards that Medusa as much as you can. Keep the Medusa down. And if you look towards the last hits chart, the Medusa is actually on 26 last hits. And even though the Morphling did die, it was pretty early on, right? So the Morphling is actually quite ahead of the Medusa. Will be making his way into a decently early Vladimir's, and that will, of course, help them out quite a bit. And now this Morphling can actually solo on this lane, even against, I would say, the Lion. He has 15 Magic Wand charges, he has 2 Lotuses, so as long as he's keeping his HP to a decent amount, he should not be dying, and that will leave the Pugna free to actually rotate on towards some of these other lanes, which he's doing right now. Of course, the Wisdom Runes, there was no sniping action on any of these Wisdom Runes. If you look towards some of those supports though, and we do see Antoa struggling, right? Because he is only level 3, and I suppose that's fine because your main objective is keeping the Medusa alive, but so far, Nemiga haven't been able to keep the Medusa alive. Dual Rays actually going in on towards the Razor. Infernal is here as well, but with this shield rune, I'm not sure if even 4 of them can do much. A failed rotation by Dragon Esports, leaving the Medusa to completely free farm, leaving the Phoenix to actually gain up on a lot of that experience on that top side. That shield rune was pretty unlucky. I think if that shield rune, if it was any other rune, they might have just gone in for that Razor, but now Infernal does have his Arena. Morta is there to help him, but there's no Medusa in sight. Recognizing the fact that the Mars has the Arena up, Medusa has actually gone back. Takizawa, he wants to be farming as safely as he can. He can't afford to give many kills. Pugna here as well. And Phoenix has a bit of a buffer, right? Because you want to be hitting your Morta spirits. You want to be calling down the calling, right? In a way that silences the Phoenix, because you don't have a guaranteed stun otherwise, apart from the Mars Spear. Top tower being besieged right now. Already down to less than a third of its HP. And it looks like it might just end up following, but Bangalore TPing in. Pro is here with a static link onto Infernal. Will the roll be enough? The TP gets cancelled, and it looks like Infernal is going to end up falling. A 5-man rotation by Nemiga will be able to take him out, deter the pressure on that tier 1 tower, keep it alive for a few more. And meanwhile, Dragon Esports are just going to clean up this nice little camp that they found for themselves. Should be giving their support, should be giving Mary an excess vampire those much needed levels. Pugna really needs his level 6.
Middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, Lion almost on level 6 of his own. Razor going to find another rune, and this time it's going to be a haste. Will they make anything happen? Now, of course, Shishak does not have his finger up right now. He really wants that level 6 so they can go in on that Morphling. They've left the Morphling completely uncontested, and he's actually leading the net worth chart. Now, Morphling, even though it's a bit difficult to kill the Medusa as a Morphling, even with the Khanda, it just simply does not do that much damage. The Morphling can actually clean up some of the rest of their heroes. Not to mention that morph into the Lion. You get a Hex, you get an Impale, and you get a Mana Drain. So, just keep that in mind, guys. The Morphling can actually choose to morph into the Lion and Mana Drain the Medusa as a way of taking his mana down. I mean, but it sounds better in theory than it does logically, but of course. It could work that way, guys. Meanwhile, 2-2 now. The net worth is slightly skewed in favor of Nemiga, which is a bit surprising. But now all of these heroes have their ultimates up. Even the Lion has the ultimate and low skill. He's able to strength morph, so no finger going to come out on him just yet. That was pretty lucky. And meanwhile, a Hex back up onto Shishak is going to be finishing him off. But a Pango roll coming in, the Razor TPing in as well. And this looks like it's going to be a very dead pug now. They're not letting him go, but the arena is here as well onto the Razor. The Razor struggling over here in between 4 heroes, will die. And Infernal is going to be the one to finish him off. Counter initiations upon counter initiations, and it looks like Dragon Esports come out on top.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A failed rotation onto that Morphling. It was pretty insane how he got that strength morph off. I believe it might have just been his intuition that something was wrong. But had he not gotten that fight would have been so different. Four and 2 now, 1k net worth lead up for Dragon Esports. They're trying to chase down excess vampire over here. Lion saving his finger, not the most ideal finger target, right? You don't want to be getting that support. You want to be getting a core down. They really need to, in fact. I'm going to use the word need. They need to kill the Morphling. 6,500 net worth. He has that Vladimir's. He's going to be going for that Yasha. In fact, he has the Yasha. Right, so his farm is going to be unrelenting. And it looks like Nemiga are actually going to go for a smoke here. Trying to go again for that Morphling this time around. Will they be able to find better success? We'll find out right after a pause, apparently. 1k net worth lead up for Dragon Esports, and they do have a lot of momentum in their favor. And I will say their use of their abilities has been a tad bit better in this game. But of course, Phoenix did not have that ultimate on that bot side. So we really can't say. Once all of these ultimates come out, who's going to end up on top. Aggressive Observer Ward planted on that mid side, and now both teams have situated themselves on that mid lane. But Nemiga really want this Morphling. Smoke is going to wear off. Of course, the Morphling will know that there is some rotation happening because the Observer Ward was taken down up on that cliff, and now Dragon Esports are going to go for a smoke of their own, the Razor. It looks like a pretty juicy target, but it looks like it's going to be the Phoenix, in fact, who's going to end up falling, instantly getting cleaned up. And even that kill is going to go in the way of Infernal. I swear, man, it's like they're giving him all of these kills, and it looks like
Radiant's top tower
going to help
is
him
under
out quite a lot. A Blink Dagger up and ready for him, and it's go time for Dragon Esports. They have everything they need. A full level 4 Nether Blast available for that Bugna. They can start mowing down some of these towers. And it's so difficult to fight up against them because you're at this stage of the game, you are incredibly heavily reliant on that Phoenix having that ultimate. But now all 5 ultimates up for Nemiga. They need to make some sort of counterplay here. They simply cannot allow the Morphling to continue free farming the way that he has been. And low skill might be in a bit of trouble on that boss side, but meanwhile, it looks like a lot of these cores are going to be in trouble. And Toa, again, the Phoenix, the TPs are coming in. The egg is going to get popped, but meanwhile, the Razor is in a bit of trouble inside of the arena. Jewelry is trying to finish him off, but the egg is going to end up getting popped. They're all stunned. Dragon Esports, they're falling now very low. It looks like the Mars is going to be next, and Pugna is going to be the last one to fall. 4 heroes down now, and the only thing that Dragon Esports got was that Lion. They weren't able to finish off that Razor, and that Phoenix egg popped right in time, and Antoa managed to bait them in. Perfect initiation by Nemiga. They've kept themselves in this game. But now the thing is that they've used 4 of their ultimates. The level 1 finger has such a high cooldown, but holding that thought, they might actually just want to be going in for that Pango. He's falling pretty low. Meow might just be able to survive, but he's being chased down towards that boss side, and it looks like he's probably going to end up falling, but in fact it's going to be the neutral creep. Meanwhile, on that mid side, it's going to be a bit of aggression for both of these teams back off. That was interesting to see the Pango dying towards those neutral creeps, but Morphling staring at the barrel of a 10k net worth lead. And Nemiga have shown no intent. They've shown intent, but their execution hasn't been on that Morphling. In fact, it's been the Morphling that's been dishing out this aggression, getting that kill or attempting to get that kill on towards that Pango Lear. As Nemiga are focusing their attention onto Dual Rays, who already has managed to make an Abyssal Blade, I wonder if the Morphling is going to be going for a Manta Diffusal build. Meanwhile, Inferno is doing pretty well. That 4-man wipe was pretty good for Team Nemiga, but I have to say it did not slow down the momentum that Dragon Esports have managed to build up for themselves. And now, the ultimates are again back online for each of these teams. Razor on towards that Pugna, will be able to clean him up quickly, but do they want more? The Phoenix is going to end up getting popped as well. The Mortar in a lot of trouble. Dual Rays though, he's going to end up going in. The Wukong's command has been placed as well, as Razor is in a lot of trouble, will get cleaned up, but it might just be the end of their aggression because they've used all of their ultimates. Morphling has TP'd himself here as well, but they need both of these heroes. A 3-man boundless strike. Low skill is there. Medusa actually going to go in for a diffusal of his own. Probably going to be going for that disperser. Perhaps fearing the movement speed slow from that Decrepify, the 60% movement speed slow. And oh, Shishak, low skill, on to low skill over here. This time though, he does not have any adaptive morph, and he's going to end up falling. 2 kills going the way of Nemiga. Perfect initiation on towards that Morphling. They managed to slow him down a bit. And thanks to that, Takizawa, he's now at the top of the net worth chart. Has that Manta and Diffusal both at the ready. So this is a very farmed Medusa. I wonder if this strategy by Dragon Esports to be going for that Diffusal Blade themselves is going to pay off. Of course, Morphling does not have it So he's lacking on quite a lot of damage right now. Just has a Manta to his name. Sure, you have a lot of net worth, but
Dire's top tower is under attack.
it's not enough. And even when you get those BKBs, I fear that you won't have the amount of damage needed to be taking out that Medusa. Meanwhile, Dragon Esports know that the egg is not up just yet. He does have it now though, so they need to be really careful. Of course, the Lion Finger is down, so they know that there's no Mega Burst going to come their way. Static Plasma Field not hitting. I keep getting confused between Static Field and Plasma Field. I mean, it could be both, right? It could be a synonym for both of their abilities, but I think Static Field is already an ability, if I'm not mistaken.
Dire are scanning.
What a bounty!
7 and 9 now, 2k net worth lead up for Nemiga, and oh, initiation onto Takizawa, but an instant pop, instant Stone Gaze pop from him, going to turn it around onto Mars, and that's going to be a dead Infernal. Meanwhile, on towards that side, the Razor is coming in with that static leg. Will Excess Vampire be able to keep himself out? But Meow is going to stop him with that barrel roll. He has a dagger of his own.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Will they be able to find more? He's trying to make his way towards that Pugna. Of course, Mary does have a TP, but he has no friends nearby, and he's just going to end up falling. Oh, Lion being a bit cheeky there, trying to get that, secure that kill, but with that Vessel charge on that Pugna, he was sure as dead. And the problem for Dragon Esports is that I keep coming back to this point. Monkey King is incredibly has incredibly low farm. Oh, but a Wukong's command placed on him, but Medusa's on the rim of it. He can just simply walk away. Of course, Julraze did go there for that Wisdom Rune. He will be able to get that one, but
Tower is under attack.
perhaps he wanted a more timely placed ultimate to be able to get some damage onto the Medusa as well. At this rate, the Medusa can just go towards that triangle and farm those Ancients up. I wonder what their game strategy is going to be, because you're going for all of these BKBs, and that's going to really help you against, say, the Phoenix, against the Lion, against the Pangolier, and to some extent against the Razor. But it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, towards that boss side, they're actually trying to go in towards that Morphling, but Meow, he's
Amazing what you found lying.
committed too far deep, and it looks like they're just going to back away as they saw the TPs coming in from Dragon Esports.
Radiant's bottom tower
5k net worth lead up for Nemiga, and now the ultimate's up for them as well. 7 and 12 now. It's looking tough. The only solace is the fact that this Morphling is also incredibly farmed, right? And you're going to be able to get that BKB, so at the very least you're going to be able to clean up some of the rest, some of these other heroes, considering the fact that they have no save items at all. And Toa has a Whale of Discord, Shishak has a Blink Dagger, so they're essentially free kills for the Morphling. Oh, Shard going the way of the Pango, in fact. So that's actually incredibly useful. Pango has a very nice ultimate. Can't just choose to save himself up, because you do get that magical
Dire's
resistance.
middle tower is under attack.
BKB ready up now for both the Mars and the Morphling. Of course, Monkey King is struggling quite a lot on his farm. He's had a Diffusal Blade and Ogre Axe for the past 5 or 6 minutes now. Not yet been able to complete his BKB, but they see the Razor. Are they going to extend into the triangle? They have placed a very aggressive Absorber Ward upon that cliff.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
Now
has
though,
fallen.
towards that boss side,
are scanning.
It looks like they actually want to go towards that Roshan. And Dragon Esports, they're all smoked up. The scan not finding them just yet. As Meow, he might just be short out, but oh, look at his positioning. Instant arena onto the Pangolier, but he's been able to roll himself up. BKB is now being activated by both of the cores, but low scale, he needs to get out. They're essentially wasted their initiation. No arena up for Dragon Esports. And now Phoenix are going to get popped out as well. Nemiga managing to find that perfect initiation, despite of the fact that Dragon Esports were coming for them, despite of the fact that the arena was popped, but they were simply too quick on that trigger. And now Takizawa is going to get that Roshan. This is what I was talking about. You have those Black King bars, you have that magical and debuff immunity, but without the damage to dish out, how do you take this Medusa down? How do you even take some of these other heroes down? The Lion is the only plausible kill that you have. Because keeping in mind, the Phoenix is just going to be popping out his ultimate. And oh, Dure is in a bit of trouble, but the supports, the TPs in are going to come. And Razor, oh, that was unfortunate. Had to pop in his BKB and try to fight back. Was rooted by that troll. By that neutral creep. The good thing is, too, the BKBs don't really matter all that much over on the side of Nemiga, right? You really only want that BKB to be surviving that initial initiation from the Mars. And oh, Infernal, you just saved him there, buddy. That spear back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We're seeing signs of some misplays coming out from Dragon Esports. Of course, Takizawa making his way towards that Scotty, and as he's making all of these items, I think he's going to go all into these sustain items. Get that BKB Scotty, get that butterfly as well. I would be going for that because you have a diffusal blade on that Mars. You're going to be facing up against a Morphling and even the Mortar, right? So you want that mischance on yourself as well.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
7 and 13 now, 7k net worth lead up. It's absolutely impossible to be getting that Medusa down 2 times in a row. So Dragon Esports, what they're going to do is trying to get some other pickoffs, try to avoid confrontations with Nemiga. But as I say that, it looks like they're actually choosing to take a confrontation right at the door of the tier 3, and Mary is going to be paying for it. Meanwhile, an initiation on towards the cores of Nemiga, on towards that backline, onto the Shishak, who's going to get cleaned up. So they do find 1 kill, or rather 2 kills. But it looks like those are the only 2 kills that they're going to be able to get. And keeping in mind that both of these supports don't actually have any saving items, right? The Phoenix is going to be going for that Shiva's guard, and he's actually almost made it. You know, he only has about 1100 gold. He's only 1100 gold away from that Shiva's, and once he gets that Shiva's, it's going to be pretty difficult because your Morphling strength morph suddenly doesn't do all that much against the heal stop of the Shiva's. Not to mention, it provides some very useful vision right onto those trees. So it's a very good item against the Monkey King. You pop the Shivas, you go in for a dive, and then you can essentially scout out a very large range or large AoE of where the Monkey King could be hiding.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now Nemiga want to be sieging the Radiant side. The Aegis is up for a full 1 minute though. So Dragon Esports need to make something happen unless they want to be giving up this. mid lane of Rax. So now he's actually going to die. He's dead. He's dead. And without the Pugna, you really need all of your team to be surviving against Nemiga.
Radiant's middle tower.
Tower
is
down
falling.
now. Still, Aegis is up for that Morphling. A full minute to go.
Dire's top
He is
tower
down to half mana though. Spear inside. Monkey King Wukong's command being popped as well. But Stone Gaze coming out as well. But now Medusa has no more mana to help him. And it looks like the Aegis is going to end up popping. But not quite just yet. It will eventually pop now. But now he's back up to full mana. Oh, the spear back missing on him. And it looks like it is time to go. And Tova, though, the shield crash is going to stop his dive back. And the Phoenix Egg is not going to be able to pop off. It's going to get taken down. As that is going to force Nemiga to actually back away. Dragon Esports managing to keep their melee racks from falling down. If Infernal managed to hit his second spear back onto towards that Medusa, they might have been able to actually make a lot happen there. Low skill does have a butterfly up, so he has a lot of survivability. He's going to be going for a Skadi of his own. Of course, the question in my mind is whether or not they're going to be going for those NKBs or completely avoid it together, because that's an entire slot that you may not want to be giving up just to get the Morphling's butterfly down. Perhaps the Bloodthorn would be a better item to get if you're Nemiga, right? You can make the Bloodthorn on the Pangolier if you're too concerned about the evasion that the butterfly is giving the Morphling.
Dire are scanning.
Nemiga are of course going to be waiting for the second Roshan before they want to be going towards that high ground.
Excellent.
Jurez, though, he is spotted out. Will he be falling over here? The Pangolier did spot him out just yet. BKB now activated by Jurez, but it's popping out. But Infernal is there to try and turn things around, but the Pangolier is going to be able to activate his ultimate. Monkey King, no more BKB up for him. They're trying to take him down any way that he can. The Songe is popped as well, but Jurez, he's actually falling so low on mana. The Medusa has to fall back, but the Morphling is there to clean the rest of Nemiga up. Pangolier and Razor both down. The Medusa has to go back. And with this, a botched initiation by Nemiga, Infernal was there to back Jurez up, but over on the side of Nemiga, you can't say the same thing because the Pangolier was fighting for so long without any sort of
Dire's
initiation
middle tower is
by the
under
rest of his
attack.
team. Finger was expended as well, and sure, it was a level 2 finger. He should be getting it up. You have the Phoenix Egg, but you don't have the Pangolier ultimate, and you don't have the Medusa Stone Gaze. So how are you going to defend this mid lane of Rax?
Radiant's bottom tower.
Tower down now, and it looks like that might just be all they're able to get, as Nemiga are going to back away. 12 and 15 now, 2K net worth lead. A very even game for both of these sides. Very back and forth, I would say. And as time goes on, Dota is a game that gets more and more punishing for those misplays as time goes on. So the onus is going to be on Infernal to actually be getting that spear effectively each and every time. He's gone in for that Ether Lens, is going to be going for that refresher, and I think we're going to be seeing a Hex up from the Mars going to come out as well. Over on the side of Monkey King, he's managed to regain a lot of his tempo. Third up on that net worth, he's gotten his farm back up, has that Scotty. So it looks like they do have a lot of damage. The Medusa the Morphling rather, is going to be going for that Daedalus. Of course, the scepter is up for the Pangolier. Does not have the diffusal blade. I would have liked to see the diffusal blade come out, but he's actually going in for that nullifier. Low skill has to be careful. The unfortunate thing for Nemiga is that Roshan is going to respawn in about a minute and a half, so he's actually going to be towards that top side. But it looks like Dragon Esports, they want to be fighting this. Will get revealed, all three of them in fact, and instantly backing out, not starting a fight just yet. They want to see the rest of their team. They want to know where the Phoenix is before they go in. And the advantage is going to go towards Nemiga,
Dire's courier
as they'll be able to position themselves towards that top side, where Roshan is going to come in about a minute. Of course, the question is, we saw this last game, we saw this yesterday in the Bangkok Girls qualifiers, where I believe it was between Avulus and Secret. I could be wrong, but they just walk towards the other side. And Dragon Esports, they have much of the same idea. They're going to go walking towards the other side. Now, the good thing is, in contrast to the ESL yesterday, is the fact that Roshan is spawning in actually a minute. So Dragon Esports are going to be able to make it there in time. Oh, initiations going all the way. Monkey King, Wukong Command placed down. The arena is placed down as well, and the Medusa is going to instantly melt. Takizawa's down now, and it looks like all of their fighting power may have just been expended. Meanwhile, they'll be able to find Infernal. But what else will they be able to get without this Medusa and all of your BKBs and ultimates expended? The Egg not there, the Pangolier roll-up not there, the Razor's ultimate not there. How are you going to defend this Roshan? I mean, Infernal's done his job. You could even go for a buyback on that Mars if you're too concerned about making a Roche play, but if I was Dragon Esports, I'd just go for that Roche, no questions asked. Roche going the way of Dragon Esports. And I have to say, they have a very good response for this Medusa. The farm for the Medusa has slowed down quite a bit, but it's not just the farm. You know, when pro players go for certain decisions, right? I really like to take a moment and think about what they're trying to achieve. And the fact that this Medusa has spent 4,200 gold on an Aghanim Scepter over, say, another item that can buff you up, or even, say, a BKB, is, in my mind, questionable. Because what are you thinking in that moment? Are you thinking that some, like, targeted spells, if we look towards targeted spells, then there are not a lot of them out there. You have that Adaptive Strike, you have that Pugnant Decrepify, and that's just about it. Other than that, there's no way a snake's going to be getting thrown back at the enemy. So you've chosen to forgo a lot of damage that you could have had. You could have gone for that MKB or Daedalus, and you've chosen to forgo a lot of sustain. You don't have that BKB or you don't have that butterfly. So this item, in my opinion, it really sets Nemiga back. This Medusa item is actually pre 7.37, right? This is what Medusas used to make before this patch, before the grander patch, you know, not the revised reiterations. But the Scepter Shard build for the Medusa against a Morphling with a Daedalus and Satanic on the way, against... It's tough. And now Nemiga are playing this in a way that is incredibly heavily reliant on their ultimates, right? You can't fight outside of the Stone Gaze and outside of the Phoenix Egg, which means that you have to group up and stay together. It looks like Nemiga are going to be making the stand towards this tower. Medusa impaled on towards that mid lane. Barracks has activated the stone gate. The Phoenix egg is going to get popped as well, but again, Takizawa just ends up falling. Infernal's going to be the trade-off again. A roll-up on towards the Morphling, but he has in full 2.5 minute Aegis. They'll be able to find the Pugna. But what else can they make happen over here? No egg available for that Phoenix. Low skill, of course, the Aegis is going to end up getting popped. He spawns a Satanic. He's healing up quite a bit, but it looks like he's going to end up falling. Now, the Aegis respawn is going to come out. Will Nemega choose to fight this? It looks like they're going back in. Excess Vampire in a lot of trouble. Will get bursted down instantly. And now with only 2 heroes remaining, it looks like Dragon Esports are going to back away. A successful defend by Nemiga against an Aegis. I have to say that was very impressive. Sure, they managed to take out that Morphling, but the rest of their heroes were cleaned up. And I do think that it was a bit of a positioning mistake by that Pugna. He caught himself between a rock and a hard place, and he just got caught out. And in my opinion, Dragon Esports should be looking to conserve some of their abilities, because as we're seeing, the Medusa falls rather quickly, as more faster than you would expect, right? So perhaps keep some abilities for the rest of Team Nemiga, right? I mean, it's not, you're not playing 5v1, guys. You're playing a 5v5 game where you have a very tanky and very well farmed Razor with a refresher orb to deal with.
Are scanning.
Oh, Monkey King, will he be able to find Shishak over here before he gets hexed up? Will activate his BKB to make sure he gets that solo kill on Lion. But now they want to be getting that Razor. Of course, the Razor does have dual BKBs in the form of that refresher. Will now pop the first and just in fact TP out. They ideally should be going in for an Abyssal Blade, in my opinion, or even a Hex. On the other side, though, Infernal's managed to find himself a Phoenix. Actually impaling Antova. The dive is not going to be able to make it. A perfect initiation by Infernal, allowing Dual Rays to actually come in for that cleanup. And no more egg, no more Phoenix. He does have the buyback, but does not have the egg. Even if he buys back, they're still going to be playing this 4v5. I mean, in a way, 4v5. You do have the Shivas, you do have the Fire Spirits, and the Ray. Okay, Shishak just gotten burst down, and low skill, he's in a bit of trouble over here. Does have the waveform, will be able to make it out. But now the Pangolier is going to actually end up going in. They really want low skill over here. Now he's activated his BKB and his static link, trying to take down Pro over here. And the Razor is falling super low. He has no more HP. He's going to end up dying. No egg available. The Morphling's all out of mana. Takizawa, you need to be careful, but Stone Up on towards low skill is going to buy Takizawa enough time to get out. Now the problem is 4 ultimates and all of them are down. How are you going to stop this push?
Middle barracks has fallen.
Razor down for 60 seconds right now. No buyback available for him. It's going to be a 4v5 situation. As low scale, he's just so damn tanky. Arena popped out by Infernal again. They really want this Rax. It's just to zone the Medusa out. A Morphling going to go all in on towards that melee Rax. And it looks like they'll be able to find it. Nemiga won't be able to hold them back enough. But now Meow's in a lot of trouble. Just one more hit required. Juras will be able to finish him off. 2 heroes down now. Pangolier does have his buyback. Is going to be using it just now. Now the Phoenix is going to go in. Hexed up on towards that Morphling. They really want to be able to take him out. Mega creeps have been achieved. So even if Morphling were to fall over here, even if Jewel Rays were to give his life to the finger of Shishak, he's still... Dragon Esports, they're still in a very good position. They have all of their buybacks. And now Nemiga. The Medusa is very close to his level 25. So he should be able to land that Skadi slow onto all 5 of Dragon Esports heroes. has now queued up his butterfly, so I'm glad he got the idea. A double damage rune available for him as well. I wonder if they'll be able to make anything happen with this, or perhaps they're actually going to go for that tier 2 tower down towards bot side. Of course, Roshan is respawning as well in about 20 seconds. Nemiga, if they spot it out, they might be able to take it down quick enough before Dragon Esports respawn, and I do not think that Dragon Esports are going to be utilizing their buyback to get the Roshan. It should buy Nemiga enough time, keeping in mind that Mega Creeps, sure, they are perhaps the second most important objective outside of getting that throne down, but they don't matter too much against the Medusa, and even against the Razor. A full smoke. Oh, in fact, I actually read the Roche timer wrong. I might be going blind, guys, because I thought it was 20 seconds, but in fact it was 2 minutes. So that's my bad. Oh man.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I really need I really need to get my eyesight checked out, and I'm a doctor. I really should be better about these things.
This'll come in handy.
A full butterfly ready for that Medusa. It should give him enough survivability. I mean, I say that, but Takizawa's been getting instantly popped with or without his team. It doesn't seem to matter. And Razor will be able to pike himself to safety. Queued up his Satanic. Dragon Esports, I believe they're waiting for Roshan. I believe they want to be getting that Aghanim Scepter from the Roche. I wonder if low skill is going to be going for that Scepter build himself. He can choose to create an illusion of the Razor and just static link the Medusa up. Or even choose to create an illusion of the lion, and now you suddenly have a 6v5 scenario, right? The Finger of Death, very important, but at this stage of the game, disables are what make or break a team. That early hex up is absolutely crucial. Oh, the Morphling! Oh, he was front morphing. Sorry, I saw his HP going. I saw his HP going down, and I got confused. I was like, what is happening? How is this Morphling dying from a jungle camp? But it looks like he was actually taking the Tormentor. And now Morphling is actually going for that MKB. I don't know what exactly he's going to be swapping out, because it looks like he's fully stacked up.
Radiant are scanning.
Meanwhile, Medusa still has the potential to be going for one more item, so this is great for them. Oh, Bounty Strike going to hit on towards the Phoenix, and Tova forced to pop his egg, but not going to be able to find anything, as he's going to end up dying. No buyback available for him either. And it looks like it's going to be a free Roshan. Unless Dragon Esports decide that they want to go for the throne. But no team in their right mind in competitive Dota would be making that decision. I know I would in my pub games, but I don't really win all my pub games. A free Roshan going to come for Dragon Esports. Of course, the Aegis is there as well. Is it going to go towards the way of Monkey King, I wonder? They're actually keeping it in Pugna's backpack. Oh no, they're giving it to the Mortar. Now the parting shot, the fact that you can disable the Medusa, disarm the Medusa for 4 seconds, allowing you to actually win, to clean up the rest of them, or even use the parting shot on towards that Razor. Dragon Esports, they know that the Phoenix is down for about 20 seconds. They want to be dishing out as much damage as they can on this tower. Now Arena popped onto Shishak, but an instant Razor counter initiation on towards Infernal. But meanwhile, Takizawa, he's trying to brute force his way against Dragon Esports. They're going to end up falling. 2 heroes down now. Mary's the only one alive, as the Monkey King is going to buy enough time for him to get away. The problem there is that I don't think that low skill should be just straight up going against the tier 4s, right? He's putting his team in awkward positions. And I'm not sure what that initiation behind the throne really was. I mean, certainly you need to give Nemiga a decent amount of respect. You can't just hit their throne when all 5 ultimates are up. You need to find a pick off. I mean, I'm sure they found a pick off, but you need to find a better initiation. And now Medusa has the Aghanim's blessing. He's going to be going for a divine rapier, and Takizawa, once you have that divine rapier, Dragon Esports need to be really careful. Morphling, even with that adaptive strength, or that attribute shift towards that adaptive strength, it might not be enough. Pause here now, guys. We're 15 minutes in. We might just be seeing those 60-minute neutral items should Dragon Esports fail on some of these additional team fights. They have a huge buffer, but keeping in mind their mid lane is completely exposed, right? So in a situation where you end up dying, you only have one glyph to use, and with the Divine Rapier on towards the Medusa, and you have a Razor, of course, Nemiga can actually just end up finishing the game. So you might want to be playing it careful. Of course, you do have your buybacks. Dual Race queuing up that nullifier, but now a smoke. 2 minutes left on that Aegis. They want to be making use of this. They might actually just find their way. They do spot out the Razor, and now the Arena getting popped on towards that Razor. Pro is falling incredibly low. He's going to get instantly bursted down. Is he going to come out with a buyback? But in fact, he doesn't have a buyback. The Razor has no buyback. And with his Wukong's command, Lowskill can essentially choose to go all in. He has the Aegis available for himself, trying to mana drain. There is a mana drain. But the Phoenix is going to come out as well. They're trying to finish off the Medusa, who has the buyback. They need to be really careful. Phoenix, no egg available for him. As Morphling, he's stuck here right now. Infernal is here to try and buy him some amount of time, but Dual Rays needs to be careful. Gonna dish out damage to the tier 4s. They really do want this Morphling, but just can't seem to get that Morphling. Now Razor is down for an additional 50 seconds. Nemiga have used all of their abilities. Do they want to be going back in? They have the opportunity, but Excess Vampire just ended up falling over there. But now Dual Rays, he tried to go in for the jump up, but in fact he's going to get cleaned up. He's taking a lot of damage, trying to survive. Will be able to activate his BKB in time, but now Lowskill is in there trying to clean up Takizawa. No more mana off for the Medusa. His team is trying to buy him some amount of time with a finger. The Lowskill will enable Takizawa to actually clean up the Morphling. Another successful defense by Nemiga. Without the Razor and Dragon Esports, they're really struggling. I mean, sure, they got the throne to be exposed. They took down the tier 4 towers, but
Mine is truly a blessed life.
it's a tough one.
Misplay after misplay after misplay after misplay.
Oh, Shishak, he's yeah, yeah. That's you know that there's a saying, don't rub salt in someone's wounds. He's not rubbing salt. He's just straight up pouring lava down Dragon Esports. 53 minutes now, and sure you have a net worth lead, but you've gotten all the objectives you possibly can. In fact, guys, I'd like to point your attention on towards something. There's only one building in the entirety of the base outside of the throne, and that's that one that one lonely building in their base. 54 minutes in now. If this Medusa were to get a mirror shield from those tier 5 neutral items, that would be absolutely huge. Of course, I don't know if the mirror shield proccing means that your scepter won't proc. I don't think I've seen, because tier 5 neutral items don't really come out that often. I don't think I've ever seen that interaction play out. Now low skill. He has the MKB, but what does he exactly swap in favor of it? Perhaps the Daedalus? You can't be expending your BKB for it. And you need the Manta, so I don't know what he's going to be giving up here. Keeping in mind, it takes about 6 seconds for any item swapped into your inventory to actually come online, so what exactly is the game plan now? Another smoke by Dragon Esports. They're choosing to go all in. A lot of these dire heroes don't have buyback. It looks like a Mars initiation on towards two of them. The Lion is going to end up falling. The Razor 2, no buyback available for the Razor. The Lion is going to instantly buy back. The Phoenix is going to end up getting popped here as Takizawa is going to make his defense. Monkey King going to be the first one to fall. And it looks like with that roll up, they're forced to get back, but Mary is in a lot of trouble. Are they going to choose to commit? I'm not sure where the Morphling was that entire fight, but level 28 now. Level 25 going to come out for the Mars. Instantly going for that HP regen inside of that arena. This is such a hard game to clean up if you're Dragon Esports. How do you get that throne?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
You have a refresher on the Mars, so you could potentially, I'm theory crafting, right? You could potentially drop down both of those arenas and just kill the throne instead of going for these kills, because you need a way for the Medusa to actually enter the arena, because outside projectiles are blocked, right? And the Medusa does not have a blink dagger, so the only one that can actually go inside of that arena is the Lion, the Pango, and the Phoenix. But outside of that, no one else.
Dire are
Of course, the Medusa went for that MKB instead of that Divine Rapier, and a Moon Shard? No. This is not how you play a 60-minute Medusa. A 60-minute Medusa without at least one Rapier is disappointing. I want to see some Rapiers come out this game. I want to see some Rapiers getting dropped onto towards the ground this game. Low skill though. He has all of these items, but he doesn't have the slots to actually put them in. Oh, that's interesting. And it's amazing how
Top is missing.
Nikita's actually been able to play this game without buyback. I mean, he's just simply not kept buyback for the past 3 sieges his team has had to go through, and yet it's worked out for them each and every single time. Now a Roshan going to come out. Another Aghanims. This is insane. I wonder who it's going to go towards. Perhaps the Monkey King.
I am immortal.
Yeah, so Monkey King did end up picking up that that Aghanim Scepter. Of course, I think the Morphling is a lot better for that scepter simply because you create this 6v5 scenario. Right? If 5v5 is not enough, you go 6v5. Of course, 1 minute left up now. If I was Dragon Esports, I would be planting vision all across of these jungle camps, making sure that Nemiga, punishing Nemiga for choosing to go to secure some of those tier 5 neutral items. That could possibly be their key. Securing this game number 1. Angolier still has 2 slots to play with. Low skill though. Shishak. He's positioned himself over here. Both very highly aggressive observer wards, but not going to catch him out. He's queued up a Moonshard. I mean, you don't have the slots, my guy. Like, of course you can consume the Moonshard, but he has an MKB and a refresher in his backpack. Like, I think it's time you start buying wards for your team. Oh, Phoenix got out by the Monkey King. Instantly popping his egg out, but it looks like the egg will end up falling without too much contention rather, from Nemiga. Obviously, he does have his buyback. But now 60-minute items, Abyssal Blade ready for the Pango. This should help them out quite a bit in locking down that Morphling. These tier 5 neutral items, you might just see what exactly they go for. A pirate hat for the Medusa. Okay, so he's gone in all in for that attack speed. I'm not sure what other neutral items he got. Oh, the Monkey King trying to plant the Wukong's command, but he's going to instantly get bursted down. And he's able to activate his BKB. The Aegis is going to end up falling, but now the Medusa's been taken down. A chaotic fight all around the second arena, waiting to be popped in. The Pangoliers rolling all around. Full buybacks coming out from the side of Nemiga as Jewel Rays is struggling for a second time, but will be able to clean the line up. And now Pango's down as well. Buybacks coming in from them as well. Now Takizawa needs to be very careful, but the throne is taking a lot of damage. The low skill is there as well, and it looks like they might just be able to finish off the throne, but Nemiga not being able to do anything about it. 61 minutes in, those tier 5 neutral items didn't even come in handy, and this is what I was talking about. You know, this was the big brain moment, right? You just pop in your ultimates and try to go for that throne, because otherwise if you go in for those team fights, you might just end up, you know, playing this series till tomorrow, in fact. But Dragon Esports, very well played by them. I do think that Nemiga made a bit of a mistake when that Medusa started to go for that scepter. That was a very key time for you to be going in for that, either that damage or that sustain. We saw in so many of those team fights before those mega creeps, before the high ground was besieged, that the Medusa simply was unable to survive. And you're faced up against two heroes that do not have, against a team that does not have a lot of targeted ability. So your scepter really isn't doing all that much for you. So it was a bit questionable, right? But kudos to Dragon Esports for making that effective comeback. I mean, utilizing that Morphling, and in fact that Mars Infernal really stepped up, right? From a few misplays earlier on in the game, missing his spears, making those botched initiations, but then landing those spears perfectly, landing that arena perfectly, and then the Monkey King coming in. And I do think that towards the end of the game, they had this amazing idea where they would just simply plant their ultimates down. I do think that would have been the natural conclusion of the game, one way or the other. And essentially, they managed to get them out. Now, the thing is, they held their buybacks for a few seconds there, and you really don't want to be doing that if you don't have Glyph. And Dragon East was recognizing that timing, the timing between that 2 or 3 seconds before the enemy buys back and has to walk back into the throne, they were able to clean the throne up. But guys, that was game number 1. Of course, a lot of improvements can be made on both of these sides, and itemization choices were a bit lackluster this time around. I'm hoping that Namika has a better strategy for next time, and I'm glad that this was the Dragon Esports debut. This was their first game in the series number 5 of the CCT, and we saw just exactly what they were capable of. Definitely looking like defending champions this time around, but we'll see if they're able to keep their momentum up and going for game number 2. So, but guys, don't go anywhere. We will be right back for game number 2 of this best of 3 right after a short break. Hello, guys, and welcome back from what was a very exhilarating match. 60 plus minutes, tier 5 neutral items coming out, although we didn't see all that much from those neutral items. But a very back and forth game between Dragon Esports and Team Nemiga. Both of those hero teams going for those late game carries, the Medusa versus the Morphling, but it seems like the Morphling was able to come out on top. Of course, there were a few mistakes made by both of those teams, and Dragon Esports were able to recover better from those mistakes. Meanwhile, over on the side of the Medusa, I do think that Aghanim Scepter did not work out as well as he was hoping for it. Only 2 targeted abilities over on the side of Dragon Esports, so not a lot of value gained from that Aghanim Scepter. But what really ended up being the clincher for that one was the fact that you have an arena and you have the Wukong's command, and once you put those 2 spells together, you can essentially take down the Naked Throne, because once you don't have that glyph, all you have to do is take a hero down once, and in between of the buyback interval, you buy back, you walk back into the fight. Those are at least 3 or 4 seconds of time where the Morphling can just clean up the throne like we just saw. But that was game number 1. Of course, it is a best of 3, and if you are able to recover and take game number 2, you could be going for a third game, and Nemiga are more than capable of doing that. I mean, they had a lot of the game towards that mid game or mid to late game, Nemiga were the team that was better positioned to win, right? And Dragon Esports, outside of that comeback, it looked like things were getting very hairy for Dragon Esports. But we will see how exactly both of these teams end up doing in the second game around now. Will they be going for the exact same play style, or whether or not they're going to change it up quite a bit is something that's yet to be seen. Of course, both Shadow Fiend and Luna were neither banned nor picked, and the Enchantress was completely let go by both of those teams, which was to me a bit surprising. We will see if that trend continues, obviously, but very well played by Dragon Esports. Definitely, we saw a glimpse of why Dragon Esports were able to win the last CCT series. Of course, this time around they're faced up against tougher opponents, or not tougher opponents, but there are a lot more opponents that are tough in this tournament. So whether or not they'll be able to keep up this momentum is definitely something that's yet to be seen. But of course, if I was Team Nemiga, I wouldn't change up a thing, despite of the fact that you ended up losing, right? It was simply a matter of those heroes being a bit stronger in that 60-minute mark, and you can't really predict if a game is going. You're never really playing for a 60-minute game, right? Even in that ultra late game scenario, you're really just playing for that 40 to 50-minute mark. So it was a bit of a luck. It was a bit of bad luck going their way as well, because I do believe that they had some very solid rotations coming in. One thing though is that Dragon Esports, Jurish should be focusing on his farm a lot earlier, because sure, the Monkey King did incredibly well in the previous game. We saw him struggling, particularly towards getting that second item past the Diffusal Blade. He wasn't able to get his BKB up in time, and outside of the rotations, outside of the 3-man wipes, the 4-man wipes that they were able to get, I don't think the Monkey King would have been able to recover in the way that he did. Obviously, those are all what ifs, right? Dragon Esports more than earned their spot in game number 1. Did manage to be the better team, did manage to play an overall better game of Dota. However, there's still going to be a bit of time before we head back into the second game. I believe it was a bit of a reconnection issue. The question is, if you're Nemiga, are you content playing that ultra late game scenario, right? Because Team Nemiga showed that they're a lot stronger in that early to mid game. So if they were to pick a carry that comes online a lot faster than the Medusa, perhaps they could have a lot more success. Perhaps pick up that Luna, perhaps pick up that Shadow Fiend, and just start running people down. That to me would be a better recipe if I was their coach, right? Obviously, I'm not their coach, right? But let's see what exactly, how, if whether or not they choose to change up the strategy, or whether Nemiga are actually going to go back to their roots and go for that mid lane Earthshaker or that mid lane Keeper of the Light. It's definitely something that could have proven to be quite useful against Dragon Esports. Meanwhile, though, the game has started, but we will get there in a bit, guys. Right now, it's time for some theory crafting. It's time to see what exactly Nemiga choose to ban out or choose to pick out. But here we go, guys. Game number 2 between Dragon Esports and Nemiga. Dragon Esports, of course, playing the Dire side, and Nemiga are going to be playing up on the Radiant side this time around. An instant Sand King ban from Dragon Esports. I don't believe Sand King was banned last time around, but I do think that a Beastmaster is either going to be picked or banned here because both of these teams love that hero, honestly. And to be fair, it's a very strong hero. One thing that I would like to see changed is the fact that you should be going for them Enchantress, right? And if the Batrider is not banned, then instantly snatch that Batrider up. This provides so much value in even in that mid to late game. Nemiga going for that respect ban on towards that Pugna, so they don't want to be playing against that hero. That Decrepify doing quite a lot for their team in the previous game, just disabling a physical DPS carry from landing those hits or even being able to dish out those hits certainly does do quite a lot. But an Alchemist and a Pango ban, so a Pango as well banned over on the side of Nemiga, and I think Nemiga were the ones who actually picked up the Pango, so it's not a respect ban. Perhaps it's a self-respect ban. Perhaps they're like, our Pango is just too strong for everyone out there, so we're not going to be picking that up. First pick. Oh, the Enchantress actually did end up getting banned, and instantly Dragon Esports are going to snatch up that Shadow Demon. I wonder if they're going to be going for that Luna. Creating those illusions for that push is just absurdly strong. And meanwhile, Nemiga have the opportunity to be going for that Beastmaster, but they're in fact going to be picking up that Dragon Knight. Now, Shadow Demon does do fairly well against the Dragon Knight, right? Because of some of his abilities, not to mention that you can actually create illusions off of the Dragon Knight's Elder Dragon form. It's definitely something that could be useful for Dragon Esports. But let's see what they have in store, what counter they're going to pick. I do think the Nemiga should be sending this Dragon Knight down towards that carry position rather than the mid position, simply because you can just allow him to farm and have some sort of tempo builder in that mid role. Because sure, the Dragon Knight does come online fairly quickly, but Dragon Knight as a hero who's supposed to be creating space for your team is not ideal. Meanwhile, for both of these teams, the Beastmaster is completely open. I'm not sure if they will be going for it. Now, Dragon Esports are banning out that both the Enchantress and the Chen. And by banning out the Hoodwing, this is rather interesting. So they've banned out a hero that could have gotten that break mechanism against the Dragon Knight. And it looks like it is going to be a carry Dragon Knight. The reason I'm saying this is because Nemiga have actually banned out that Timbersaw. So I am 90% sure that this is going to be a carry Dragon Knight. And kudos to them for recognizing and banning out that Timbersaw. Meanwhile, you have the Snapfire as well. That's a lot of fire damage coming out from Nemiga. But how is Dragon Esports going to respond to this? Beastmaster still open here. I would like to see them going for a long-range disabler, right? Go in for that Earthshaker, or perhaps even go in for either one of the spirits, that Storm Spirit or that Earth Spirit, or even the Void Spirit, to be able to cancel out Grandma's Goblets of Fire. But a Tuskar picked up from Dragon Esports, so 2 supports up for them. A core hero yet to be revealed from their side. Only 10 seconds of pick time. Of course, I do think that they have their... Oh, in fact, they don't have their reserve time, so they're going to be picking... That's their reserve time. So they have plenty of time to think about it, but I would you need a break mechanism. Perhaps go for that Viper. It does do very well with that Tuskar. Just send the Viper down towards that off lane and go for a tanky build on that Viper. Or you can even go for a Razor again, this time for your own team against the Dragon Knight. Right? Disable his farm. Certainly, you need a hero that does extremely well with the Tuskar, that can synergize with the Tuskar. The reason I like the Viper is because of the break mechanism, but in fact, Dragon Esports aren't going to be engaging, going to be getting that Beastmaster, and I do think this Beastmaster is going to be going for that Blink Dagger. Just very good for that initiation. Meanwhile, the Tuskar, one thing that I forgot to mention was that Snowball is a very good save mechanism, and it actually does very well against the Snapfire's ultimate, because a lot of those goblets are just completely wasted. The Snowball buys you enough time. Just stay inside the Snowball, just wait out the Snapfire's ultimate. Meanwhile, Nemiga are going to be going for that Centaur initiation for themselves, and with that Phoenix. So they have a lot of AoE, they have quite the complete composition over on their side. I wonder what mid laner they're actually going to go for. And meanwhile, for Dragon Esports, what core hero, what carry are you going to be picking? You have a lot of options. You have the Shadow Fiend, you have the Luna. Shadow Fiend does do well against the Phoenix, considering the fact that you have a very high amount of attack speed with that Mask of Madness, and a natural Monta style builder. But I wonder if that's what they're going to. Certainly it's going to be a ranged hero, right? There's no way you pick a melee hero into this kind of lineup. But additionally, you want to be getting a break mechanism as well for your side. So we might just end up seeing a Viper down towards that mid side. But in fact, they're going to be going for a Morphling again. This time though, I actually think this Morphling fits a lot better than last game, if I'm being honest. But it's a bit interesting to see why they chose to forgo both the Shadow Fiend and the Luna. The Shadow Fiend would have done wonders with the Shadow Demon. You have the armor reduction, and then you have the illusions that you can create. Meanwhile, though, Nemiga are missing. Both of these teams are missing their mid laner. For Nemiga, I would even open up the possibility of a Queen of Pain, that burst potential, not to mention that Sonic Wave plus that Scream of Pain could dish out a lot of damage towards those Beastmaster neutrals that he's going to be stacking up on. Of course, you are against a Tuskar, so you might not want to be going all into a burst mechanic, right? Because the potential for a snowball save is always going to be there. I would go if I was Dragon Esports, I would be going for a Viper, no questions asked. You have a late game carry, right? You have a Tuskar and Shadow Demon and a Beastmaster. Get a break mechanism in the form of a Viper and just rush down Team Nemiga. And if you're Team Nemiga, I would in fact be going for I would be going for a natural silence builder plus a hero which has high amounts of mobility. I do not think you can get away I don't think you can play this game in a way with a hero that does not have a high amount of mobility. Now you can go for the Monkey King again if you're Nemiga, or rather not again, but you can go for the Monkey King yourself against the heroes of Dragon Esports, because you have a Phoenix and you have a Snapfire, so that's a lot of AoE potential. Not to mention the Wukong's command isn't exactly a very high hero with a very high cooldown on his hero, right? But we will see. So the Earth Spirit being banned and the Storm Spirit being banned. So both of those, I mean, I was kind of, not kind of, but like I Dragon Esports, if I were them, I would have been picking up these mid heroes just so that you have that high amount of mobility to stop that Phoenix, or rather to stop that Snapfire's ultimate from popping off. But they still do have the Void Spirit, should they choose. Still do have the Ember Spirit, but the Ember Spirit doesn't do too well against the Snapfire. It's not as high mobility as someone like the Storm. Now, Dragon Esports have banned out the Puck themselves. That's another hero that could have helped them out quite a lot, right? So not a lot of mid laners to be picking up if you want to be disabling that Snapfire. I suppose you can go for the Pangolier at this point if you're Dragon Esports with that Blink Dagger roll up into the Snapfire. Sniper being banned. Are we going to see a Viper? But in fact, it's going to be the Monkey King picked up for themselves. So that functions as a very long range disable. If I were them, that boundless strike on towards that Snapfire. Not to mention Snapfire is a pretty squishy hero. Meanwhile, though, what are Nemiga going to counter this Monkey King with? Of course, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but a Viper would have been so good for Dragon Esports. But you know, Nemiga have a lot of options. Monkey King isn't exactly the strongest of mid laners. Does do very well, don't get me wrong, but there are a lot of heroes that can actually stack up quite well against the Monkey King. Now, Sand King, he is banned, right? If you were to be going for a mid laner, you do have the Queen of Pain still available, but in fact, they're going to be going for a Nature's Prophet. Now, I'm not too sure about this. Pretty squishy. And you have a BKB piercing roar in the form of the Beastmaster. Not to mention, if you're going for that Orchid on the Furion, then you have a Snowball save as well. You have a natural Manta style builder, and you have Daniel who can essentially save anyone who's caught out. So Nature's Prophet, we will have to see whether or not this pick works out. I'm a bit skeptical about this, if I'm being very honest. Not to mention, Nature's Prophet doesn't do super well against the Monkey King, right? On that mid lane, that Boundless Strike does do a lot of damage. Nature's Prophet does not have the amount of sustain that he would like. Not a very good not a very good hero to rush a bottle on either. So it's going to be interesting. What I'm thinking with this Nature's Prophet pick is the fact that once Shisha gets his ultimate up, once he gets those Mortimers going, then that global presence from Nikita, from Pro, will be able to help the Dragon Knight farm up, right? And they do have a Centaur as well. So this is essentially going to be a 4 protect 1 strategy with Takizawa farming away, and meanwhile Nature's Prophet is going to be getting as much done around the map. But you have to be careful against the Monkey King. So Nemiga, I prefer Dragon Esports draft compared to Nemiga, but who knows, perhaps they can make the Nature's Prophet work. Now, as far as the item goes, I'm not sure whether or not you should be going Orchid. It is the ideal item to be making against the Morphling, but the amount of saves that Dragon Esports have, it's going to be very difficult. Not to mention, you're faced up against the Beastmaster, so who's going to be getting that Lincoln Sphere? Is it going to be the Furion? Forsaking a lot of the damage output. It's a tough ask. It's very difficult. I feel like Nemiga may have boxed themselves in with this one pick, but I would like to say that, you know, these players are incredibly good, right? And they're probably thinking something that I am not able to comprehend right now, you know, because I'm not in their heads, guys. Give me a break. Observer wards have been planted down. Now, mid lane, of course, Furion has to be really careful because a simple rotation from the Tuskar can be taking him out, even from the Shadow Demon, in fact. So this mid lane could go terribly wrong, or it can go... The best case scenario is that Furion is just able to get his farm, right? That's the absolute best case scenario, because there's not a lot of kill potential against the Monkey King. Even if you rotate a few heroes down, the only one that can rotate in is the Snapfire. But we will see. I do think that they've picked Furion because of the global presence, and just to make space for their Dragon Knight. Duriz, they tried to snipe the bounty rune, but wasn't successful. If we look towards that top side, it is going to be Mari supporting the Morphling rather than the Shadow Demon. Of course, the Shadow Demon does do very well with that Beastmaster. That disruption onto any of those heroes. Meanwhile, you're able to position those boards up and stack those boards against the melee hero, which is Dragon Knight. It's going to be difficult to kill him, but that's a lot of aggression.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And another Phoenix position 5. That's interesting. I mean, last game around, if we look back in hindsight, Phoenix didn't do well, right? I don't think that the position 5 Phoenix did do well against. I'm talking about apart from the laning phase, right? That Shiva's guard, sure you were able to make it, but it came out in a lot. It was quite delayed. Bot side though, the ideal scenario for Nemiga is to be getting that farm up on that Dragon Knight. It of course is going to be a bit difficult against the Shadow Demon and the Beastmaster, but Dragon Knight should be able to get decent farm. Meanwhile, towards that top side, Morphling does have a melee support, so it's not going to be ideal for Morphling to farm up against that Centaur. You can't dish out damage against the Centaur once he starts stacking up on his retaliate. So it looks like it might just be a static game overall, unless this Tuskar rotates towards that boss side, and then they're able to get. They'll probably be able to get that kill on towards that Dragon Knight. Oh, that was very well timed by Meow and Shishak on towards that Morphling. He did not see it coming. I did not see it coming. First blood going the way of Nemiga in a big way. Creeps did get cleaned up as well, so the Morphling lost out on a lot of experience there. And now the game, I don't think that's something that will happen twice against the Morphling. I mean, sure, you're able to get that surprise factor kill on towards low skill, but he's going to be more careful next time. Lotuses were contested, and it will be going in favor of the Radiant, and over on the opposite side, going in favor of the Shadow Demon. Of course, if you look towards some of those last hits, Dragon Knight seems to be having a wonderful time upon that bot side. The Beastmaster not able to shut down his farm quite just yet. Of course, the boards don't do this game around. I will say that the Phoenix does a lot better because those fires on that position 5 roll, because those fire spirits, they do slow down the boards as well. So that's an additional save mechanism you have for your Dragon Knight.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Low skill though, he's waveformed inside, does have the strength morph. Now they have to be careful because you do have the globalized presence of the Nature's Prophet. You can teleport in, but meanwhile Tuskar and the Shadow Demon, they want to go in on towards Pro. The Dual Rays has has leapt towards that Furion, and now the strikes are coming down, but the bounded strike is going to miss. It's going to buy Furion enough time to actually survive here. The Phoenix has come in, and Dual Rays is in a lot of trouble. Both heroes are so low, he only needs one in, but he's going to end up falling. As all 3 heroes from Nemiga end up surviving. A botched initiation, that boundless strike missing on him by just an inch. It was unlucky. That was a lot of resources expended to get that rotation. Now the good thing is that it doesn't, when you move the Shadow Demon away, it doesn't really affect the Beastmaster's farm because he's not dependent on his support aggroing the other heroes out. bot side though.
Не хочу тебя типа без негатива.
We will see a pause. The 6-minute rune is going to come out for over on this side, but I don't. The thing is, you want to be taking down the Furion, especially in the early phases of the game. Normally, I would say that you take down the carry, but Dragon Knight is one, an incredibly hard hero to kill, and second, the tempo of Nemiga entirely depends on this Furion and not the Dragon Knight for much of the early to mid game. So despite of the fact that they had a failed rotation, I believe Dragon Esports will be going for another rotation on towards the Furion. Perhaps with the help of that 6-minute rune. Of course, Monkey King does not have a bottle, so he won't be able to get that rune for himself. Mary needs to be a bit careful.
Are scanning.
Oh, in fact, it's Meow who needs to be a bit careful. The Centaur Hoofstorm going to stun up Rays and Mary. And the cookie is going to actually enable Meow to escape from those ice shards, but he's taking a lot of damage and it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to make it out anywhere, as Meow is going to end up falling. To enable low skill to farm up.
Got it.
Illusion rune, not the best rune to be finding ganks over here. Nature's Prophet though struggling in terms of net worth. Lowest net worth hero on his team. Beastmaster queued up himself up an Aghanim Scepter. I wonder if these Wisdom runes are going to be contested. Now Tuskar has made his way towards that bot, towards the Radiance Wisdom rune. Will he be able to get the Wisdom rune? He has the Ice Shard, so he can prevent
Radiant are scanning.
Dragon Esports. He can prevent Nemiga from coming in. Phoenix TP in, Antova is there, the Snapfire is there. 3 heroes here now will be able to clean up the Wisdom rune. In fact, nice neat little win for him there, even if he ends up giving his life.
Dire's middle tower is under
That
attack.
still goes a long way, as the XP goes in favor of Dragon Esports. Now the Tuskar and Excess Vampire are almost level 5 as opposed to the early level 4 of the Snapfire and the Phoenix. Monkey King, does he want another initiation? Looks like it's not going to happen just yet. As a Nature's Prophet choosing to forego the Orchid in favor of the Mjolnir.
I won't eat you, dear, but Mortimer might.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Another useless rune coming out on this map. A regeneration. Dragon Knight is free farming, and that's the good thing for Team Nemiga. Going to go for that armlet, so he'll be able to come online a lot faster. Although you have the Shadow Demon, so the BKB does do quite well against. So the Shadow Demon does do quite well against the BKB. So you do have an answer for Takizawa. But the Monkey King, he's coming in. Takizawa, he's in a bit of trouble. Disruption just started off. Monkey King leaping forward on towards him, and now this doesn't seem like he's going to be able to go anywhere, as he's going to end up cleaning up. But a Furion, he TP'd himself in the roar onto the Nature's Prophet, and now a Tuskar Snowball inside. Will they be able to find anything, as Nemiga have planted themselves for this counter initiation, and Tova's here to try and take down this Beastmaster. Nature's Prophet falling so low, he just needs one more hit. But meanwhile, the Phoenix is going to end up getting cleaned up. Nemiga have not found a single kill, and it looks like they're going to lose the Snapfire too. Lost 4 heroes now, and it seemed like such a botched and haphazard counter initiation where everyone was chasing separate targets. Oh no, a full team wipe.
Radiant's bottom
That is
under attack.
not good. So this early on,
Radiant structures are fortified.
The defense for the Dragon Knight came so low. The Nature's Prophet TP'd in pretty late. In a position where the Beastmaster was just able to get the roar off.
Is under attack.
It did slow down Takizawa's armlet, but the bigger impact was in the fact that they managed to get the Centaur down and they managed to get the Nature's Prophet down. The Nature's Prophet is going to require so much farm before he's able to do anything. He's almost completed his Maelstrom, but if we look towards the other side, Beastmaster's on his way for that Aghanim Scepter. Once he gets that Aghanim Scepter, he can essentially take down a Nature's Prophet solo by himself. He can take down anyone by himself apart from the Dragon Knight. And that is a troubling thing for me. How does this Nature's Prophet complete the composition of Nemiga? How is the Nature's Prophet going to survive the burst? If this Nature's Prophet can't find the farm in that mid game, then Nemiga might just get steamrolled over.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Nie хочу тебя типнуть. Без негатива.
Of course, ultimates are now back up for Dragon Esports. Phoenix still does not have that egg available.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, over on Dragon Esports side, you have the Walrus Punch and you have the Shadow Demon Ultimate, a Demonic Purge. Centaur Warrunner Meow won't be getting his dagger anytime soon. And because he went for this Blade Mail, because Dragon Esports know he has a Blade Mail, they should be able to make a rotation play happen. Two heroes smoked up now. Oh, they're going to spot them out.
Is under attack.
They're going to see Antova. Then they'll probably see the Dragon Knight. But it looks like they want to actually get the Phoenix. Antova provided the buffer for the Dragon Knight to actually continue farming up here. They really wanted Takizawa, but they're going to be happy with the kill on towards the Phoenix. And I think Nemiga are going to be happy with that as well. Shield rune up for Furion, so he should not be dying to any aggression for the next 60 seconds. Now the Stampede is available. You can go for an initiation play. The waveform has been used up as well. The Hoofstorm on to do the Morphling, but doesn't seem like they have enough. The Snapfire ultimate was available, but the Adaptive Strike was there, so would have instantly been cancelled out. $3K, $4K net worth lead almost for Dragon Esports. 3 and 7 now. Bot tower taken down, top tower taken down. The mid lane tower is still standing, but it's only going to be a matter of time. If you look towards some of these items, then Monkey King has his Maelstrom up and ready at the same time the Furion does. Beastmaster has a full Aghanim Scepter ready. This is going to be huge for Dragon Esports. Probably going to be going for that Blink Dagger. The Morphling almost has a Manta style up. Meanwhile, the Dragon Knight does have the armlet. He's going to go for that Mask of Madness. We'll be getting it shortly. But they really do need a Blink Dagger. I don't see a way where Nemiga initiate just from the Stampede itself, because you have that Snowball and you have the Morphling waveform, not to mention the Disruption, the Beastmaster Roar. You have so much to stop that Stampede from coming in. Meanwhile, towards that boss side, a Roar onto Takizawa is going to finish him off. As a trade-off is going to be for that Tuskar, definitely worth it for Dragon Esports. And like I said, it's only going to be a matter of time before Dragon Esports turn their eyes towards some of these towers rather than these heroes.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And now 15 almost at the 15-minute mark. The the problem is that you also don't have a lot of push potential if you're Nemiga. Their heroes just aren't very good at pushing in the early game before the Dragon Knight comes online, before the Furion has a lot of items, and I'm afraid this is really greedy from their side to be going for all of these.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Now the
attack.
Blink Dagger is up for Meow, so it should be go time. You have the Phoenix Egg as well, which is going to come online in about 50 seconds. You have the Dragon Knight's Elder form, and you have the Mask of Madness that's ready by him as well. So in 40 seconds, the Snapfire's ultimate comes online. So you do have around a minute before Nemiga can get those ultimates refresh and then also group up to fight them. With Dragon Esports, I have to say they can fight back quite well.
Got it.
Dragon Knight choosing to forgo the Blink Dagger in favor of going for that direct BKB. And now Dragon Esports, all three cores over on their side have more farm than the cores over on the side of Nemiga. Shadow Demon, waveform inside. They really want the Fury and Snowball inside as well, and it looks like they has no hope, as he's just going to get cleaned up. This mid lane tower is going to end up falling. Double damage drone going to get spotted out by that Tuskar. And this is the drawback of that Nature's Prophet. You don't have a lot of survivability, and now they want to be getting Meow down as well. Blink Dagger not coming in handy. The Snapfire going to activate his ultimate, but the only thing it's done is spotted his position out, as Losis is going to be able to clean him up. 9k net worth lead up for them. And Beastmaster wasn't even there. The roar wasn't even expended, and these lackluster positions by Nemiga, it seems like they're really faltering to the pressure of Dragon Esports. And Dragon Esports don't have any reason to back down right now. They can just simply mow down anyone they want. If they were the 5-man right now, they can take down all of these tier 2 towers, but now they're actually eyeing towards Roshan, and then they're going to go for those tier 2 towers. Now, you do have the Phoenix Egg, you do have the Centaur Stampede, you do have the Elder Dragon form, so do you want to be... Oh no, this Roshan falls down so quickly. I couldn't even finish my sentence before the Roshan fell. But it looks like Nemiga actually want to be fighting this initiation on towards that Monkey King. Fury is in a lot of trouble. The pipe is going to buy him a lot of time. Now the roar on towards the Dragon Knight. Not going to do anything. The Phoenix Egg is going to get popped. The Aegis is going to end up falling. Northling is going to end up respawning from that Aegis. And now Nemiga have to get out. They have nowhere to go. The Monkey King weren't able to kill him, and now he's back for some revenge on towards Nemiga. And it looks like Takizawa is going to be the casualty. No TP available over on his side. It doesn't seem like he's going to end up surviving, but as I say that, he's trying to fight back, but that Boundless Strike is going to end up finishing him off. And Furion, I hate to call out a pick, but this Furion pick really not helping him. And it looks like low skill is not done just yet. Shishak forced off on towards that high ground, but low skill's actually... He's no longer interested. He's no longer interested in getting the Snapfire down. Just not a lot of value from this position to Nature's Prophet. So many other heroes would have done a lot better, but now Nemiga have to play with the cards they've been dealt with. Or I mean, that's actually a that's a false statement. Because they just chose to go for the Nature's Prophet, right? Now Morphling is actually going to go for that Butterfly. Once he gets that, it's going to be a lot more difficult to take him down. The Monkey King was able to survive thanks to the pipe that Beastmaster had. So definitely going for that pipe instead of that Blink Dagger worked out for them in that particular team fight. And that was when Nemiga had the jump on Dragon Esports. They came in with a lot of surprise factor. And it looks like they're actually primed. And the longer this game goes on, the easier it is to take down that Phoenix Egg. Normally, it's the opposite. But this time around, they have so many heroes that actually amp up your attack speed, right? Not to mention you have Agi carries on your side, the Monkey King and the Morphling, the Beastmaster giving you the attack speed. So you have a lot of ways to actually kill that egg. Now the good thing for Nemiga is that they were able to take down that Aegis and slow down some of the pressure that Dragon Esports were building up. They won't be able to take the tower down.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
$12K net worth lead up for Dragon Esports. 7 and 15 now. And this lead, it's only getting worse. The more that you farm, it gets worse. Centaur Warrunner is half the net worth of the off lane, of around half the net worth of the Beastmaster, and it's a troublesome tale. The Furion went for a Mjolnir. Now that should help you against the creeps that Beastmaster brings in and against the disruption illusions, but still not a lot of value coming out from it. You need a BKB. So that's going to be his next item. The good thing is, if this Furion gets a few more items, you know, we're talking about the 30 to 35 minute mark, then this Furion is going to become a very heavy hitter. But before that, it's free reign for Dragon Esports. Speaking of free reigns, they've spotted the Dragon Knight out. They want to be making a go on him. Oh, as Jewel Rays, as Takizawa is going to try and TP out. He's actually going to end up making it right in time. I don't know what intuition this guy had, but that was extremely close. Why do you not go for that? Oh, that ancient stack, but who knows? Morphling queuing up. That shard does have an entire butterfly up. Dragon Knight teleported bot side, so this is essentially going to be a free tier 2 tower for Dragon Esports. And once this tower gets taken down, they can actually think about going for that mid lane tower. And I don't think there's anything to stop them. The Centaur Warrunner is down too.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
2 towers down now. The only tier 2 tower remaining is down towards that boss side, and
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
this hurts. 17k net worth up on that Morphling. Roshan is quite a ways away, so you won't be going high ground in at least 3 or 4 minutes, right? So that should buy Nemiga a lot of time to get that farm going. It's unfortunate that they weren't able to make anything happen with that Centaur's blink.
Radiant are scanning.
Of course, he's queued up a pipe himself. Phoenix trying to make his way towards that Shivas, but it's tough. Dragon Knight does have his BKB, but the question is, sure, you have that debuff immunity, but you have a Beastmaster Roar, and you have a very heavy hitting Morphling and Monkey King. So is that BKB going to be enough? And now, is the damage output that you have yourself going to be enough against Dragon Esports? These questions, though, will require answering. Or, I mean, will be answered in,
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I would say,
attack.
less than a minute.
Radiant are scanning.
The other question is Nemiga going to contest Roshan? Because if you let Roshan go, then you're going to be faced up against a high ground push. Oh, I'm just going to continue, guys. You're going to be faced up against a high ground push with an Aegis Morphling, and do you really want to be playing against that, or do you want to be utilizing the Phoenix Egg and the Centaur Stampede and a Snapfire ultimate to be contesting Roche and try to hedge your bets on in an Aegis contention. As Nemiga, there doesn't seem like they're prepped for a Roche play.
Who wants cookies? Don't you say.
Of course, the Stampede will be available. Oh, Meow, he ended up falling as well. There's just nowhere on the map that Nemiga can choose to go in now. As Furion actually went in for that Dragon Lance. He wants to be going for that Hurricane Pike. Nemiga need to get a few pickoffs, but it's I know it's very hard and it's downright impossible, but their only hope is that Dragon Esports overextend. But another initiation on towards the Dragon Knight. The Snapfire is going to end up falling instantly. A buyback coming out as well as Takizawa is trying to hold his own BKB activated, trying to fight against the Morphling, but he's going to end up getting cleaned. The Phoenix Egg is not going to end up getting popped, but the Snapfire ultimate is doing a lot of damage, will end up taking 2 heroes down. The high ground push has been deterred, but now a reverse roar on towards the Fury and low skill waveforming inside to take him out. And the Snapfire, he has nowhere to go, as he's going to end up falling too. And Mia, they use the Stampede to get back to safety. And it looks like Dragon Esports, they're content just coming into Nemiga's territory, taking them all out, and now going back for some refreshing creeps. The Roshan is up now. The Phoenix Egg now, this is the thing, you've popped all of your ultimates, so now there is no way that you can test. I mean, okay guys, that question's been answered, so you're not going to contest Roche because you can't contest Roche. I mean, forget Roche. There's a Morphling staring down the barrel of your tower, or the barrel of your racks rather, and it doesn't seem like you have anything to defend this with. Literally not an ultimate available. That's going to be one Rax that ends up falling. The glyph is going to be reset, so they should at least, Dragon Esports should at least, hopefully they fall back. Are they not going to be going for Roche here? This is very interesting. This is showing that Dragon Esports are extremely confident. Not to go for that Roche, in fact just go all in towards that tower. Going to be getting a second lane of tower, but now a hoof storm on towards that Morphling, but is it going to do anything? A roar on towards the Dragon Knight, he's actually melting. Takizawa is down now, and without those two heroes, what did they even do over here? Phoenix Egg going to get popped right now, but it might just end up getting cleaned up. Monkey King though, is actually taking a lot of damage. 3 heroes will end up falling. The 4th is going to be the Beastmaster. Dragon Esports paying for their overextension, but they've managed to clean up 2 of these Raxes. Will Nemiga find the momentum to keep this going over here? Will they be able to get something, make something happen? Perhaps a Roshan. Oh, Nikita might be in a bit of trouble, but no, it looks like he's going to be able to make it out to safety. 16k net worth up for Dragon Esports, and now with only 1 Rax remaining, it seems like a very fairly straightforward goal, unless Nemiga recognize that there is a very short window under which they should be heading straight towards that Roshan. Get that Aegis up, defend your last rain of lags. There's a double damage rune up for grabs as well. Phoenix, will you spot this out? It doesn't seem like it. And with everyone on Dragon Esports respawning, safe with the Beastmaster, who still requires 20 seconds, it seems like Dragon Esports know that it seems like Nemiga can't be going for that Roche anymore. The egg's still down now for 40 seconds. Oh. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Around a 15k net worth lead up for Dragon Esports. 30 minutes in. There's a 500 net worth lead per minute. Of course, Dragon Esports are waiting for that 30-minute mark where the Roche will move towards that bot side. But no, they're not possibly going to go for the last reign of Rax without the Aegis, right? But it seems like that's the idea. Now, Beastmaster does have that BKB available for himself. Low skill now on towards that
Structures are fortified.
tier 3 tower. The glyph is going to be forced out.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Furion respawning in about 10 seconds. But do they even have 10 seconds? Low skill falling pretty low. A hoof stomp going to end up missing. Meanwhile, Beastmaster initiated on towards that Dragon Knight Takizawa. BKB activated, but it's not going to help him as he's going to end up getting taken down by low skill. But now the Morphling, he's in a bit of trouble. He needs to be pretty careful over here. Sure, your Dragon Knight is down, but you have the abilities at the ready. The Stampede and the Phoenix Egg have both been used, so Dragon Esports can just reset over here and just take down these racks. The Wukong's command going to get placed down over here, and Furion, just as quickly as he came into the fight, he fell. A GG call being given out by the Nature's Prophet. 13 and 30 is going to be the scoreline. 23k net worth lead to seal the deal, as Dragon Esports have managed their first win of their series in a very convincing fashion against Team Nemega, who are no lightweights coming up. I do think that the primary reason, and I could be very wrong about this, right? But in my opinion, the Nature's Prophet pick was just simply... I don't know what it was designed to do. I don't know the intent behind it, but it did not provide enough value for Team Nemega. You had no rotation potential. You were getting steamrolled. The Centaur Warrunner, again, there were some itemization mistakes. When you're that far behind, you want to be going directly for that Blink Dagger and then go for that BKB. Oh, sorry, not that BKB, that pipe of insight rather. And just try and make some plays happen. You're faced up against a Morphling, try and shut down his farm, but none of that came into fruition. Your Dragon Knight, despite being one of the tankiest heroes, was not able to survive even with the BKB, and a lot of those questions were answered, right? They did not have that physical damage, did not have that sustain to actually end up surviving. Beastmaster was uncontested. Overall though, Dragon Esports, they played a phenomenal game of Dota. They steamrolled through their competition. They gave us a glimpse of why they are the defending champions of the series. But guys, that was game number 2. Just to recap, DMS did win against Team Liga because of a forfeit. And we're on the second series. Team Dragon Esports won against Team Nemega, so now they're leading in the brackets. They're up 3 points, but they do have a lot of competition, right? They have to win against One Move, they have to win against Navi Junior and Paranizia, so they have their work cut out for them. We can't simply say that because they're the defending champions, there is going to be an easy ride. There's no easy ride for any one of these teams. But that was group number B. If we take a look towards group number A, of course, we will see Team DMS up on that top position with those 3 points, courtesy of Liga's forfeit. But again, the same point, we come back to the same point, right? You were faced up against Mouse, you're faced up against Passion UA, it's zero tenacity. So it's not a group, again, this is the same as Group B. It's not, there's no easy breeze into the playoffs. You have to give it your all if you want to be qualifying for those playoffs. But we will actually see Team DMS come up again. If we look towards today's schedule, I believe they're going to be playing against Passion UA, and that is going to be our upcoming series shortly afterwards. And then to finish the day off is going to be Mouse versus Zero Tenacity. So an action-packed game, and I'm personally, even though I won't be casting it, I believe Wingblade will be covering that event for you guys, or the next 2 matches for you guys. I could be wrong, but DMS versus Passion UA, I am really excited to be watching this match because they're two of the most consistent rosters out there, and I really want to be seeing what both of these teams have in store for us today. But those were the first 2 matches, guys. I was your host, Tultrus. I hope you had fun. I was a bit disappointed too because I did not want a forfeit between DMS and Team Liga, but we have so many games, right? We have so many. It's a round robin, so each team will play the others. So you have countless matches of good Dota coming in, and then you have the playoffs, right? So it's a very. You have to brace yourself for what is going to be a long ride of Dota in the series number 5. But guys, that was it for me today. But you guys don't go anywhere, right? Because you have DMS versus Passion UA coming right up after a very short break.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Greetings, Dota fan. My name is still Wingblade, and you are watching the CCT Series number 5. We've already had two beautiful, I guess, just one beautiful best of 3 since Liga forfeited, but we have 2 more ahead of us right now. It's just gonna be me, production, and my cats doing all of the work today, so I'll definitely keep my eye on chat to see what all of you people are saying. But yeah, we have some good Dota ahead of us. It's the 5th edition of the CCT, and I feel like every tournament has just been getting better, and I'm very pleased to have been a part of it for every single iteration so far, and hopefully all the future ones as well. So let's see if we can take a look at the groups or the brackets or anything aside from my face. Yeah, my cat wants to be my co-commentator today, I think. But yeah, these are the groups so far. We have Group B, Dragon Esports, One Move, Navi Junior, Palianizia, which is always a bit of a tongue twister, and Nemiga Gaming. Of course, we just had the one best of 3 where Dragon Esports Club have proven to be too strong right now for Nemiga. Of course, Dragon Esports Club are a veteran of the CCT events. I feel like they've been in, I think, every single one, probably. And Amiga have been participating quite a few times as well, but I don't think they've always participated with the same roster. I believe this is a relatively brand new roster. The only player I really know is Antoja, who is my former teammate. So yeah, today, what else do we have in group number 1? We have, or group B. I think, yeah, all of the matches are in group number A, which is this one of DMS, Mouse, Zero Tenacity, Passion UA, and Liga team. Passion UA, of course, another veteran for the CCT events. My cat's still trying to steal all the food now that I'm tied up. This man, so sneaky. We'll see if we can get him in frame a bit later on to see if he wants to participate as well. But yeah, DMS have won against Liga, but of course that was due to a forfeit. I'll see if I can find out exactly why that happened. I don't think so. They just forfeited, which is unfortunate, but you know, shit happens. It's life. I hope we do get a nice best of 3 for our next match, which is gonna be DMS against Passion UA. Of course, DMS already in a good position now, with 1 win under their belts. I think 2 wins is pretty much, it's not guaranteed, but it's a good position to be in. I think you probably need 3 wins to be guaranteed to move on. Yeah, if they win this match, they're gonna be looking quite pretty. Of course, no matches yet for Passion UA, but I have no doubt they will perform. See how they did in the previous CCT events, because I remember them doing quite well, honestly. Of course, I don't have a beautiful analyst to tell me, so I'm gonna have to do both the analysis and the commentary at the same time. Yeah, Dragon Esports Club, they were ended up winning the Series 4. In Series 3, they were pretty much last place, so that's kind of the opposite. Series 2, they were also last place. In Series 1, they were 7th/8th. So they've been on a bit of a roll recently, and they're gonna try to defend their title. What about Passion UA then? I always loved watching them. They seem like a team with a lot of character. So in the 4th, they were 5th or 6th. In the 3rd, they were 5th or 6th. In the 1st, they did not participate. And in the second, they were also not participating. So every single time so far they've played, they've been 5th or 6th. So I expect nothing different from Yoai, Niche, B, Body, Fernandes, and Flacco. We'll see what they have on offer for us today. Should be interesting. I don't remember exactly which heroes they played, but they played something wacky every once in a while, which I can definitely appreciate. Their opponents today will be DMS. Roster of Shigetsu. Let's see if we can get them on the screen too. Yeah, Shigetsu, Melojul, Emptiness, Problems, and Till the End. I believe the tag of Emptiness is just a lot of kanji characters, so I'm happy that I get a normal name as well. Because I can read some kanji, because I lived in Japan for a little while, but this is a bit too much. Let's see if I can translate his tag. So his tag on Wikipedia, or yeah, on Wikipedia is Hikan Shugisha, or something of the sort, which translates to pessimist. So it's kind of in the same trend as emptiness, I would say. So yeah, we should be getting into the game relatively soon. It's a shame that Kez isn't in the pool just yet, because that was like the one big pub shake up we have seen in the last few months, as I believe this patch is now cruising towards a record-breaking duration. I believe we're up to like 180 days of the same patch now. And usually I'm like, yeah, you know, late in the patch, that's where you get like the cheese stuff, because you have an established meta. You have the teams that are then trying to figure out their answer to this meta. Which is still true, but at this point, I feel like the drafts are relatively formulaic. So yeah, I would expect to see a lot of like Shadow Fiends, Dragon Knights, Lunas, Tusks, that kind of stuff. Maybe Slasher's Way, Ricky position 5 is gonna make a splash as well, because I have seen it a few times in my pubs now, and it seems to be pretty decent. I'm not sure if the pros are doing it as well, because of course I'm just like a regular immortal, not like a top 100 immortal. Let's take a look if on Dota 2 Pro Tracker to see if the pros are playing it too. A little bit, but not too much. Yeah, it's nothing has changed just yet, but maybe I'll keep hoping for sure. So while we are waiting for the draft, I'm just briefly gonna check on my cat, who's just screaming all the time, and I'll get him for you guys as well. This is the man. Little dude who's making all the sounds. He's quite excited about being involved, but I don't think he really wants to be on camera, aside from his tail. And that's okay, we'll respect that. I hope the little man is doing well. He always watches all of my casts, and then afterwards he has a lot of feedback, so that's nice. Even though I'm doing the solo casting, I still have a little partner with me. Provides me with moral support and sometimes some draft analysis. No, he wants to be on my lap. We can do that. Right. Get on top of here, sir. Alright. And with that, we are all ready for the cast. We'll see if the teams are almost ready as well. Of course, when you have 10 players plus casters that are trying to get something started, it can take a little while. But luckily, we are into the game. So, first bans. Always probably the least exciting part of any Dota game. And Ichi definitely agrees. He's like, yeah, you shouldn't be watching the draft. You should be watching me instead. And that's a good point. We have a Hoodwink first ban, even though there was a Reddit post like a day ago about why Hoodwink was so bad. I think definitely in pro games he's still up there. So I feel like he's just kind of a better version of Jakiro, honestly. He also has that lane pushing power, but I think his stun is a little bit stronger than Ice Path, and he has Break built in as well, which is very strong against a lot of the meta carries right now. We have Shadow Demon and Naga being banned. Of course, Shadow Demon just incredibly strong against a lot of the carries right now. And Naga is just a hero that has a little bit too much, honestly. Alchemist first banned, one of the strongest carries, and DK as well. Both Shadow Fiend and Luna are still in the pool. I think Shadow Fiend is a really strong first pick. Luna is pretty decent as well. Bit more vulnerable, I would say. If the enemy picks Luna, I'm very... yeah, I think the odds are very big that someone just picks TV or something and she still has a bad time. But DMS, they pick up the first pick Shadow Fiend as expected. What else is new? How is Passion UA going to respond to this? Because honestly, they did kind of give it to DMS. They were like, if you want to have it, you can take it. Passion UA is going to respond with a Visage, which makes me think that to deal with this Shadow Fiend, they're just going to try to run at him instead. Yeah, this hero is kind of insane, but at the same time, if you kill him once, if you kill him twice, if you keep killing him, he's gonna lose his souls and he's gonna lose a lot of momentum, because ultimately, Shadow Fiend isn't like the hardest carry. He definitely needs a bit of momentum to get going. It's the reason why he's so broken is kind of his facet as well, where it kind of snowballs. He gets those extra souls and extra minus armor. If you kill him a few times, all of that is nullified. So, what do they want to pair with this Visage, and what does DMS want to ban with this Visage? The Tusk has already been taken out. Dawnbringer is not going to be a concern. So, which other annoying melee heroes are left in the pool? Generally, you kind of want to lane Visage with a melee hero, I think. What is left? Clock still there. Pretty decent. Bounty Hunter still there. Nyx. We'll see what they end up going with. But DMS, they ban a pretty decent SF matchup in the Dusa. I feel like most of the meta carries have been banned now. Gyro and Luna are still available though. Because if they want to, they could go for something like a Monkey King as well. Yeah, melee carry is not hot right now. Morphling's still in the pool too. So what's it gonna be? Passion UA, what do they want to ban here? What do they want to ban? Is there... yeah, Visage doesn't really care about being countered that much. So they just ban the Clockwork. Really good matchup together with the Shadow Fiend. And they pick up the Marcy, which is the other big lane partner for a Shadow Fiend. Pretty solid pick there. So what does DMS want with the Shadow Fiend? Which heroes are still left? There's still Omni Knight, Treant, support Bristle, or Ogre. I guess Ogre works. We'll see if he goes for the Learning Curve facet or the other one, the multicast one. And they pick up a Batrider as well. A hero that just is always going to be popular in pro play and a hero you never see in your pubs. So, what is the response going to be? I would love to see a Dispel on Passion UA, perhaps. Seems very strong against what DMS has so far. Whereas they could play Visage as a position 4 instead of a position 3 or even a 2. I wouldn't be opposed to that, but it's not as popular. And they could still pick something like the Legion Commander. It has both a good matchup against SF as well as a Dispel. We'll see what they end up doing. Just 1 minute of pick time. They still go for the Luna. They're like, okay, you gotta play the meta, you know? Not to be too crazy. And there is a good reason why this hero is so strong. Well, a lot of good reasons. But honestly, his facet, or her facet, the extra attack damage is quite strong, and her talents are insane. Having the glaive shooting out at level 20, and then a double moonbeam, which is also double the glaives, it's absolutely ridiculous. The kit of this hero isn't even that strong, but the talents, my goodness. It's also worth noting that so many carry heroes in this patch have a useless ability as well. For Luna, it's like the moon shield or the spinning glaives or whatever that are just not picked up. Shadow Fiend doesn't care about Feast of Souls. You have gyrocopters that skip missile levels. Dusa often skips on volley levels. It's like, sheesh. Sniper, if you go for ghillie suit, sometimes skips out on actually pretty much always skips out on take aim. But still, those heroes are very strong. And Passion UA actually go for Chen, so they're really doubling down here. The idea of just running at the SF, being like, yeah, this hero is very strong in the mid game. If he has a lot of momentum, he's gonna be very strong. So what are we gonna do? Well, we're just gonna run at him and hope it never gets to the point where he's this strong. Just destroy him in lane, never give him the space, and win the game. Seems easy, right? Just do that. So, if you're DMS, what do you do here? There's a few heroes that are quite strong against the Chen. I think they've already picked their supports. Yeah. Gonna be Bat and Ogre, so a lot of the Chen counters are gonna be the supports as well. So instead, they just pick up a Magnus. Could be mid, could be off lane together with the Batrider. Both are pretty decent, and I think Magnus as a whole is pretty decent against these pushing type strats. They tend to go quite early, and if you just get a blink and skewer people in, it's so hard to push. Invoker is gonna be the ban for DMS. The hero that has historically been very strong together with Luna and these early push timings, because he can skill quite well, but honestly he just needs a few levels. Then you pop Alacrity on your carry, you drain the enemy's mana, and boom, you win. Question UA is gonna ban Storm. which makes sense. They don't have a lot of disables right now. It seems like an insanely good Storm game. And Sand King is going to be the final ban for Passion UA. What does DMS want to do with this? They need either an offlaner or a mid laner, depending on the Magnus goes mid or bots, or I guess offlane. In this case, bots. They still ban the Monkey King. Okay, it makes sense. They go for the Earth Spirit mid, and it's gonna be Magnus offlane together with the Batrider, and that's why they ban out the Monkey King, because you don't want to deal with a Monkey King when you're a melee hero. Still, Passion UA, they could just pick Huskar, have a great time against Earth Spirit. They want to do it, they definitely can. They go for Ember, so it's gonna be a Spirit Brother battle in the mid lane. I'm not enchanted by this Ember pick. It's like, yeah, it can do well. But it doesn't look amazing to me or anything. Because I feel like their game plan is mostly still going to be hitting this early timing and pushing. And I feel like there are stronger heroes than Ember for doing that. So it can work, it may work, but would have preferred to see something a bit cheesier that just wins mid against Earth Spirit and then can snowball off that advantage. Because looking at this lineup from Passion UA, they definitely just want to win the lanes. And if they don't win the lanes and it goes to like a 40-minute game or something, they're going to be at a disadvantage, I think, for sure. Because they're playing against Magnus, they're playing against Shadow Fiends, and they have strong cores with Ember and Luna. But I don't think it's like even close to what DMS has right now. So my prediction. That is a good question, my non-existent analyst. Which team am I gonna go with here? You know, I'm a Visage believer. I'll go with Passion UA. I have no reason to believe that they would ever get a lower placement in the CCT than 5th or 6th. So might as well. That is going to be my prediction. EMS though, they're quite strong as well. They have some really nice players. Like some Shigatsu, Shadow Fiend. I could see that getting out of control for sure. We'll see. We are into the game. Both teams going for a smoke, as is tradition. Passion UA getting the high ground ward. I think they potentially want to go for some kind of a early fight, because they do have Visage, who I would argue is maybe the strongest level 1 hero in the game. Like Soul Assumption. Between 4 and 6 second cooldown. Deals 210 damage at level 1. That's truly insane. Odds are favoring DMS though. Doesn't look like they're too interested in bringing the fight to Passion UA, acknowledging the strength of this Visage.
The battle begins.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a 2-for-2 bounty exchange. Ooh, look at the Marcy and Visage though. They have some really aggressive positioning. They're like, yeah, Shadowfiend, you wanna come to lane? You're gonna have to get through us. And if he's not careful, could be in trouble, as he is scouted out here by the Chen, and with a jump from Fernandes, they might be able to get in front of him. Another blood grenade comes out. He really wants to toss back, but I think He's gonna have to jump. Shigetsu. Is he... What? Did he not get... Did he get his Q? He got his Q! Fernandes. Oh my god, he still gets it. He still gets it. Shigetsu is gonna go down. I feel like it would have been a lot easier if he didn't skill up his Q. Like, there is a reason why you generally don't want to skill up anything at level 1 until you need it. It almost cost them the kill there. Still, they get it, and they waste a lot of time from the Shadow Hint. Now he TP's back to lane, and he should be well on his way. The untold riches. So far, Yowai could be in a lot of trouble as well. Still has stick charges, uses them. 1 HP is gonna go down. Problems, gets the kill. Yowai just in a little bit too deep there. Underestimating the early strength of Magnus plus Batrider. And there wasn't even a skewer back, just straight up damage. Luckily, the mid lane is going a lot better for Passion UA. As Ember has an early lead there, 11-4 up against 7-1. Gonna be quite happy with that one. Melodjul does have his bottle, which is nice. It's gonna help him to stabilize a little bit. Just use your abilities to secure those CS. Still, it's a good sign for Passion UA. And Ember is the only hero on their lineup who can really actively create space. A lot of the other heroes are quite slow. Oh, nice kickback into the tower. With a roll as well, that's a lot of damage. And he should be fine though, but now a Batrider TP as well. With a flame break, nicely done. Slide of Twist isn't gonna be enough, but with the Fairy Fire and one more bottle charge, it's not gonna be enough. Problems gets the kill. Well done by him. Now he's gonna deny himself to the tower. Ember is not gonna get any XP for this. Let's get a little bit of gold, but a nice trip back to base. Saves you a lot of time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Shigetsu, despite his early death, has stabilized quite nicely in this top lane, as is to be expected from a Shadow Hint. Doing a little bit better than Luna right now, but not by much. Double null tally on Bachak. Really wants to keep tossing out these soul assumptions. They're nice in lane, but Visage as a universal hero isn't really gonna care that much about like int or mana regen in the mid game. I'm not a huge fan of this facet. Would love it if more Visages experimented a little bit, but at the same time, Problems actually gets another rotation in on the mid lane. It's like, yeah, my Magnus is gonna be fine. Another soul assumption, one more should be enough to take care of. She gets it, but nice. Flame break back, and now Fernandes could be in a lot of trouble. One more hit, doesn't get it. Gets away with it, and they manage to get Bachak as well. Seems like so far DMS is just kind of outplaying Passion UA here.
My thrift rewarded.
UI has his Wraith Band, wand as well.
Dire's
Just
structures
normal
are fortified.
Luna activities. Getting back on the board with some decent CSs. More pressure onto both the top and the mid lane, and Bachak goes down again. Maybe I'm gonna have to change my mind, because DMS seems a lot stronger than Passion UA right now in their map movement. Nisha still doing well in the mid lane, but these moves by Problems have been immaculate.
Denied.
Emptiness is just chilling in this bottom lane. He isn't winning in terms of CS or anything, but the fact that he's almost even with UI is a very good sign. Because his Batrider has just been rotating. So if you're rotating as a position 4 and your position 3 is trading evenly with the enemy position 1, you're gonna be quite happy. Rotation now by Shigetsu, and Problems gonna pick up another kill here, this time on Flacco till the end. Might go down for it. Nice stun though, another hit for Nance. This is a second death next to the Tier 1 tower.
What have we here?
Radiant are
DMS
scanning.
looking strong right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is
Or
under attack.
Bajak. This is not really the start you want to have on a Visage. 0 and 2. Get some nice flowers for Nance. Are they gonna try again? Yep. It's not a missed rebound. For Nance, he's just gonna die for it. Oh my goodness. Bajak is definitely gonna fall here as well. Doesn't even have a single point in his Gravekeeper's cloak, and Shigetsu gets the double 2k gold lead now for DMS. Yeah, that's a rough start for Passion UA.
Radiant are
They
scanning.
really need the momentum with this draft. They don't turn this around soon, I'm gonna be very worried here. Emptiness, just farming some gen creeps.
False idolatry.
Nice spiteful deny by Flacco. Oh, another attempt onto Bajak, this time with the help of Melojul. And Shigetsu picks up another kill. Now, despite being wrecked walking
Dire's
to
middle
lane,
tower is under
he's
attack.
now top of the net worth by quite a margin. A scary prospect.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Eight minutes, almost Mask of Madness plus Threads plus Want. Quite spicy. Oh, and 6 lasting presents as well. Oof. It's gonna destroy absolutely anyone. It's gonna be fine. Finally, we have a jump from Marcy, but this Ogre is very tanky. Level 6 against the level 3 Marcy. Gonna be completely fine. 1200 HP. This is just what Ogre does.
Radiant's top tower
Just
is under attack.
be there while being tanky.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Niche is working towards a Mage Lair. Probably the most
Radiant's top tower is
popular
under attack.
first item for Embers.
Dire
Provides a
are
little bit
scanning.
of damage, a little bit of magic resistance, and mana regen. Of course, the powerful passive effect.
Radiant's top
Just
tower is
everything
under
you would
attack.
need. A little bit of damage over time as well. Spacek finally gets another kill. Only level 4 at 9 minutes. Let's see a big RP here, but Eclipse is very nice as well. A lot of damage. Double kill. And Bachak and DMS, have they bitten off more than they can chew? It looks like it. But here we have Shigetsu, and he's coming to clean house. The 3 for 3. Bachak very low. He's gonna be fine. Ultimately, I'm not quite sure who that favors, but Niche may
Radiant's
not be
bottom
done yet.
tower is under attack.
I want to go here onto Shigetsu. He's a very risky target, but with the Sleight of Fist, it's a lot of damage. One soul assumption. SF ulti coming out. Yeah, you cannot fight Shigetsu like this. 4 lasting presence. And Bachak is gonna fall too.
Radiant's
Oh, it
bottom
wasn't
tower is
too
under
bad
attack.
for Passion UA.
Radiant's bottom tower has
They
fallen.
traded 3 for 3 and they got some Visage kills, which is
Dire's
extra
middle
gold.
tower is under attack.
Then they stayed too long, tried to make something work onto the Shadow Fiend, and definitely paid the price. Lost another 2 heroes on top of the tier 1. DMS looking like they're in complete control of the game right now. stun onto Niche. Has a single remnant out. Can he play his way out of this one? Not quite sure. Flacco taking a lot of damage. He's gonna be the first to fall once again. Fernand's chasing it till the end. It's not gonna work once again, and Niche also falls. Fernand's very low. Lasso on Batchak as well. They are gonna get the single constellation kill into problems, but it's another massively beneficial team fight for DMS. And I spoke about Passion UA needing to win the early game here, and that definitely hasn't been the case, as even their carry, the fast farming Luna, is 2k gold behind Shadow Fiend. This is a scary position. You don't ban Shadow Fiend because you think you can counter it. You lose to Shadow Fiend, you ban Shadow Fiend the next time because you're not an idiot. That's an 11-minute blink for a position 4 Bats Rider. Ooh. Good luck playing against that Niche. Solid amount of damage onto Melishol. The roll is gonna get blocked, but he's still so tanky. And even with the soul assumptions, it's not close to enough. Ooh, blink RP onto the Ember, and he gets blown up. So yeah, 2 blinks already up for DMS at 12 minutes. Yeah, they're already pressuring the tier 2 tower as well. What do you even do against these problems? He's in a little bit too deep, and with the Eclipse he is gonna fall. Blink or no blink. He gets to now with the Dragonlance as well, working towards a pipe. He is in a great spot. Feels so good to play Shadow Fiend in a game like this. You have Empower, you have Bloodlust, you have a good start, and with the lasting presence, it's just... oh, it's so strong. As Emptiness takes down Flacco once again. And she gets her just chilling in the jungle. Now, once again, Marcy is in a little bit too deep, and it should have been a solo kill for problems, I think. Actually, no, it's not. He just TPs away for free. UI isn't doing too poorly in terms of net worth, though. He's definitely catching up to Shigetsu. Slowly but surely. Gonna have his Yasha soon. Already has his Mask of Madness Dragonlance as well. He's definitely quite strong. If they can get the jump onto the Shadow Fiend and get the Eclipse on top of him, I think they can win fights, but that's really hard because Passion UA doesn't have the classic blink initiation that DMS has.
Oh yeah.
Nice tech. Batchak gets the kill into problems. But he's still very poor for a Visage. Especially with a facet that's supposed to give you extra gold. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be a... oh, what? Was that a misclick? Or did he just unironically press Eclipse to farm a stack?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, it's decent damage, and it gives you a bit of attack damage too, which is nice for farming, but I'm not sure if I agree with that decision, all things considered. Oh well. Game is paused. Earth Spirit. Not sure what's going on. I'll let you guys know if I find something out. I don't think he's given a reason just yet. Ah, luckily just a short pause. COI instantly unpauses. Yep, that's a 14-minute Mask of Madness spike. Reds. quite scary. I think it may be a Soda Crest as well in the career for Ogre. Ooh, kick back onto UI. The roll is gonna miss, so he's gonna survive. Another roll in. Isn't gonna hit for now. It's double missed rolls. Now Ember is into the fight. Pretty very low on mana though, but problems in too deep. Underestimating UI's damage, and EMS is gonna have to back off here. They catch the Ogre. The best target, and she gets it. She's gonna turn around and right click. Blacko is gonna get two-shotted as well by the Shadow Fiend, and now both Pachak as well as Niche are gonna get absolutely wrecked beyond godlike for Shadow Fiend. Is he gonna get the Rampage? I think he is. Rampage for Shigetsu. Ooh. Yeah, that was rough. Passion UA. They got ahead of themselves. They were like, oh, we killed the bad rider, now we can fight. And then DMS was like, actually you cannot. But that's basically a completed BKB now for Shigetsu as well. And I don't think he is stoppable anymore. I think you could make an argument for him 1v5ing once he gets his BKB. We'll see if Passion UA can turn it around. But the thing is, even if Luna gets a BKB, there are 2 BKB piercing disables on DMS, so even that isn't gonna save him if he gets lassoed or RP'd. With the Solar Crest, 5 lasting presence, Roche is gonna drop incredibly fast.
Roshan has fallen to the Dire. Radiant are scanning.
Ember has his Mage Slayer, which is nice, but he has half the net worth of the Shadow Fiend, so they need something special here.
Dire are scanning.
Teams don't usually come back from an 11k gold deficit at 17 minutes. Especially when the enemy has a Shadow Fiend. Ooh, lasso onto the Ember, but it's a very short one. Silence now as well with the skewer. Niche. He's gonna make it out just fine. It's just gonna be Fernand's falling, but again, it's more momentum towards the Shadow Fiend.
A bounty which my matriarch will prize.
Dire's top tower
He is still up as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Shit isn't really gonna hit the fan until she gets his level 15 though. That aura on buildings.
Dire's top
So
tower
probably one
is
of the
under
best
attack.
talents in the game, I would say.
Radiant's
Oh,
middle
poor
tower is
Niche.
under attack.
There's no chance. Deadless next for
Dire's
Shigetsu.
top tower is under attack.
It's a specialist's array as well. I think it's the oh my goodness, there used to be a Marcy there. I think it's the best neutral item for Shadow Fiend.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Or at least the best tier 2 neutral item.
Dire's top tower is
Achak
under
is
attack.
gonna get caught here. He's quite alone there,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
as both his Luna and Chen are unwilling to commit.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Emptiness gets a solo kill onto Niche. Huh. Gets you about to hit his level 15. Not quite though. Not quite. With this Aegis, should have enough time to get the Rex. Also, a kind request for production. Could you maybe move the player picture to the left slightly? Right now it's kind of hard to see the XP that the players have. If we can't figure it out right now, we'll see if we can do it in the break. Now, a Veil on Ember. Bit of extra damage, but he gets lassoed and he's gonna get completely wrecked. This is just like a slaughter. Fernance jumps in, they get a good amount of damage, and they kill both the Bat Rider and the Ogre already. Shigetsu pops his BKB and just 3-shots the Visage, and he isn't done yet. Like, it's like no one can even touch him right now. That's another 4 lasting presence. And now he does have his level 15 talent, so these towers are just gonna melt. A bloodlusted, empowered Shadow Fiend with 4 lasting presence. Goodbye, buildings.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
He just 4 shots the range racks at freaking 21 minutes. Insane. Looking at this item build, that kind of explains how he could solo kill the Ember. He bought an Orchid. As BMS pick up 3 Wisdom Runes. Seems good. Emptiness almost has a BKB as well.
Is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Smoke coming out from DMS now at 22k gold lead, and Shigetsu gets another one for free. Yeah, that's another one, and GG is called. It's a complete stomp. DMS is gonna take game number 1 here, and honestly, it wasn't even close. I didn't hate the draft from Passion UA. I thought it had some merits, but I feel like DMS just completely outplayed them, honestly. Like, those early rotations from the Bat Rider, from Problems, were insanely strong. And I feel like Passion UA just never had an answer, and combine that with a few misplays from Fernance hitting or not hitting his jumps, and then like the Shadow Fiend effect just kicked in. So that is a reason why a lot of people opt to ban Shadow Fiend, as he is quite strong. So I hope Passion UA will do the same in the next game. But for now, we're gonna go into a little bit of a break. So stay tuned, and we will be back in roughly 10 minutes. welcome back, Dota fans, to the CCT Series 5. We are one game into the third series of the day. My name is Wingblade, and I will be your host for the rest of the matches we have today. What is my green screen doing? This is crazy. Stop it. Stop it. Okay, it's not listening. But yeah, in the past match, we saw DMS systematically dismantle Passion UA. Yeah, at the start I was like, okay, Passion UA, they have a pretty decent draft. Maybe they can make it work somehow. They just need to win the lanes and then it's all pretty good. But then they didn't win the lanes and they got absolutely wrecked. They didn't ban Shadow Fiend. They didn't manage to execute their strategy of shutting down the Shadow Fiend early, and as a result, they got completely wrecked. And to top it all off, Shigetsu even got himself a rampage. So, yeah, that was definitely quite rough there for Passion UA. They need to turn over a new leaf or something, make some changes in their draft. Because otherwise, I don't think they're gonna have it in them to take game number 2. Of course, Dota is a game, anything can happen. I don't think they're bad players. I don't think they're necessarily outclassed super hard in terms of individual skill. Because if you looked at like the specific lanes, I feel like they were doing completely fine. And at the start, the Ember was actually doing a lot better than the Earth Spirit was. So Niche actually outplayed Melojul for the start of the laning stage, but it wasn't enough, and the rotations from DMS were just too difficult to deal with. Luckily, we are into the draft, so we're gonna see if Passion UA can make the changes that are necessary for them to take game number 2. So, what do we have so far? We have Passion UA banning out Dragonite and Primal Beast, and DMS banning out Shadow Demon, Tusk, and once again Hoodwink. So, is Passion UA going to ban Shadow Fiend? That is the question. Are they gonna pick Shadow Fiend? We just don't know yet. I hope either way that they're not gonna give Shadow Fiend to DMS, because I think that would be a huge mistake, as we saw in game number 1. On the plus side, I would be able to, take a nap between the series, which is nice. Because of course, if DMS gets Shadow Fiend, it's gonna be a quick 2-0. But let's hope that doesn't happen. Right, what is the third ban going to be? It's a Beastmaster, and do they pick the Shadow Fiend? Yes, they do. Okay. So let's see how DMS is going to deal with this. They pick up the Dawnbreaker first. It was previously banned in the first phase. So maybe this is the answer to the Shadow Fiend. I mean, she is pretty decent in lane. I can imagine her being pretty good against Shadow Fiend later on as well. Then we see the Batrider and the Muerta banned out by Passion UA. Banning out a lot of heroes that are quite good against Shadow Fiend. How's DMS gonna respond here? I wonder which carry they're gonna pick up as well. I feel like a lot of carries just kind of have a bad matchup against Shadow Fiend. I feel like maybe every single hero in the game has a bad matchup against Shadow Fiend, but that is besides the point. One more ban. I would probably ban out a hero that plays well with the Shadow Fiend. Something like the Marcy. Or I guess the Ogre. That one wasn't really on my radar as much, but Worked out wonderfully, really. Yeah, they ban out the Ogre. Maybe that is the preferred pairing now for Shadow Fiends. And they pick up Naga. Very interesting. The very different approach to dealing with the Shadow Fiend. See if they can make it work. They can do the things that Passion UA could not. What is gonna be the pairing? Brilliant, Omni Knight. What else is there? Yeah, I think those would be... Or Marcy. Of course, Omni Knight, Marcy or Treant. What I would pick here. But it's the Willow. So that's definitely gonna be the position 4. So you certainly do not want to lane Willow and Shadow Fiend together. That's that could be considered griefing in some countries. So what are they gonna pick then? Well, I've already named the 3 heroes they can pick right here, and they're still not doing it. Come on, people. Could even go position 5 Alchemist, that also works. You just need a big chunky dude that is strong in lane and has some form of disable. That's all you need. It's not that difficult. They go for ET. Technically, that does fit the criteria, but I think it's more likely that this is going to be a position 3 as opposed to a position 5. So, the same 3 heroes are still open for Passion UA. But how is DMS going to respond to ET? A hero that's been picking up speed in the offlane position. He has a lot of really good matchups against the meta carries. He absolutely dismantles Morphling. Pretty good against Shadow Fiend. Pretty good against Dusa. He just punches people. Actually, he's not pretty good against Dusa. He's really good against Dusa. Because Dusa just doesn't wake up from the Echo Stomp. Because she isn't taking enough HP damage. DMS once again pick up the Earth Spirit for Melojul. And they pick up the Lion. Is their position 5? Or it could be 4 as well. I'm not sure. It's a little bit awkward. We'll see what they end up doing. Because Lion is often played as a position 5. But you don't want to lane Naga together with Dawnbreaker at all. I guess it could be a position 1 Naga as well. It's a bit more uncommon. I don't think it's that great against ET. They could go for it. We'll see. DMS, they still have some flexibility in their draft. So what is next? Passion UA. I still think they need their position 5. And they could pick Monkey King now. Oh, they pick Pango. Pango is okay against Earth Spirit, but it isn't the best. Monkey King would have destroyed the Earth Spirit. I would have preferred that, even if it's a little bit awkward later in the game. Pango is still good though. It's a solid pick. It shows me that Passion UA, despite their decisive defeat in game number 1, are still confident about their chances in a normal game of Dota. They feel like they don't necessarily have to win the lane super hard. And if it's a situation that is roughly even, they think they can play their way to a victory, which I can respect. Kind of the attitude that you need to perform well. Razor is going to be their next ban, and is it really going to be a last pick position 5, or is it going to be ET in a support role. I don't know. I don't know. DMS, they don't believe it's offlane ET, and they're gonna ban Magnus. Mongoose. It's gonna be their final ban. It's quite a good Pugna game for Passion UA, but I don't think a lot of heroes or a lot of players are playing that hero. Heroes are heroing that player. Players are playing that hero. What's it gonna be? Just 35 more seconds of reserve time. What's it gonna be? The Sand King ban, still believing that Passion UA is gonna pick an offlaner. And they are. They just pick a Bristleback. And they instantly picked it, no doubts whatsoever. So it is gonna be the +5 ET. It's gonna be a Bristleback, and to me, this looks like a pretty darn good Bristleback game, honestly. How is DMS gonna respond to this? They have like no reserve time left whatsoever, and they need to pick quickly. Actually, they have 30 seconds left. Still, they're gonna have to pick quickly. Which hero is gonna deal with Bristle? Such a difficult hero to deal with. It's gonna be an Alchemist, so I guess it's +5 Lion, and it is gonna be the or +4 Lion. It's a little bit strange, I think. So it's gonna be the position 4 Lion with the position 3 Dawnbreaker, and it's gonna be Naga plus Alchemist in lane against the position 3 Bristle. Ugh. So I'll be frank here, I think DMS is a better team, but this draft, I am not convinced. I think they picked some pretty gosh darn awful lanes for themselves, and I don't think it's gonna get much better in the mid game. Because they have no answers to Bristleback if he plays well. And ET can do well, they're playing against the Shadow Fiend. Honestly, if these teams were equally strong, I would say we're definitely going to a game number 3. I don't think that's the case though. So despite what I would call an overwhelming draft victory in favor of DMS, I would still say this is like at best a 60-40 kind of game. But we'll see. We'll see. I have seen crazier things. So, which lanes are going to be interesting to watch? I feel like any lane with an ET is going to be fun. Because that hero is just such an in-your-face kind of hero. Like, he isn't going to play chill. He's going to maybe stack some camps, throw out his spirit, and try to hit people with his briefcase. Speaking about hitting people, Smoke is going to run into Smoke. Naga notices in time and backs off though. Are we gonna see a big clash? Doesn't really look like it, to be honest.
"30 seconds to battle."
Shigetsu went for the seed money facet. No surprises there. Gotta get that dollar. Let's see if Shadowfiend is gonna get harassed on his way to lane. Doesn't look like it, as he's already next to the tier 1 tower. And of course, Dawnbreaker knows. Higetsu is gonna be the first blood here. Try to go for the bounty rune and pays a pretty big price for it. I think he just likes dying and giving up first blood. Kind of his thing. Till the end, is gonna be in a lot of trouble as well with this stacking goo. He's not gonna make it out of this one. Another Bramble Mace, and it's gonna be a double for Batchuk? Yep. Guess not officially. Yeah, what a start for Passion UA. Be a game number 3. I don't want to be too hasty. Looks damn good for them. Good draft, good start. Let's see if they can keep it together in the laning stage. We're gonna have to keep an eye on this man. Problems. He has a peculiar complexion, as he is completely green. Ooh, problems. And he plays way out. Flacco getting very low as well, but nice hit and raise by Yawai. Finding problems there. Well played by him. That raise was on the edge. UI going for a Falcon Blade first. Not a huge fan of this, all things considered. Guess the mana regen can be nice. Big concoction. But yeah, not close to big enough. Batchuk, if he doesn't mess up, I would expect to see at least like 1 or 2 more kills from him in this lane. Usual skipping out on the water rune on the northwestern side and going for the southeastern one instead. He didn't want to give up the creeps. Problems. Just getting punched casually. Problems. Going for the Fist of Death facet. I think it's the most popular one, which I still don't fully understand. It's definitely the most fun one, so I cannot complain. I mean, I can complain, but I'm not gonna. Batchuk going for a fast phase boots. Would expect to see a quick Aghanim's and a Bloodstone afterwards.
Oh yeah.
Because Bristle isn't the strongest early game hero. Like until he hits like level 5, he's quite weak. He needs his quills maxed and a few points in Bristle back before he's actually strong.
Has been killed.
She gets it, gets a nice little freebie. Could be in trouble now though, taking a lot of damage here. Skillfully maneuvers his way past the Bramble Maze. And should be fine now with the goo falling off. Till the end, he's taking quite a bit of damage, but he has the Lotus. And there is gonna be a stun. But Shigetsu is gonna wait for so long. I feel like he could have stunned under tower, but didn't manage. But Batchuk is gonna be completely fine, and they get another kill here. For free. Casual net coming out on Batchuk. He's like, ah, thanks bro for the stick charges, appreciate it. Although I don't really know if Batchuk actually has a stick. UI isn't gonna get the third raise. Let's have his Falcon's Blade. Get that nice mana regen. Yeah, relatively quiet early game. And while Passion UA has the kill advantage. Ooh, Bachak is gonna go down. DMS is leading in gold somehow. Guess it's the Alchemist effect. Yeah, nice first rotation from Melajol. They know that Alchemist is their win condition. And they need to secure his game. Level 4 Bristle right now. And actually has a pipe queued up. Interesting. As Malajul takes down Niche as well. With another nice problems rotation. Well, he didn't get the assist, so it might have been a solo. Gonna be Willow in trouble as well. Pronounce. Isn't gonna get it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He is not gonna get it. Down he goes. Now a 2k gold lead for DMS, and my dear viewers, I am getting a little bit nervous. I feel like you cannot win a draft much harder than Passion UA did in this game. Emptiness is approaching level 6 as well. Dawnbreaker 6 is a scary timing.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Rotation coming in from Melajul. They really wanted the Shadow Fiend. Even Alchemist went for the Twin Gate. They're gonna find the Pango first. Do they have the damage? I think they do.
Dire's
In
middle
goes
tower
Niche.
is under attack.
Didn't get what they were looking for, but they get a pretty nice second place prize. Emptiness, one more creep, and he's gonna have a 6. At which point, it's gonna be quite difficult for Passion UA to get any easy kills. Emptiness is always nearby. Oh. TS Lul. Oh, there we go. As I said, they do get till the end first. Y is gonna pay the price for that one. That is not what you want. At least Bachak escapes. And I think Niche should be fine as well. Yeah, that is not the trait you're looking for if you're Passion UA. Yes, you get the nice easy kill on the Naga, but you lose your carry.
Radiant are scanning.
Like we spoke about last game, Shadow Fiend really needs that momentum.
What have we here?
Melajul working towards his blade mill. Gonna have it soon, and he pops the haste. If he finds Shadow Fiend, that could be a kill. Oh no. Run, UI.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Can he make it out? Nice ulti. That's gonna help. Yeah, he should be fine. There was no magnetize, so Melajul had difficulty fully committing. Also, just 2 points in a roll, which means that if you do go for a roll, enemies can just TP away. Oh, I know why he's not going for Bloodstone. Well, first of all, because he's gonna fall, but second of all, because he has the not rocket facet, which means that Bloodstone is a little bit less appealing. Top 3 net worth play or last hit players are all Passion UA, but they're trailing by 3k in gold.
Dire are scanning.
It's just the Alchemist effect. Roll. Coming out once again into the Dawnbreaker ulti as well, and once again Niche falls. And Fernance is not close, or pretty close behind. Another 2 free kills for DMS, and it seems like their map movement is just one step ahead of Passion UA at all times. Yetsu not doing super well in terms of CS. A little bit behind. Doesn't have that many kills, but still. He's getting everything he needs. It's not gonna be a quick Radiance, but they don't need a super quick Radiance to win this game. They have pretty much complete map control already. We haven't even hit 11 minutes yet.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Should be another tier 1 in favor of DMS.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Emptiness also getting a blade mail, and also being very close. I guess having double blade mail against Shadowfiend the Bristle, and even ET and Dark Widow is gonna be really nice.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You can just run in with your tanky heroes, pop your blade mails, and we're gonna be completely fine. Batchuk is gonna get the tier 1 tower here.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's gonna bring him ever closer to his pipe. Golden Thunder comes out. Can they find any return kills? He's getting a little bit low, gets healed up, but it's not gonna be enough. Emptiness goes in now as well, but doesn't have his blade mill yet. Nice roll from Melajul onto the SF. He's gonna find your Y immediately. Melajul is gonna keep going, finds another roll connection onto Niche, and sets up a double kill. Very nicely done by him. Feels like he's playing sniper instead of Earth Spirit. Finds the right angle every single time. Yeah, I am now officially worried for Passion UA. They keep losing fights, they're not out farming DMS, and they need that to change. I'm not even sure if they have the time to wait for Bristle Pipe before fighting. They just need to find something. We're playing so passively. But then again, that's kind of what their heroes facilitate if you're not ahead. Like, you cannot just run into the jungle and try to get kills with like Bristle or ET. Gonna take some time, and if you're behind, you just don't have that kind of time. Emptiness has his blade mail finished, and he's going for Bloody Crimson Guard next. That is mad. He's gonna be so tanky. Melajul has his blade mail as well. He's now going for a BKB. Oh, shame. Shame till the end. Shame. Another roll. Emptiness. He has his ulti as well. But nice sleep into the Earth Spirit. But he's very, very tanky. Already used his blade mail, but it's not gonna be... Oh, it is gonna be enough. He just rolls out. And once again, it's a double kill for Melajul. And it's gonna be more than that. So I'm not sure if Niche can play his way out of this. And with the Impale, Melajul snipes him again. Triple kill now. I guess this is why they keep picking him Earth Spirit, huh? Very well played by DMS once again. Shigetsu has his Radiance and also has Blink Dagger money. Well, Shadow Fiend is incredibly poor compared to last game. Last game at 12 minutes, I believe Shadow Fiend was at like 8 or 9k. No, I think 8k. Now it's 15 minutes and Shadow Fiend's not even at 7.
Is under attack.
Big difference.
Bounty.
Roll. Another kill. This time she gets the double. Let's see if he can get a rampage. This game too.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Would be cool. Would be cool. Look at how aggressively Emptiness is farming. He doesn't care at all.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Passion UA, they just have a fraction of the map right now. And both the Bristle as well as the Shadow Fiend kind of need catch-up farm. They're not in a position to fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Emptiness just having the time of his life here. Oh, I tried to go for till the end, but he just popped Song. He's gonna be fine, at least for now. The rest of Passion UA was just a little bit too far away.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
At least the pipe is up. They could try to go for a fight with their pipe. If that makes a difference. They're all gonna use the Twin Gate. You know that DMS is probably gonna be in their jungle. I feel like if they want to go for this fight, they need the Shadow Fiend as well. Maybe a kill attempt onto the Pango, and they're gonna be able to get... No, not quite gonna be able to get him. Let's get off his roll. Nice Earth Splitter as well. That's a lot of damage, and very well played by Passion UA. Just in time. Save the Pango.
Dire's
A
middle
lot of
tower
gold
is
for
under
UI.
attack.
So it's looking rough. The game is not over yet. Thatchuk has his shard now.
Radiant are scanning.
Problems has drums. Sure. Might as well. It's a free kill onto poor Fernance. He needs to be a little bit careful walking around with this amount of HP. Thatchuk gets stunned, but he's quite tanky. I don't think Shigetsu has what it takes to take him down. Indeed, he
Dire's
does
middle
not.
tower is under attack.
DP out. No way to cancel. We see another concoction coming out with the blink as well. They find the ET. Do they have the damage? I think they do. Oh, there is going to be an Echo Stomp, and it's going to be till the end falling. Needs to be careful. Has his BKB, but no TP. Should be able to blink out of this one. Yeah, it's going to be fine. So DMS losing some heroes every now and then, but nothing too important. They still have map control.
Dire's
They're still
top tower is under
snowballing.
attack.
Just need to be careful to not give up too much, as I still believe that they don't have great answers for the Bristleback. EMS is gonna try to go for a play now, which is a little bit risky because Fiend doesn't have his BKB. I mean, Alchemist doesn't have his BKB ready. That's a sick ass talent though against the Elder Titan and
Dire's are
Fiend.
scanning.
acid spray giving armor to your allies. Ooh. And they find niche for free. I don't think they even had the smoke for that one.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I was pretty sure that Melajul was gonna go for the Spirit Vessel. I guess not. So let's see when DMS is gonna go for Roche. They don't have the best lineup for it, but they have an Alchemist. And that tends to be enough.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
So AC soon finds the Shadow Fiend here. Doesn't have that much damage though. With the passive and the slow and Melajul, it's gonna be more than enough. As no one was even close to try and save UI. Yeah, and right into Roche they go. They don't have an ulti on Shadow Fiends. I mean on Alchemist, so a bit awkward. Not gonna be the quickest one. It should be fine. Anyway, they have to know this is going on. I just don't think they can really contest.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Without the Shadow Fiend, that is indeed quite difficult. Even though they have a really strong Roche fight. Just, not right now.
Your Shan has fallen to the Radiant.
Melajul's working towards his Shivas, so they will soon have Shivas as well as AC. And Crimson Guard. 3 Wisdom Runes. That is insane. How did they not pick up a single one? My goodness. That shard for Lion, very nice. This is a difficult kill, but not impossible. With the ED Spirit, with the Shadow Fiend damage. Down goes Emptiness, and once again, Passion UA are not out of this game by any means. They have a really strong lineup.
Dire's middle tower, Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
AC now up for Alchemist. Slowly but steadily approaching that 1000 GPM mark. Ooh. UI has to be Gibby there. That's not the way you want to use it, but he had no choice. Still, Bristleback is very strong and he's going ham right now onto problems. How long can he survive? Not much longer. Down he goes, but now Bristle getting fully focused. Is he gonna be tanky enough? But now he is able to run away. ET gets stunned as well. TP out by Batchuck and he's gonna be fine. TP out by Flacco, not gonna be as successful. So, EMS takes the fight. Just a 2-for-1 though.
Dire's bottom
Not
tower
the most
is under
impressive thing I have ever seen.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Shigetsu still has his Aegis, but at this point, UI is also at least a hero. He's no longer completely useless. Oh, it's so nice to get a shield rune on a strength core. Shigetsu blows up for Nance, and they're not done yet. I wanna try to go for more, but they cannot chase, so it's just a freebie. They should be able to get some more map control of this. Emptiness. Roll comes out. Do they have enough to catch up? Solid amount of damage coming out from Yobai. Can Emptiness escape here? He is so tanky, and there we have the song. Gonna go for a big Dawnbreaker jump. Yes, they are. Not even necessary. Nice unstable concoction onto niche as well, and they find Yobai. Can they cancel the TP? Not quite. Not quite. Very close though. The power of Dawnbringer. Or Dawnbreaker. I think. I always get them mixed up. One of the two was an item in Heroes of Newerth, but I think in Dota it's Dawnbreaker. Yeah.
Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Can they find any more? Shigetsu actually manages to find Shadow Fiend there, and that is a very big kill if they can find it. He certainly can, and Shigetsu isn't done yet. Blacko is gonna go down as well. In the backline, Bachak does manage to pick up problems though. I don't think he's gonna be able to 1v5 here. I guess 2v5. Still 12 seconds of Aegis left on Shigetsu, but he's getting kited quite hard here, and like I said, time and time again, there's no real answer for this Bristleback. Although, he is running out of mana. So he's gonna go down here. His Aegis ran out at a very unopportune moment, and Passion UA showing that they still have a chance here, as this Bristle is just getting bigger and bigger. This game might not be over yet, people. And Bachak, he isn't going for the Aghanim's Bloodstone kind of build. He's just going for S and Y and AC and just hitting people. Just capping some fools.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Chuck.
Radiant are scanning.
He is so strong right now. Oh, finds a regen as well. Life is good.
Radiant are scanning.
That is gonna be AC up, and a 9k gold lead when you have an alchemist really isn't that impressive, so I think we could see a game number 3 here. Basher is gonna be next. How do they deal with this Bristle? The one thing I can think of is them maybe getting a Bloodthorn on Alchemist and getting some kind of chain stun going. That is a way, but that only works if he's alone. Roll comes out. Can they find the Dawnbreaker here? It looks like yes. He is tanky, but not that tanky. Ah, Sun comes out, but it's just too late, and Getsy's gonna self-stun as well. They're still gonna try to go for this fight, but I think that's a really bad call on your wife. Gets a double, and now Shigetsu is gonna be in a lot of trouble as well. He ain't making it out of this one. He goes down, and
Radiant's
Passion
top tower
UA,
is under
they are
attack.
doing it. They are definitely doing it. What an awkward fight
Radiant's top tower
from
has fallen.
DMS. They lose the Dawnbreaker and then still decide to go for a fight, despite them kind of messing up the song and Malishul not being there. Some uncharacteristic mistakes here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is fallen.
I have no idea how they're gonna be able to kill this Bristle. He has practically the same net worth as the Alchemist. And with equal net worth, Bristleback is so much stronger than Alchemist.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
They still have a shot, but it's it ain't easy for DMS. Game is practically even, and with an Alchemist, that means you're behind. Pressure up for Pango as well, that's even more control.
Are scanning.
And keep in mind, on the side of DMS, they only have one real core in the Alchemist. He's gonna be the one who's dealing the damage. Every other hero is just there to support the Alchemist. If they can find Pango, that would have been nice, but he gets the quick blink away and immediately rolls. With the duration, it's gonna be gone, but if they can start the fight by killing the Naga, that's quite nice. Indeed they do. A big Dawnbreaker ulti coming out, but it doesn't quite hit your Y, and he gets off his ulti. Almost heals back to full as well, and Shigetsu is getting kited super hard here. Malishul is dominating, and they manage to kill both the ET as well as the Pango, but no answer for the Bristle. They may be able to get the Shadow Fiend, as indeed they do, but Batchak is still alive and kicking, and they just have no answer for him whatsoever. Still, a decent fight for DMS.
Dire are scanning.
Shigetsu is getting a Silver Edge, so that might be a solution. See if it's gonna be enough. On the bright side, Batchak, you know, he's almost 6 solid. Can't get much stronger than this. Right. Right. That's a bright side. Silver Edge now up. Emptiness almost has a BKB, which means that maybe he can finally stop dying to every single gank. I say that like he has a lot of deaths. He only died 3 times, but I feel like those deaths were relatively important. He's just having a good time farming creeps. Roche is up. DMS tried to go for it, but it's so risky. Silver Edge is up. They could try to go on Batchak, but even with the Silver Edge, he isn't exactly an appealing target. Get the break, but yeah, even then, it takes like no damage. I guess his ulti's gonna be down. Batchak has a gem.
Top tower is under attack.
The one downside is that he's quite low on mana right now. He doesn't have great ways of regaining it. Ooh, they find Malajul. Do they have the damage? They certainly do. Not sure what he was doing there, but that's a nice opening for Passion UA. Should be able to take down Roche before he even walks to the dire side. Yeah. So much minus armor.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Shigetsu is trying to get like farm somewhere and become stronger, but it's hard. What does he buy to deal with all of these threats? I wouldn't be able to tell you. I feel like Naga has done absolutely nothing in this game too. He's just like a Soda Crest bot. And I really like the decision to put a gem on Bristle. Means that he can never be surprised by the Silver Edge. And it also means that he can just devoid the entire map because no one can really contest him. If you put it on someone like the Dark Willow, there is a risk of losing it. But Bristle, he ain't ever dying.
Mágicos da coisa.
Till the end, I'm not sure what he should buy either. Just feels kind of useless. Now MKB on your Y as well. So much damage, it's insane. He has a Silver Edge queued up as final item.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
No more gem on Bachuk.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Getsu's now queuing up Ags.
Dire's top tower is under
Could
attack.
give it to, I guess, Lion. Or your Spirit. Both are pretty good options. Probably don't want to give it to Naga, and Dawnbreaker already has it.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
This might just be Rax. How are you gonna stop this SF?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Lion just dies straight away. Just 2 hits from SF. A little bit of damage from Niche. Down he goes.
Radiant's middle tower.
That's a buyback, but I don't think he wants to use it here. A lot of damage onto this Bristlebacker with the break. Do they have enough damage? I think they might. And they do. Finally, Bachuk goes down. DMS, they find the right fight and they take down Fernandes as well. They don't manage to take the Aegis, but that is a big streak going the way of Shigetsu. And Bristleback doesn't have buyback either, so this could mean objective damage too. Very nicely done by DMS, finding that opening, knowing that SF just backed off and even used his Hurricane Pike defensively while the Bristle was still in super deep.
Set in stone.
Not a full minute without the Bristle. What can they do with this time? Well, did a little bit of farming, but now they're gonna take down the tier 2 mid at least.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Still full minute of Aegis. I don't think they can really take down tier 3s here. Not against this Shadow Fiend, he's way too strong. Okay, so he gave the Aghanims to
Dire's
Melishul.
middle tower has fallen.
Means there is now a really, really good save on the side of DMS. See that often. Near Spirit, first place in net worth. He's been playing well, for sure.
Dire are scanning.
Finally, Aegis does run out. The now UI is vulnerable again. Bachak almost has his Abyssal Blade, but gonna mean once again that he's not gonna have buyback.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, he is 6 slotted now. What is Shigetsu going to buy? Like it's gonna be an overwhelming blink. Doesn't want to give an Aghanims to his lion just yet. Oh, and refresher orb on Pango. We're gonna see 2 balls. That's a healthy amount of balls, I think.
Radiant are scanning.
Maldito usa coisa.
UI does have buyback, so if DMS win a single team fight, it isn't immediately gonna be over. And same thing the other way around as well. All DMS cores have buyback. Even Melojul is going for a refresher. I think this is mostly about getting double BKB, to be fair. Double BKB, double Blade Mill. His skills are cool, but they're not really refresher worthy, to be honest. Emptiness is gonna pick up a Basher. Actually, it looks like he's gonna pick up a full Abyssal. He's like, buyback be damned. Yeah, just gets it. Wonder if he's ever gonna transition into yeah, I was gonna say more of a damage dealer as he queues up a Daedalus. Fair enough. Of course, he can just eat the Aghanims. Or sell it and wait for Alchemist to give it to him. Ooh, should have been bought out. He bought his Silver Edge, which means he doesn't have buyback now. That's a little bit risky, just a little bit. See a big fight on bottom. Song is already out. All of the MS are trying to escape here, but ooh, Melojul gets bashed. It'd be fine, and she actually gets a kill onto Flacco, but Shigetsu is gonna be in a lot of trouble now. So much damage. Gets absolutely blown up by Yawai and Bachak. DMS is not gonna be too pleased with that, but they should be able to skip the creeps. Or at least some of them. Nice anticipation by Niche. That was a bit awkward by Melo, turning himself to stone while his kick wasn't ready. Ooh, big ulti onto the lion, down he goes. The Passion UA get another 2 kills here. That is not what you're looking for. If you're DMS, definitely up against the ropes here. Emptiness does almost have buyback again. It looks like because of all the creep skipping shenanigans, UA isn't finding too much, but they are gonna find the Dawnbreaker once again. Thistle Blade comes out, Emptiness pops his Blade Mill, deals a lot of damage, but it's just gonna go down as well. And I said he was getting buyback, but he doesn't have it just yet. That's a big deal. No Dawnbreaker for 90 seconds. Now, with Shadowfi next to the base, this could very well be Mega Creeps. How do you stop this? That's the question.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Can you stop this?
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I actually don't think so.
Radiant's middle barracks has Radiant's middle barracks
We'll see.
has fallen.
EMS can make
Radiant's
something
bottom
work
tower
here.
is under attack.
And miraculous defense. They have Song at least. Could buy them 10 seconds. And Shigetsu is just gonna go in with his stun and BKB as well, but he's just gonna get completely pummeled by Batchak and has to run away almost immediately. Malajul runs in as well. Just gonna turn himself into stone. This is gonna buy them a little bit of time. Another stun as well. Don't want to give up Megas for free. I don't think they were ever really planning to win this fight. Just want to make sure that Fashion UA doesn't push for free, and I think that's the right call, risky as it may be.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Breaker now up in 15, but a roll is out. And there's a good amount of damage onto Batchak. He's getting very low, but they have enough to finish him off. It doesn't look like it, as Malajul is taken down, immediately buys back. Batchak just TP's out. Shigetsu, that's a nice stun. 5 problems with the Dawnbreaker ulti as well. They should be able to clean up absolutely here. And Yawai tries to fight, but is taken down as well and doesn't have buyback. He's gonna have it very soon, but DMS, they defend their base and they defend their hopes. Getting a 2-0 victory. And Roche is up as well.
That's for me.
Radiant are scanning.
DMS, what can they do with this space here? Another Aghanims is on the menu for Alchemist. And Shigetsu. Is he gonna save for a buyback? Does he have buyback? Is it on cooldown? I think he should have it, right?
Dire are scanning.
Gonna be a free Roche or DMS, which is very nice for sure.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Aegis is gonna go to Mellow because he doesn't have buyback. Fair enough. Game is still not over. Would still say it's a Passion UA favor, but of course it's the late game. Anything can happen, and things like disables become a lot more important in the late game. And I think DMS has the edge there. They have Song, they have Dawnbreaker ulti, and they have a Lion. While Passion UA, they have some disables, but it's a bit more unreliable.
Loaded to the gills.
Set in stone.
So no smoke from Passion UA, but they're definitely aggressive right now. I'm gonna try to go for some kind of fight here. The vision is gonna be absolutely paramount. Isn't very deep. Oh, and there is a sleep onto the Alchemist. They're gonna opt to ignore him, I guess, as they find till the end first. That's a good pick off. Malajul is in very deep. Needs to be a little bit careful. Elder Titan is taken down. That's very good for DMS. And now a man fight between Shigetsu and Batchak. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. There used to be an Alchemist there. There used to be an Alchemist there. Emptiness. What is he gonna sell? His blade mill? No, right? I think you wanna wait for the Axe upgrade because blade mill at this stage of the game is still really strong.
Dire are scanning.
It's almost like immunity. Because like a hero like Shadowfiend isn't gonna wanna hit you when you have blade mill active. Alchemist does a buyback.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Trying to create some space here. Pops his BKB. Still has his Aegis, his Refresher. Here we have the Alchemist buyback. What can they do with this? Can they find any kills, or is it just gonna be a waste? We have a big Dawnbreaker ulti coming out as well. They should be able to take down this Dark Willow at least. Can they find much more than that? And Emptiness doesn't have his Blade Mill anymore. So it's taking a lot of damage and is just absolutely destroyed by UI. Now Shigetsu is in. Doesn't quite find the kill into Dark Willow just yet. It needs to be so careful. He's gonna get absolutely blown up. If he dies here, it could be over. He goes down. No buyback for Alchemist. Big Shadowfiend coming out as well, and DMS's hopes are crumbling. There is no buyback for the Dawnbreaker as well, and GG WP is called. Passion UA takes it to a game number 3 off of a successful draft win. Finally, they make it work and show that not all is lost for Passion UA. And what a game. I feel like maybe Passion UA made it a little bit more exciting than it had to be there, because I feel like their draft was just so much stronger and it still ended up being a 50-minute game with a lot of back and forths. But, you know, I'm here for the good Dota, and that's definitely what we got. So we're gonna go into a little bit of a break, and then we will be back in roughly 10 minutes for game number 3, the decisive game between DMS and Passion UA. We will see you then. Welcome back, Dota fans, to the CCT Series 5. My name is Wingblade, and it's my privilege to be your host for this deciding game in the series between DMS and Passion UA. The first game was an absolute stomp. The second game was a bit more exciting. It was a huge draft victory for Passion UA, which they then turned into an exciting game for us by, not stopping the game and making a few mistakes, which was very nice. And now we are in the draft for the third game, and honestly, I wouldn't be able to tell you how this is gonna go, really. So yeah, should be exciting. For once, we're not gonna see the Shadow Fiend, because it seems like teams have figured out that Shadow Fiend is a pretty strong hero, and you probably don't want to play against him, right? That seems like a good conclusion, judging by the fact that so far every team that had Shadow Fiend just won decisively. So yeah, we're gonna see something new for sure. There are no guarantees in life, but I can guarantee that we're not gonna see Shadow Fiend again in this series. As it looks like my little friend wants to be the co-caster again. So I'm gonna get him positioned. So I have a nice analyst for this game. You wanna join, Ichi? Come here, buddy. He's a little bit reluctant little man. There we go. We have a co-caster. You have anything to say for yourself, Ichi? You want to see another Shadow Fiend game? I don't think he wants another Shadow Fiend game. I think he just wants to sit on my lap. Yes. Alright. I am fully set up for this game now as well. Alright, what do we have here? We have a European short hair. We have a Bat Rider and a Dragon Knight. Very cool. Bat Rider has been very successful so far for DMS, and Dragon Knight has gone completely unpicked in this series so far, even though he's definitely still one of the strongest heroes of this patch. So yeah, that is very interesting. Aside from that, we of course have the Shadow Demon, Shadow Fiend, Alchemist, and Hoodwink bans for DMS. Passion UA taking out the Primal Beast, Timbersaw, Doom, Bristleback, and Sand King. So what are DMS going to ban now? What's next? What did they deem to be the big problem in the last game? We will find out very soon, I think. Gonna be the Pango ban. I don't think Pango did that much work last game. I feel like it was mostly the Bristleback, and Bristle was already out. But fair enough. No Pangos this game. I'm curious if they're gonna give Malajul Earth Spirit for a third time. Because in the first game it was really good. In the second game it was really good up to a point. But they might just go for it again. But first they pick up the Tusk. Somehow this hero made it through all of the phases. With all of the phases, I mostly mean like the first and second draft phase, or whatever. You know what I mean. It made it through. What do you do against Tusk? It's such a silly hero, Tusk. He was already really strong, and then they give him a free Shiva's aura. I'm not sure if you've ever played Tiny against Tusk, but that shit ain't fun. You're like, I just want to hit someone, and you're like... And then he walks away, and then you have to start again, so you're like... And it just doesn't work. It's the worst. Ooh, and we get a Pugna. See, this is what I was talking about before the series when I said that Passion UA... Sometimes they pick some spicy stuff, and Pagna is anything if not spicy. Right, Ichi? Yeah, he likes the Pagna too. Oh, and there we have the Dusa. So yeah, that's Dusa for sure. And Magnus as well. Magnus has been very popular in this series so far. I don't really see him a lot in my pubs, but apparently these teams favor him quite a lot. Which carry do they want to pick that works against Medusa? First, they pick up Blade, so they have some flexibility now. They could do Dragonite mid, they could do Dragonite offlane, they could do Dragonite carry, they could do TB carry, they could do TB offlane, they could do Pugna mid, they could do Pugna 4, they could do Pugna 5. I honestly don't really know what is happening in Passion UA's draft, but I do like their hero, so I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be a good game. Next ban is Puck. Not that much lockdown on Passion UA's side. And BMS actually take out their own Earth Spirits. Maybe it's a Melajol being like, nah man, I don't want to play that shit again. Give me something else, please. Invoker banned as well. We're gonna see that today, not by niche at least. What else is there? DMS, I think, definitely needs a mid laner. For Passion UA, I'm not really sure, but it looks like DMS is expecting it to be a mid laner as well. And I think that's the most likely. I think mid is DK's most uncommon core role. They go for a Storm Spirit. Pretty good Storm game, I would say. Not that much. There is a good amount of lockdown, but it isn't the easiest lockdown. It's all conditional lockdown. Like Batrider and Magnus, they really need a blink before it's lockdown. Same for Tusk. Like Dusa lockdown just needs a setup. So it looks like a pretty good Storm game. What do they pick? Oh, this is such a good Huskar game as well. Also pretty darn good Meepo game. If DMS has any cheese picks, this is the time. If they have those pocket picks, I think this is the kind of game to pull them out. It's 1-1. It's the first series for them in the tournament, discounting the previous forfeit victory. So let's see what they can bring. What's it gonna be? It's gonna be a Shaker. Yeah, I could see it working. Shaker is not too bad against Storm. It skills quite well. It's quite good against TB. Sure. I would have preferred some Parmigiano, Reggiano cheese picks, but Shaker is a solid option. I'll allow it for sure. And with that, we have our final draft for the third series of the day, or second one if you want to discount the forfeit. And all things considered, I would give the advantage to DMS. Yeah, I think it's a DMS game. Despite them not picking up cheese, I think it's DMS all the way. I think Dusa is very strong. I think TB offlane is kind of cool, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. And I love Pugna, but I don't think this is the best Pugna game. Pugna doesn't do that much against... It can do a lot against Dusa, I guess. Doesn't do that much against Shaker. Pugna really likes it when there isn't a hero that can easily jump the backline and blow him up. And I think Shaker is one of the best heroes at doing that. Because even like a Storm or something only has one stun. If you survive the first jump, you can just survive. But against the Shaker, there is just no chance for you to escape whatsoever. So I love Pagna. I really want to see him win. But I think this DMX draft has enough. Because I still think DMS is the better team. Because even last game, when the draft was so awful compared to Passion UA's, they still almost won. And I feel like this draft is a lot closer. And if it's any kind of close draft, I would give it to DMS all the way.
Just no.
So let's see if we get any pre-horn action.
In strength is victory, is victory.
So far, we haven't seen too much early scrambles. Too many, I should say.
Ah, this is going to be good.
30 seconds to battle.
Let's see one here. Both teams have quite a strong level 1.
Just what I've been waiting for.
Just what I've been waiting for. Me too, DK. I've been waiting for some good Dota.
The battle begins.
Yeah, a bit of a skirmish. Ooh, and it's 3 bounty runes for Passion UA. They get away with theft. So getting 3 bounty runes versus 1 is the difference between getting 200 gold and getting 600 gold for your team. So starting off the game with a 400 gold lead, like getting 3 bounties instead of 2, is pretty much as good as getting first blood. Of course, getting first blood is slightly better because you get a little bit of XP too, and you get the gold concentrated on a single hero, which tends to be better. But still, it's close.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I hope Melajul on this Shaker does well mid lane. Because they kind of last pick this into a storm. So if it doesn't do well, yeah, I don't really know what to say. You were given everything you needed. We'll keep an eye on it. I wouldn't expect this laning stage to be particularly active. Like, we're not gonna see a kill in a lane with TB and Dusa, probably. We're not gonna see a kill in the lane with DK and Magnus. And we're probably not gonna see a solo kill mid, so I'm honestly not sure where the kills are gonna happen at all. Of course, I'm saying this in the hope that I caster's curse myself and we get a really early or a really active early game. We'll see. We will see. Melajul leading a little bit in terms of CS, as is to be expected. Shaker really strong in those early levels by getting Enchant Totem and getting practically free denies on range creeps. And last hits as well, of course. Kachuk just spamming out the reflection. Quite good against Dusa, but at the same time spamming out early level reflection while in vision also gives out a lot of stick charges, which is not ideal. Because Dusa really loves stick charges. Storm doing pretty okay in the mid lane too. I wouldn't expect Storm to necessarily win this matchup. He can get a 6 at a reasonable timing. He's gonna be quite happy. There we have the level 2 Metamorphosis coming out, which Getsu is going to be completely fine till the end though. Taking a little bit of damage. Even with the level 2 Metamorphosis, you just don't have the damage. And she didn't even have to use her stick. want, I guess. There we go. Want to use. Oh, that's awkward. I need to go for some kind of aggressive play while on 300 HP. Maybe not the way to go, especially because Shigetsu just missed his snake.
Radiant structures.
Feels bad because you miss out on damage, but you also self-damage yourself for like 300 effective HP. Such is life, such is life.
Not on my watch. Just what I've been waiting for.
Martinez again on the Magnus, did really well in game number 1. Let's see if he can have a similar impact in game number 3. Making a good amount of damage here. Flacco being engaged upon. Oh, but the skewer is gonna miss. And now Emptiness is gonna be in a little bit of trouble, and Flacco actually gets the first blood there. The little green man gets himself on the board. That's always quite nice because Pugna is very arcane boots dependent. And as you'll know, 37-5 up against the 27-1 Storm Spirit. But yeah, no complaints here about the Shaker pick. He's doing what he had to. Till the end, just level 3. Not the worst, not the best. We see a bit of a support rotation towards the mid lane, trying to secure those 6-minute runes, as is tradition. It's gonna go to the Tusk, so successfully denies it from the Storm. Actually managed to find Flacco there. It's an okay kill. Nice little bonus.
Just what I've been waiting for.
Denying the DD rune from the Storm and getting a freebie. Problems again, very active on his Batrider. His Bat's very strong in these kinds of engagements. It's just 1v1, low level. Sticky Napalm is gonna reign supreme. CS is pretty even. I think this whole early game is pretty even so far, but unfortunately I didn't jinx myself. And the game is in fact very quiet so far. Patrick is gonna go down. Niche has his level 6, so should be able to get a return kill here. It's a clean 1-for-1 exchange. It's a support for offlane, but mid did have to rotate, so it's pretty even. Yeah, just chilling.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So, if you're watching this, have you seen a lot of TB offlane in your game? So Shigetsu is actually gonna get gone on. So a lot of damage coming out. He did get a snake. He doesn't have any sticks. Does still have his arcane ring, but it's just too much damage. There's an Earthshaker as well. He has his ulti, but he doesn't have mana, so he actually needs to be careful. Finally gets it. RP now onto 2. It's a big Echo Slam, as indeed we do. Bachak still not level 6, so cannot even find the Sunder. Yawai still trying to fight here. Is it gonna be enough? He goes down, but so does the Shaker. Fernandes gets himself a double kill, but now he's gonna be in a lot of trouble as well. Gets decrapped. Can he live through this? So far the answer is yes, and with the salve the snake isn't quite gonna be enough. Is there a single right click? Yes, there is. Shigetsu at least gets pronounced, but Niche is gonna get problems as well. But the fight isn't over just yet. He gets booted. Another nice decrep, but now he gets skewered back as well. Has a little bit of mana, should be able to jump away. Gets slowed though, gets slowed again. Actually, Snake doesn't snow anymore, never mind. Niche gets a bounty rune, which gives him a little bit extra mana. Is there another skewer soon? Is not. So Niche makes it out there. I think they saved a lot of the skirmishing for that exact moment. And honestly, that fight went on for so long that I'm not even sure who got out on top. But yeah, as I was asking, this TB offlane is kind of a new invention coming from high-level pubs. I'm just wondering if it has trickled down to more medium-level pubs as well. Because I've seen it a few times in Immortal, but it's definitely not meta. I think it's still kind of up and coming. I'm kind of curious if it's common and what you think about it. EMS trying to secure the rune here. They find Fernand's. And Blink Dagger is up. Don't get a rune. Oh, and Fernand's actually manages to find a kill until the end there. They trade 1 for 1 and they get the rune. Shinue is gotta be quite happy about that one. Meanwhile, well, DK and Usa are doing DK and Usa things respectively, meaning just AFK farming the jungle. There is nothing carry players love more than farming the jungle. It's just a fact. Although Emptiness quite likes it too. So I have a nice little stack. Working towards a Blink Dagger as his maxed Empower. Bonking some Ancients. It's very relaxing, you know? And then you get that almost orgasmic gold sound.
Bounty.
Radiant are scanning.
Getsu is gonna get jumped again. Doesn't have his Stone Gaze yet. Has a lot of stick charges, so I think he's gonna be just fine. Didn't even have to use them. My goodness. Ashen UA gets demolished there.
Radiant structures are
Not sure what they were thinking. It's nice if you can get the Dusa quickly, but with just the Storm plus Willow, you're not gonna have enough damage. You need at least one more.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Chuck doesn't manage to get the tower. Nice deny by Problems. With his, looks like it's the Sickly Bat. Poor Sickly Bat.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Flacco, he's level 6. But I don't think he's playing his way out of this one. Bonk. Virgil takes it. Yawai is in with his dragon form pop. He doesn't really want to commit here. So Magnus has his blink and he's going for a 4-staff next. So none of the semi-carry shenanigans. No Orchid this time. Just a force. Helping his team. CS Lul. CS Lul. Come on, Melajol. You cannot have like 120 damage and then miss half of the
Dire's
creeps.
top tower is
That
under
is just
attack.
embarrassing.
Radiant are scanning.
Both teams still
Dire's
perfectly
top
content
tower
to just
is
farm.
under attack.
Looks like
Dire's structures
No.
are fortified.
big action. No aggressive smokes. I guess
Dire's
the
top
few
tower
aggressive
is under
smokes that we
attack.
did see were pretty gigantic failures, so it makes sense.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Well, there we have a smoke, and we have RP and Echo Slam up. I think they're looking for the storm. They find Fernance instead. It's a nice freebie. I don't think Fernance is gonna get any kill trade this time. Lives for a long time though. Finally gonna bite the dust. I think it's because none of the DMS heroes really wanted to use their big abilities for a Willow. I found the Pugna as well. Pugna, of course, very annoying with his D-Crab. He gets it off, he's kind of hard to burst. Skewer back onto the TD. He does still have Thunder. Can he use it in time? I don't think so. RP comes out. Echo Slam as well, but Storm is gonna fall as well. I was gonna say he's gonna survive, but then the final bit of damage gets blown up as well. Good fight for DMS. Used all of their big ultis though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Does Passion UA just want to
Dire's middle tower
force
has
something
fallen.
now? Now
Radiant's
that all of the
bottom
DMS
tower is
ultis are
under
down,
attack.
it doesn't look like DMS is gonna quit being aggressive though, and it's Skewer back onto the DK. This would be a big kill with the Dusa ulti as well. They get the Stone Gaze active. Blacko with the healing, he's gonna make sure that UI survives. He might go back in. It's full mana Storm, and everyone on DMS is getting low. Get the kill to problems at least. Was a valiant attempt onto the DK, but he was just slightly too tanky. And back to farming we go.
Radiant are scanning.
Pomelo working towards his Aghanim Scepter. It's gonna give him a lot of mobility. He's been very unlucky so far with the runes. Feel like they're always spawning on the other side. It's like when I play mid and I always get the uphill miss trying to secure the range creep. It's pretty pepper hands.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Melojo finds a nice solo. Did not even have to use his Echo Slam. I play a decent bit of Pugna, and Shaker is definitely one of the scariest heroes to play against. It's because he has so much big burst damage on a low cooldown. Like, Pugna is very good against sustained damage heroes that don't have stuns, and where Shaker is literally the opposite. He's all burst damage and he's all stuns.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
600 gold for his Aghanims. He's quite farmed. In the end, baiting. All of Passion UA is posturing, but I don't think Tusk is ever a very appealing target. He's like 1500 HP. That's an appealing target though. They find Batchuk, but he gets off the Sunder. RP is committed now. Are we gonna see a big echo? Yes, we do. Shigetsu gets at least one of them, and Storm is already low on mana. Shigetsu pops his Stone Gaze, tries to go for niche, but needs to be careful about the DK, and it's a 2 for 2. That so far definitely favors Passion UA.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I think
attack.
Shigetsu was a little bit slow with his ulti there. I think he could have saved his Shaker. Such is life. If you're a carry player, of course. Till the end has his drums, now working towards a BKB. I mean, I say BKB, I mean Blink. Which is always very good against these jumping heroes like
Radiant
Storm.
structures are fortified.
They jump one of your supports, you just save them with the snowball.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Bit of a jump onto the Tusk. In the snowball, but no blink, so he cannot escape for himself. Niche is gonna find the kill there, now dominating. Doesn't have that much farm, but he's making it work.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He jumped into the storm. There's no echo. Actually, Shaker needs to be a little bit careful here. But so does the storm, and they kill him immediately. Melishul now getting really, really low. Fernance throws out the ulti, and Magnus is gonna fall to your wife for sure. As this Dragon Knight is no joke. Don't think DMS really wants to fight here. With Meta popped and the DK and the Pugna behind. There's a lot of push.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This is even before the DK gets his BKB. Ooh, that's a scary prospect.
Mais uma coisa.
Butterfly is up on the Dusa though. Pretty good timing. And no matter how farmed DK is, he isn't that close to an MKB just yet. And Sanj up for Storm Spirit, but he's still definitely really vulnerable to getting bursted down.
Radiant are scanning.
Ooh, Flacco almost died to the Tormentor. Gets a shard for it though. I think Pugna shard is really good in certain games. I think it's very good on core Pugna, and I think it's very good against illusion heroes. This game, I guess you can remove Dusa illusions.
Bounty.
But overall, I don't think it's the best shard in this game.
Haste.
Dire's
BKB
bottom
now
tower
up
is under
for your
attack.
Y. Getsu has an
Radiant are
Aegis, so
scanning.
not sure if this is the fight, but if they can start the fight off well, could be good for either team. Small lead for Passion UA, but I think in terms of fighting power, it's quite even.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They find the DK, but DK is kind of being tickled right now by Dusa. RP used onto the DK, and they commit everything now. Echo Slam as well, and Yowai is tanky, but he's not tanky enough. DMS capitalize on him being completely out of position. Plus damage coming out from the reflection. Very nice for DMS, and that was the 9-second BKB reveal as well. I reckon DMS is gonna be really happy with that one, despite not getting any objective damage there.
Dire are scanning.
We do see a smoke from Passion UA. Who are they looking for right now? It's very interesting. They can find a support, they can get the kill, but... Huh. A lot of the DMS cores are really tanky. And even the Tusk, I think, wouldn't be a super easy kill for just TB, Storm, and Pugna.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Melo working towards a BKB, and that's gonna mean that he's really hard to take down. Even harder than right now.
Stupendous!
UI isn't even going for an MKB. He's like, yeah, it's cool that you have evasion, but I just want more damage to kill the rest of your team. Because if I kill the rest, then you can deal with the Dusa too. Doesn't look like DMS is really that interested in like hard forcing something. Ooh, this could be a nice start of the fight for Passion UA, killing the Batfighter immediately. He gets to still has the Aegis though. Are we gonna see a deja vu? I don't think so. Skadi up for Shigetsu now. That's a little bit of slow, a little bit of regen reduction. Always nice to have. Of course, Dusa utilizes the stats really well too. It's one of the few heroes who cares about all stats aside from universal heroes.
Radiant are scanning.
This game is probably the closest one we've had so far. The first game was already over by this point, and the second game, despite going on for 50 minutes, was practically over in the draft. I could still see this game going either way, so that is very nice. We have been blessed.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke from the MS, if they can start the fight by finding the DK, that would be ideal. They find the Pugna, that's pretty good too. Of course, Pugna always survives for a long time. Now a big jump onto the Earthshaker, and they manage to burst him immediately. And Magnus is gonna go down as well, so kind of Shigetsu against the world right now. And of course, Shigetsu is very strong indeed. Now a lasso onto the DK. Do they have the damage to take him down? It looks like the answer is yes. It's Shigetsu against the world. But maybe that's a fight that Shigetsu just straight up wins. It is a 3-4-3 ultimately. Yeah, I'm not sure who came out on top there, but it's an admirable effort by the Dusa. That fight was without Echo Slam, so not too bad there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Problems has once again had a really nice performance so far on this Pathfinder. Very impressed with his play. He has a lot of patience when going for these lassos. He's just hanging around at the edge of the fight, throwing flame breaks and sticky napalm, being annoying until it really matters, and then he goes for the lasso.
Top tower is under attack.
Even more evasion for Dusa. Emptiness is gonna escape. DK form is popped. These days, all the cool kids just use it for farming. She goes for a jump, manages to find the regen rune, goes in onto the Magnus, and this is a big kill once again. Nice snowball save this time into the Storm Spirit. Can Emptiness escape? Looks like yes, so far he's gonna be fine. So low, goes for the RP, manages to find the Storm, but there was no follow-up, and he's still gonna fall. Really nice fight so far for Passion UA. He tries to run away here. A little bit vulnerable. Has to pop his ulti to run away. By being so strong in the last fight. EMS looking very feeble there. I think it's all about vision and getting the right jump. Nuge has a Witchblade and is going for a Shivas. A good choice, I would say. He gets to now with a Deadless. Just one item away from being 6 slotted.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Ooh, that's a big courier. That's the Aghanims for... Wait, Niche. That's the Storm. Oh, that would have been so nice. Oh, bonk.
Keep that magnitude with me.
Poor Flacco.
Dire are scanning.
Ooh.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
UI knows he's being followed. Nice Fisher manages to find him. High shards as well. Not quite gonna find him. The Phallus is gonna miss.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
UI does have his Deadless done.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So he's almost 6 slotted as well. Of course, he still has the Armlet and the Mask of Madness he can potentially upgrade. While Adusa has more of an endgame build already.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Melajol with an enchanted quiver as well. That's a lot of burst damage. Why is going for a Satanic next? I don't hate that option.
Radiant's middle tower
Just
is under
disassemble his Mask of Madness, and it's gonna provide him with a lot of sustainability in these fights. Because history has shown that he can definitely die. Usa was very deep there. Risky. Bit risky. The Roche is clearly the next objective for both of these teams. Passion UA is just waiting on the high ground. And how they're gonna smoke down. Who are they gonna find? Are they gonna commit onto Shigetsu? Do they wanna find someone else? I think Till the End is actually one of the best targets you can find. So he jumps in and gets killed. Lasso onto the Storm, that would be a big kill. I cannot find him, and Shigetsu pops his ultimate. That is really awkward. UA definitely has the best position here on the high ground, and they're just gonna go into the Roche pit. That is so scary up against RP as well as Echo Slam, but I don't think TMS is expecting them to commit like this, so they might be able to just get the Roche before TMS can even respond, and it looks like that is gonna be the case. Very nice call by Passion UA. Magnus hasn't really been that impactful this game. Like, we've seen a few RPs, but they've been very hit or miss.
Bounty, which my matriarch will prize.
Hello, just going for some creep skipping shenanigans. Always fun. Cool. UI taking a lot of damage here. Getsu actually has to pop the BKB already. And they burst down the task. Not quite. Nice RP. Immediately pops the Aegis there. Getsu pops the ulti now. A lot of damage. Like, no one is dealing with the Snake Lady. And they managed to burst down the Storm as well. Passion UA getting a little bit ahead of themselves there. DMS might not be done. Ooh. The Magnus was lost there in exchange for the Aegis. The 2 heroes. This is still very much anyone's game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Problems. Almost has a BKB. That's gonna be a nice item to have too. There isn't too much in terms of BKB or a debuff immunity piercing disables on Passion UA. In fact, right now there are none.
Radiant are scanning.
No problems. Very scary. Even Shigetsu almost dies. That's the 2-hero Tormentor experience. When your 6-slotted Dusa almost dies. I want to see TB's inventory. He's the 3rd most farmed hero in the game, and I feel like at this point, if that's the case, you just go carry TB. Just get yourself... Of course, he's gonna have a Manta. And if you have like a Skadi and 1 damage item, you're just a legit hero.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Because I think in the super late game... actually, I'm not so sure. I think Storm TB DK is insanely strong. But at the same time, you're playing against BKB, piercing disables, and saves. I think in the late game that definitely trumps just straight up like scaling.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, Melajol has refresher money. We love to see it. My voice doesn't love to see it, but as a viewer. See, with this refresher, do DMS want to go for a move here? Shigetsu, of course, doesn't. Shigetsu just loves farming. He's a carry player. That's what they do. Almost at 1000 GPM.
Dire's middle tower
And
is under
Ninja Gear.
attack.
I don't think it's the best item for Dusa, but it's not too bad. I think Ninja Gear is very nice on
Dire are scanning.
position-dependent heroes in fights and heroes that want to go for ganks.
Dire's
I
middle
think
tower
it's
is under attack.
super amazing on Dusa. Of course, it's still 20 agility and 20 movement speed. It's like a bit worse than something like a Mindbreaker or Ancient Guardian in terms of damage, but it's not like super far off.
Dire's top tower
I see a
is
big
under
smoke
attack.
from Passion UA. I'm not sure if DMS sees this coming, especially from this angle, but they have a nice position with the high ground ward. Should be able to take a very good fight here. Ooh, they saw the storm. Didn't find the jump, but they do find the Terrorblade, and that is a very nice kill to start the fight off with. They find the Bloody Dark Willow as well. So there was no fight, but there were still 2 kills. Very nice for DMS, and they should be able to take a free tier 2 here. No problem whatsoever.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, DK is quite deep. Ooh, I think he was very lucky there not to run into the Shaker, because I think he might have died. MS actually posturing around the high ground.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Do you want to force something here? It looks like it.
Dire's structures are
Roche cannot be up yet, but who needs Roche if you can
Dire's
just
middle tower is under attack.
kill the barracks old school style?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Well, no Rex just yet, but a tower is a tower. And an outpost is an outpost. Oh, DK is still so deep. He's gonna try to go for the solo kill onto the Pathfinder, and he's gonna succeed. Oh, he's a bit scary, but you know, he still has his BKB. He's feeling comfortable. It's broken. Everyone on Team DMS has ninja gear. Well, at least Shaker, Magnus, and Dusa. They are certainly quite sneaky. This could be a nice kill onto the Shaker, but he manages to BKB, pop regen, jump out. Even pops his Echo. I think he could still be in trouble here as his blink is gonna get cancelled. Goes for another jump. 1, 2, 3. He can blink out. He's all fine. With the regen, he's gonna go right back to full. But he doesn't have an Echo and he doesn't have a DK. Ooh, skewer back onto the DK. There we have a beautiful D-grab, so UI is gonna be fine. Lasso back onto the Pugna. UI goes for the TP out, but he gets Walrus Punch. He is definitely gonna fall here. Tries to go for a kill, but he's just gonna get absolutely wrecked. There are actually four BKB piercing stuns on DMS. That is insane. The only one who cannot stun through BKB is Shaker. And DK doesn't have buyback. That is a little bit scary. At least they still have the tier 2 on top, but I could easily see this being 2 sets of racks in favor of DMS.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Sheesh.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Storm is trying to create some chaos. And TB is creep skipping. There are still some creeps, which now finally fall. So it's just one set of racks.
Tower is under attack.
TB is being sufficiently annoying.
Radiant are scanning.
Octarine core now for the Shaker.
Is under attack.
His mobility is almost greater than Storm's. And Roche is not yet up. 30 seconds to go. I wonder if they're just gonna wait in the pit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stupendous!
They're gonna go for a smoke into the dire jungle. If they can find a kill, that is gonna 100% secure Roche. Run into the storm with the Echo. They have a lot of damage, but the D-Crab is gonna save his life, I think. A lot of chain stun coming out. He's gonna be fine. Pugna dies. Dark Willow dies.
Radiant's middle tower is
Storm
under
survives. Still, that's definitely gonna be Roche for DMS. That is definitely gonna be Roche. Wait, didn't Melodril have an Octarine core? Probably on the career. Into the pit they go. At this point,
Radiant
both the
are scanning.
Pugna and Dark Willow
Dire are
pretty
scanning.
much alive again. Oh, nice. Another ninja gear.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Down goes the big man. It's gonna be another Aegis in the hands of Shigetsu and all of the trash being left on the floor. Who needs a refresher or a Roshan's banner? Unnecessary.
Dire are scanning.
Please, you. I'm lactose intolerant. No, thank you.
Radiant's
Maybe
top tower
TP's
is under
out
attack.
just in time. We keep seeing H-Duo on the screen. Is that his official tag? I guess. Ooh. Bat has his BKB, not gonna be in time though. Nice Fisher. Might save him for a moment. RP coming out as well. Skewer away, but that's a lot used for very little. Managed to find the Pugna. He immediately bites back, but Magnus is down as well. And Batrider gets absolutely destroyed as well. Shigetsu now trying to go for the man fight, dealing a solid amount of damage. Bachak just goes straight back to full HP, and now it's truly Shigetsu against the world. And I don't think he's gonna beat the entirety of the world again. Yeah, he is quite dead on my screen. And he doesn't have buyback. Very awkward fight from DMS. It shows that they really do need to coordinate, even when they're ahead a little bit. Like we saw that RP, Batrider being caught, like so many spells not being used, just bad vision in general. They got punished for it.
Radiant's top
Willow,
tower is under
he's gonna
attack.
go down.
Radiant's top
Nice
tower
solo
is
kill
under
by Melajul. Let's see what Passion UA can do with this space.
Radiant's
Luce
middle
is still
tower
down
is
for
under
50
attack.
seconds, but the entirety of DMS, or at least the rest, gonna be up very soon. Yeah, it's quite hard to push into this, because you always risk
Radiant's middle
pushing
tower
just
has
a
fallen.
little bit too deep, then getting lassoed or skewered back. And then Dusa could buy back, because of course Passion UA doesn't know he doesn't have the money right
Radiant's
now.
bottom tower is under attack.
It's just really scary to push into these heroes. So it's shaping up to be another long match. After game 1, I was expecting DMS to just run away with this series. Nothing has been further from the truth. DMS, they want to go for another fight here. Let's see if they can find another or a better initiation this time. At least they're all together now. Big smoke coming out from Passion UA, immediately broken. Skewer back onto the DK once again. Do they have the damage this time? No, they're getting absolutely wrecked. RP doesn't even work, but this time they do get the Storm Spirit and big Echo Slam as well onto the Pugna. Another Echo Slam. Is it enough? Not yet. He's finally gonna go down. One more hit. There we go. But Batchak in a big 1v1 against the TD. And I think he's gonna be for Batchak against Shigetsu. And all of DMS has been blown up. And Shigetsu very low on HP now. Is he gonna be able to get out of here? Nice Ice Shards. But it's not enough. UI gets the crit. This dragon is insane. One more hit till the end, blinks out. with the Lotus Orb as well. Can he make it out? I don't think so. His blink is still on cooldown. Goodbye, sir. Ashen UA takes a decisive fight there. Once again, no RP coming out. Magnus getting Dragon Tilt before he can do anything. So how many buybacks was that as well? Tusk bought back. Shaker bought back. TB bought back. I guess Magnus didn't. Tusk didn't. So it's just 2 for 1 in terms of buybacks. Not the end of the world, but it's definitely not a great situation to be in for DMS. Against the wall once again. Dusa still doesn't have it. That is so awkward. Ooh, Shaker needs to be a little bit careful. He has 5k HP, but we've seen how fast he can die. Ooh, skewer back. Not quite gonna work. Good attempt. Melishul has to pop his BKB there. Not the best situation. Gonna have his refresher in 15 seconds. Nice double stun by the Storm Spirit. BKB's popped. Skewer back into the fountain, onto this DK. He does manage to jump out. Shigetsu tries to go for something here, but DK with his free pathing, it's very difficult to lock down. Earthshaker does manage to find the Pugna. Buyback on the Storm Spirit. Another skewer back onto the DK. Doesn't have BKB this time, but still has Satanic. Big Echo Slam comes out onto 2, but it's not quite enough. And Melishul needs to be so careful. He doesn't have buyback. If he goes down, that could be the end. He manages to make it to the base. Even bought a Ghost Scepter to disjoint the final few attacks. Tusk getting very low, gets taken down as well. Doesn't have buyback. Double kill for Niche. Why in front of the towers, trying to man fight. This time Shigetsu is gonna come out on top, and DMS is still alive. My goodness, what a fight. Batchak tries to go for some kind of play here as well. Melishul incredibly low, needs to be careful. Has his Echo Slam in 1 second, and I think that might finally be the end of the action for now. And I can take a single deep breath. My goodness, these late game fights are crazy. Batchak pretty much fully kitted out, can just upgrade his diffusal blade to a disperser, maybe upgrade his boots, but yeah, he's very strong. He doesn't have buyback, so he might as well buy out. He's all stacked out on dough. Why disconnects though? That is not good. We haven't had too many pauses today. I hope it stays like that. So I'll try to keep you guys updated on the situation if I get any information. So far, I'm not really sure yet. So we'll just stay in the game for a little bit, see what's happening. Luckily, he's already back and he said go. So be back into the game soon. Very, very nice.
Oh, yeah.
We are back. Where were we? We were in this crazy late game. It's just 52 minutes. It feels like it's been longer. Just so many huge fights that could have decided the game. I think Magnus needs a way to not die. Here we have the first rapier. Still no buyback. Oh my god. Shigetsu. Shigetsu. Finally, the final tier 4 items. That is absolutely insane. Did they not hit jungle creeps for like 14 minutes? What the hell? Or maybe they were just really unlucky. Big smoke comes out.
Radiant are scanning.
Rapier Dusa. This is the moment. This is the time. They're not even gonna wait for Roche. Gonna be up in 2 minutes, but they're like, we're gonna end it now. That is crazy. UA just on the completely opposite side of the map. And it's very fortunate for them because that is where Roche is gonna spawn. Well, it's gonna spawn on the Radiant side and then immediately bulk to the Dire.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Or DMS just camping the Radiant side. Just hoping for Roche to spawn, and they finally go back to base. Ooh, that's an awkward timing. At least the smoke didn't break yet on either of the teams. He's back.
This is going to be
I hope he's back for good. Yes, okay. No worries there. And immediately, Shaker runs into 4 heroes and he's like, oh shit. Oh, and they missed the Echo Slam. That is very awkward. Oh, beautiful stun by the Storm Spirit. Can they get anything off? No, he gets kind of blown up. And he doesn't have buyback either. She gets it, goes for the big man fight against the TB. Can he win this? BKB is pod. Batchuk goes right back to full, and it's going to be Dusa falling. Dusa does not have a buyback. Rapier has been dropped onto the floor, and I'm not sure if DMS can defend this. I think this is the end. Passion UA, they don't know. They don't know. Dusa doesn't have buyback and they don't know they're gonna go back to Roche. They could have ended the game. I think, to be honest, they're probably still gonna be able to end the game because when Dusa respawns, she's not gonna have time to save for buyback. While everyone on Passion UA, well, I say everyone, only Dark Willow has it, but there's gonna be 2 lives for everyone. Good luck defending. It's interesting though, because I said that it's really difficult to push into this with the Magnus. And that's exactly why they went back, out of fear for the buyback. And then it wasn't there. And they could have won, but they didn't. Sometimes, quite often, it's not good to be conservative. Gotta take those risks. Problems, just trying to farm up his Aghanims. A juicy double lasso. At this point, it's still all about vision. It's all about vision. If DMS can get a good initiation... Oh, problems. If he dies here... Ooh. Spidey senses active. If you get a good initiation and get like a double, triple RP into a follow-up stun, DMS can take any fight, no matter how farmed Passion UA is. But Passion UA have so many threats. The DK and the TB are like big endgame cores, and the Storm is a brilliant initiator.
Invisibility.
Medusa needs 2.3k gold for buyback. That is rough. I'm not sure if she's even 6 slotted right now. She might just be 5 slotted. That is awkward. Oh no, she is definitely still 6 slotted. Just kidding. She has a freaking refresher recipe? No wonder she doesn't have buyback.
Just what I've been waiting for.
Mágico, usa coisa.
Where's the party? Let the fun begin.
Why the big dragon, level 30, 6 slotted. All he's missing is a moon shard. I guess he's 7 slotted. Moon shard would make him 8 slotted.
Dire are scanning.
Refresher would make him 9 slotted.
Radiant's
That's like
bottom
his
tower
cap,
is
I
under
think.
attack.
Crazy how he has 434 movement speed without boots. Ooh, you were back. Once again he met. Oh my god! Storm gets the format stun into refresher! Still, DMS is alive. Magnus did fall. Storm finally falls as well. They kill the Tusk too, but Jawai is so incredibly low. He doesn't have anything. Can they kill him? They cannot. Dusa falls, but did manage to get buyback. Can they kill this dragon? Finally, they do. Finally, they do. No buyback on the Magnus. Dark Willow immediately buys back as well. Passion UA 3 buybacks now. Even the DK bought back. Doesn't have his form just yet. The only heroes who haven't bought back are Shaker and Terrorblade. Everyone else has bought back in the previous 5 minutes. So it's all or nothing. Mega creeps are up, but at this stage it doesn't really matter. It's all about the fights, it's all about the kills, it's all about the throne. Mega creeps. It doesn't even matter. Batchak getting solo. Still has Aegis though. Gets a Sunder as well. This man has another 3 lives left. He's just hitting the throne. They're trying to stop him, but it seems like they just don't have the damage. Batchak may lose his first life here. Lasso comes out onto the DK as well, but it's just not enough. Shigetsu doing his best to try and stop the onslaught from Passion UA, but the throne is just gonna fall. Finally, fortification comes out. Big Echo Slam. Can they kill this dragon? Can they kill this Batchak? The throne is incredibly low. Just 2 more hits and it goes down. Passion UA takes the series, takes the game. No the hack, no party. Damn. What a game. It was incredibly close with Passion UA. They take it. Oh my goodness, I can barely breathe. Well, it's finally over. And that wasn't even the last best of 3 we had for this day. We have another one that's gonna happen right after this one. Oh my goodness, I need a bit of a break, and I think everyone needs a bit of a break. But we will be back in another 10 minutes for the game between Mouse and Z10 or Zero Tenacity. So stay tuned and we will be back in around 10 minutes. Welcome back, Dota fans, to the CCT Series 5. My name is Wingblade, and we have arrived at our last best of 3 of the day between Mouse and Z10, also known as Zero Tenacity. So we're just gonna do a quick pre-show as we are almost in the draft. We're just gonna take a small look at both of the rosters. So let's see what we have in store for you today. We have Ulnit, Supreme, Force, Immersion, and the guy who is formerly known as Offlane Toby, now playing position 5. So this is a roster that definitely has been in the scene for a long time. All of these people just have so much Dota experience. It's always a treat to see them. And then their opposition, Zero Tenacity, is going to be a Dad, I don't know how to pronounce it, Stoikov, Mixa, Theolicor, and LeBron Dota. So there is a lot of experience in this roster as well. Particularly someone like LeBron Dota has been in the scene ever since I started playing Dota, which is like over 10 years ago now. And I feel like he's been active since like, I don't know, 2009 in my head. Let's check Wikipedia. And it's actually, he's been active in Dota 2 at least since 2013. Now 34 years old. And my goodness, he has been on a lot of teams. He has a lot of experience. And apparently, he had the highest average deaths per game during Tour 1 of the 2023 DPC Western EU 2nd Division. So, yeah, he has that going for him, which is nice. But we are into the draft. Let's see if this series is going to be similar to the last one, or if it's going to be completely different. Let's see. We have a Sand King ban. We have a Naga ban. Shadowfiend ban. Terrorblade ban, and what's next? What is Mouse gonna do? We have no idea. It's an Alchemist ban. Which spicy heroes are still in the pool? Shadow Demon, still very much a hero right now. Doom, Ench, DK, Invoker, Tusk. There's a lot of good heroes. Wagner ban as well. In my head, this is still like a real hipster hero. I'm like, wow, people are actually playing this. It's actually one of the most, or one of the more popular position 4/5s. Crazy. Crazy. Let's see, one more ban and then it's picking time. Luna is still in the pool, but Luna isn't that popular of a first pick. Not compared to Shadowfiend, at least. DK, still quite popular, with the Shadow Demon ban as well. Shadow Demon is a very good hero against Dragonite, for sure. And it's a beast first pick. That's definitely a hero that fits this team well. I feel like Supreme teams always play a lot of Beastmaster. I don't remember what, like, he's been on Into the Breach for a long time, I think. What other teams? And now it's Mouse for a long time. Little stunt with Alliance. High Coast Esports. Chicken Fighters, of course. Who could have forgotten? KZ team. What else? Hippomaniacs. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Just like Ninjas in Pajamas. Good stuff. Good stuff. Alright, my trip down memory lane is over. So it's a Dragonite and a Beastmaster first pick. Both of them very, very strong. And a Phoenix ban as well. That's a hero that is quite good against DK. There's a lot of percentage damage, a lot of magic damage. And DK has Like, he has splash damage, he has high damage, but he doesn't particularly attack super fast. That's one of the reasons why he buys a Mask of Madness. Luna being banned next, and a Lich picked up by Mouse. I think Lich is somehow still a underrated hero. I think he's one of the best supports right now. Frost armor is really strong, and he has, I think, one of the better shards in the game with the Ice Spire and Chain Frost combination. Zero Tenacity, they pick up a Chen first phase. We saw it in the second, or I guess officially third series of the day, and it didn't really work out in that game, but maybe Zero Tenacity can make it work. So Lion next. I guess it's a post 4 Lion and post 5 Chen. And they probably want to have some kind of a melee offlaner. And space making mid seems good. Somehow my camera is still glitching out. I guess I am not favored by the machine god. Although I don't think it's my camera. On my end it's fine. It's probably some connection issue in some way. Hopefully it's not too bothersome. Ench banned out by Mouse. What do they need? Which carry is even good against DK? I feel like DK is kind of a widespread carry. In the sense that he isn't really hard countered by a lot of heroes. And he doesn't really hard counter a lot of heroes either. He's just always kind of the same. So I guess it doesn't matter that much, and you just pick whatever fits your draft or you think is strong. That's a Tusk. I think Tusk is very nice here. I think, honestly, Tusk is very nice in every single game, to be honest. I think he's maybe the strongest hero of the patch. You can put him in any draft and he's gonna be fine. Well, maybe after Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend is kind of ridiculous. Either team... I think none of the teams are really favoring Doom anymore. I think Doom could have been nice for one of the teams. Maybe Zero Tolerance still picks it up, but I doubt it. This Mouse needs. I think this is a classic Supreme Invoker game, no? Quite good against DK. You have a lot of setup with the Beastmaster. If you want, you can go for like the classic timing push of Beastmaster Invoker plus a carry. I think it's a really strong pick here. They go for Gyro. Could still go for Invoker last. Gyro quite strong together with Tusk or Lich. It doesn't really matter. Both is fine, but probably Tusk. And it has a decent matchup against DK. It's quite nice against both Lion as well as Chen. Because the Flak Cannon is just gonna hit everything no matter what. And Lion and Chen are quite squishy, and you will passively just kill off all the Chen creeps every single fight. And that is quite nice to have. What does Zero Tolerance need here? Let's go for their offlaner or try to go for their mid. What is even good here? I feel like they're in for quite a rough game. I really don't like the Lion here. I feel like it's just gonna feed kills to everyone. Because I feel like any combination of two of these mouse heroes just kills a lion. No questions asked. Just another 20 seconds. What offlaner would even do well against Gyro, Tusk, Primal Beast? Could be mid as well. Yeah, this is the biggest Invoker game of my life, to be honest. I would be dumbfounded if Zero Tolerance doesn't ban it out. It's Supreme signature hero and it's super good in this game. And for Mouse, I don't think they need to ban anything. It doesn't matter. This draft already looks better. Monkey King is banned by Zero Tolerance because they might want to play a melee mid, potentially Primal Beast, and Mouse they ban a Puck. I would not have expected Zero Tolerance to pick Puck because they're really lacking in damage right now. I don't think a Puck would solve that. Then again, if you pick something with more damage like a Quop, I feel like she's just gonna die, so I don't know what to do here. And what? Mouse ban out Invoker? I guess it's gonna be a Supreme Quop then? Supreme Storm? This was the perfect Invoker game. Oh my goodness. It's gonna... Yeah, this would have been such a nice Invoker game. What are they planning? Huskar? They could do a Supreme Huskar. That would work. I wouldn't mind that. Supreme Meeple? Good work, good work. What is it gonna be? I was so sure this was gonna be Invoker. I would have literally put money on it, but no. It's gonna be something else, and we're gonna find out very soon. I guess it's Quop then, or Huskar? I would want it to be Huskar, but I am just a Huskar enjoyer. And it's Earth Spirit. What a boring conservative choice. It's like, yeah, the draft is still better than Z10s. So I guess it's fine. It's pretty good against Storm. It's good against Lion. Fine. Fine, it's a good pick. It's a good pick. I cannot complain about how good the pick is. I can only complain about how boring the pick is compared to all of the other options. So yeah, it's in my head it's a draft victory for Mouse. So I think they're gonna win the first game. I think the Gyro Tusk is super strong and it should do absolutely fine against Primal Beast Lion. I think the mid matchup is fine. I'm not super convinced by Chen as a hero. So yeah, all things considered, I think Mouse is in a really good spot. And I hope we get another series like the last one. In a sense that we get 3 games, not necessarily in a sense where the first game is a stomp, the second one is an outdraft, and only the third game is really exciting. But yeah, 3 games would be nice. So, we'll see. I think Mouse is definitely favored here, but of course, Dota being Dota means that anything can happen. And even the favorites with the better draft can still lose if they're out-executed. I'm not super familiar with Zero Tenacity. I think they're a relatively new team. And of course, I know all of their players. It's like a mishmash of nationalities, having one Peruvian, one North Macedonian, one Serbian, one Brazilian, and actually 2 Serbian players. So I'm very curious to see how they're gonna do. I'm excited to see what they bring. Have they played a lot of tournaments? I don't think so. They played in EPL. They played in the qualifiers for ESL 1 Bangkok. And this is their third tournament. Let's see. In the European Pro League, they're doing pretty well. And a closed qualifier for ESL 1 Bangkok. They defeated Polyanitsia and then got defeated by Gaming Gladiator. So it's still an up-and-coming roster. I can't wait to see how they do in the CCT. For Mouse, I know they're a pretty solid team, but Zero Tenacity is still kind of up in the air. So this is my first exposure to them. And I cannot wait to see what LeBron Dota is cooking. So is there gonna be any level 1 action? I don't think so, because if I were this Zero Tenacity lineup, I would stay the hell away from Mouse's level 1 lineup. My goodness. Lion, Storm, pretty weak level 1, DK, pretty weak level 1, Chen, terrible level 1, Primal Beast decent, but every single hero on Mouse is super strong level 1. Yeah, it's just gonna be a 4-2 trade. If I were a Mouse, maybe I would have pushed it a little bit harder, or even tried to get those 3 bounties. Their draft is insanely strong at this stage. We'll see how the lanes go. I think we could see kills in any of the lanes. Mid is probably the most unlikely. Because, you know, it's mid. Everyone buys bottle and is full HP all the time. The top, bottom, I could definitely see some kills happening there. Chen with the Satyr facet. Getting the annoying mana burn. Version just blocking some camps. Even gonna sentry it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Here is where the first blood is gonna be on it. Actually picked up level 1 flak cannon just for harassment. I don't think I've seen that ever, maybe. Usually people just pick up their Q. Missile barrage. But no, he just wants all of the damage on the Lion. And it makes sense, you know? Lion is a low HP, low armor hero, so getting 3 attacks on him every single time is really valuable. And now Mixa is actually getting quite low. Has to use his Onslaught to get out. Ooh, Supreme taking a lot of damage as well from Stoikov. Stoikov is definitely outplaying Supreme here in the mid lane so far. Oh, what's happened? Ah, he's pulling the creeps. Yeah, I like that move. He's like, I don't want to deal with the flippin' Storm Spirit. I'm gonna try to be as annoying as possible. Stoikov anticipated this move though, and he's just gonna pull the creeps with him to try and meet the other creeps. But LeBron Dota is gonna be the first to fall. Immersion gets that one. Can DK get the return kill? Doesn't look like it. Well played by Mouse. Horus is doing really well in this top lane. DK is struggling. Beastmaster is literally doubling him up in both CS and denies. Not a great sign. But now Force is quite low on mana, so he probably needs something. I think in the mid game you don't really have mana issues on Beastmaster, because his spells are quite cheap. But now in the early game you definitely want your support to get mana boots or something like that. But Lich doesn't buy mana boots, and Tusk also doesn't buy mana boots, so I guess he just needs a null telly and some mangoes. Still, he's having a good time, although Dad is catching up. He's gonna make it just fine. In the bottom lane, Primal Beast is actually doing quite well for himself, which is a bit surprising against two ranged heroes. Especially a Lich, who has a lot of damage. Got a set of flak cannons, is it gonna be enough? One more hit! Flak cannon isn't quite gonna be enough, and Mixer now goes in, trying to go for the trample kill, but almost loses his life in the process. A very exciting bottom lane, but not a lot of kills are happening. Olnit gets his mana drained, but the other core, he went in very deep and he's just gonna get the right click down. A bit too excited there. See a return kill now onto Toby. Mixa getting very low, doesn't have any way to escape from here. But just a few more right clicks should do it. With the rocket barrage, that's gonna be plenty of damage. Olnit gets a nice double for himself. He wasn't doing super well in terms of CS, but definitely gonna be a happy man now. And with the rotation from Immersion onto the mid lane, they're actually gonna find Stoichkov right before he hits level 6. Always nice. Even the tip. He goes for the tip. Level 6 now on Supreme.
For the dead.
I would expect him to go for some kind of rotation with the level 6 rune if they can secure it.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Good amount of damage onto Mixa. Now turns around with the rotation from LeBron.
Are fortified.
Might have enough damage to take down the gyro. It's so close. Not enough rocks to be thrown.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Of course, Storm wasn't really in a position to try and help because he had his own problems with Storm Spirit, Earth Spirit and Tusk diving him to use all of his mana just to get out and survive. Stoichkov is level 6 at least. Oh, Theolic Core. I think he's gonna go down again. Another rocket barrage. Yeah, and with the flak cannon, that's definitely a kill. And Mixa is gonna be in trouble as well. Rocket barrage doesn't have the vision. One more hit. He's gonna get it dominating now. Another double kill. This is a really good start for the gyro.
Radiant
Not
are
gonna go
scanning.
straight into like Crystallis
Dire's middle
into
tower
Aghanim
is under
Scepter.
attack. Dire's
Instead has
structures are
Dragonlance queued up
fortified.
first. Oh, CS Lul. This is level 6 now as well. And did go for the double cooldown as opposed to the speedy boy. Oh, and he's gonna go towards the top lane. DK has used his dragon form. That's not gonna protect him from the cooldown. It's gonna be a lot of damage. Do they have a stun? Yes, they do. Roar comes out. Olnit gets another one. Very nice rotation. Very reminiscent of Aggressive back in the day. C-Deck. What a team. They revolutionized this style of play. Of course, there weren't
Dire's
twin
top
gates
tower
back then.
is under attack.
Oh,
Radiant's
Mixa
middle
gets the
tower
Falcon
is under
Blade.
attack.
The other core is gonna go down. And it's as expected, right? Lion is just dying left and right.
Dire's top
I
tower
don't
is
hate
lost.
all of Z10's draft, but this Lion, I really don't like it. It's not the best. Not the best. Right now it's just farming time, with every single mouse hero is leading over their respective Z10 counterparts. Oh, he's gonna miss a creep. That's sad. Also, Mixa, kinda in no man's land here. I think he suspects a courier is coming. Oh, is he gonna see it? No, he's just gonna go for the creeps. He's just gonna go for the creeps. This silly man.
What have we here?
That creep skipping is so annoying. Ooh, and Forest, he's going for the old beast build. Where you go Aghanims instead of Helm of the Overlord. He has a huge stack for himself. Having a good time here with his axes. Not gonna finish up the stack immediately. Oh, no, never mind. He is. Just wants to be close to the mid lane in case a fight happens. And a fight does happen. Stoikov taking a lot of damage. Taking a lot of damage. Is he gonna survive? I don't think so. He goes down. Ulnit's unstoppable. Both Supreme and him get a double kill.
Dire's middle tower
And all
is under
Z10 gets in return is a bloody tusk.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
That was not the dream. Yeah, and Ulnit is so farmed. I'm not sure what Z10 does right now. Because I don't think their lineup skills much better either. I guess all they can do is farm on the DK and hope he becomes this raid boss. DK.
Regeneration.
Even pulls a few creeps just to deny that extra bit of farm from the DK. Both heroes trying to farm the stacks. They're just gonna split the money. Very nice. Very considerate. Roar onto the DK defensively. Nice snowball. It's gonna save him for a moment. Stoikov could be in a little bit of trouble. Still has a decent bit of mana left, but not that much.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Big jump, but now he's completely out. With another roll and a cooldown. Down he goes, and Mixa could be in a little bit of trouble as well. Now he used his onslaught. And he create enough distance. Supreme still on the hunt, has another roll. He's gonna go for it. They find that as well. That is a very tanky mother. That's gonna be the end of the fight, at least for now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
$5k gold lead at 12 minutes. Definitely not insignificant. What does Mouse want to do next?
Radiant are scanning.
They're just gonna farm with the gyro? No, it looks like Tusk plus Your Spirit are gonna go for some kind of gank, but there are 4 Z10 heroes nearby. If they can find a single one, that is very
Dire's
nice.
bottom tower
They
is
run
under
into all
attack.
4, that could be risky, but they find the Chen, and that should be easy pickings.
Radiant
And indeed, down he goes. We're even gonna clean up the army. Only just
Radiant's
clicking
middle
the
tower
tower,
is under
Supreme with
attack.
the DD rune.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Is he gonna go for a solo kill? No. Aghanim's almost up for the gyro.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I say almost. It's still 2000 gold, but considering it's 13 minutes and he almost has it on top of a Dragonlance and Falcon Blade is quite significant. DK is farming okay, but definitely nothing impressive. Like, he has built-in cleave, and he's behind an Earth Spirit. It's not great. He's not great.
Dire are
Another
scanning.
smoke from Mouse. This has to be their last smoke in a while. You see the storm. Get the jump in time. They stack their disables, but it doesn't matter. They have plenty of damage.
Radiant are
They
scanning.
might find LeBron as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I don't see him making it out of this one. Toby picks up the double. Thank you very much. The support tax. I have to buy the sentries, so I need some money. Gyro is taking a lot of damage, and he's actually gonna go down. If he gets the triple, is he gonna find a rampage here? No, probably not. But still, that's a 5 for 2. Took enough time that the storm can actually respawn. But at least Z10 did manage to take down the gyrocopter. That is quite nice. 19 against 4 is quite telling though. Of course, has his Aghanims at 15 minutes as well with gold to spare. Already working towards a pipe. Has a cloak flying in. Just all of Mouse's heroes are so incredibly farmed. Even the supports are doing really well. Oh, and they're just gonna go for Roche. Might as well. I wouldn't have thought of it this early, but when you have a beast, sure. Tusk as well. They're in full vision, but I think they will still be able to win a fight against Z10. Roche is already almost down. They're gonna be too late. It's gonna be Beastmaster picking up the Aegis. I don't think Zero Tenacity really wants to go for this. Although they're still close, but Stoikov has already fallen. Gonna see another big fight, and they almost managed to burst the gyro. He's solo, he does still have sticks. Can Olnit make it out? It looks like the answer is yes. Zero Tenacity are gonna lose the other core in the process. And they're gonna find LeBron as well. It's all falling apart.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Almost
attack.
killed the gyro once again, but Tusk too clutch with the save. In all of this, they didn't even lose the Aegis yet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nix is gonna steal a stack. That's always nice. Very cheeky. Very cheeky indeed. Now Olnit's like, oh, can't wait to look at my stack. Who Mixer needs to TP? Oh, it's too late. He's dead. It's too late. If you see a missile and you immediately TP, there is a chance of making it out. But the moment he started walking, it was over.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So he got the stack, but at what cost?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under
That's
attack.
another one. Poor LeBron. He's just like a money dispenser. BKB now on the Earth Spirit as well. He wasn't dying before, he definitely isn't dying now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Of course, just has the freest game ever. He's just solo pushing a tier 2 and no one is even bothering to try and defend.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant
Another
are
smoke
scanning.
from Mouse. The other core gets down a nice ward. Poor Stoikov. This isn't the Storm Game of Dreams, that's for sure. I'm not sure why they last picked it into Beast, Tusk, Lich, Gyro. Because every single one of these heroes has a stun or something to deal with him. A big jump onto the Primal Beast. He's tanky, but he's definitely not tanky enough to survive that. Theodokoi just melts as well, because that's what lions do. And it's gonna be another tier 2. I really feel like if they wanted to play this like passive style of Dota on Z10, they should have drafted different supports. Supports that are able to push out the lanes and be safe. Heroes like Hoodwink, Jakiro, Treant. Because if you want to stall, you cannot do that with these heroes. Because right now it's DK and Storm just farming, right? And then there is no buffer, nothing stopping Mouse from just killing their supports easily. So in that case, you need supports that are not that easy to kill.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Pipe up for the Beast as well. 12k gold lead now. Gonna steal the Tormentor. Maybe a nice shard for... Oh, Toby, that's ideal. Free Frostspire. He has 7k net worth. I guess the shard inflation helps. Even before that, he was quite rich. I think if he gets a Blink Dagger, he can solo Stoichkov. And I wish I was kidding. The man has 1200 HP. Chain Frost plus Sinister Gaze is a kill, for sure. Seeing some action in the bottom. Primal Beast getting very low. Toby just gets him, no problem whatsoever.
Penetrating cold.
Force could be in trouble here as Aegis is running out. He wanted the Wisdom Rune so bad. Maybe he could have gone for it even. He's so tanky. Ooh, Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit. He may be able to survive. It's gonna be so close. Oh, he doesn't quite make it.
Has been killed.
Oh, poor Stoichkov, man. This is not his game. Is on the DK, jump in by the Primal Beast as well. It's a BKB reveal from the DK. He is quite strong and they managed to take down Beastmaster. That's a good kill. Stoichkov buys back, goes right back in. But needs to be so careful, he's so low. He's gonna be able to zip back to the fountain. I think with the rest of his team has just been absolutely destroyed. Beyond godlike. GG is called, and Mouse, they take a decisive game number 1. I said that I was a little bit afraid about this, or that I wanted this game to be a repeat of the previous series in terms of games, with the fact that we got 3. But once again, we got another game 1 that was I guess like less than 25-minute game. So that's a little bit unfortunate, but Mouse definitely showing their teeth there. Just a plain outdraft and then an outplay. Not much more to say. We'll be back with you guys, in 10 minutes for game number 2, and let's hope it's a more exciting game. So stay tuned, and we will be back. Good evening, Dota fans. My name is Wingblade, and you are watching the CCT Series 5. We are in the last series of the day between Mouse and Zero Tenacity, and Mouse is up 1-0. Are they just gonna briefly 2-0 this shit, or is Z10 gonna be able to take it all the way and keep their, I guess, tournament dreams alive, even though it's the first game of the tournament, so it's probably not that dramatic, but you know, I needed something to say. It's my job to make sure that I'm invested and you guys are invested. So we are into the draft. Naga Siren has been banned, Alchemist has been banned, Terrorblade has been banned. So many bans already. Incredible. What else are we gonna see? Which heroes do they have up their sleeves? Is it gonna be another quick 20-minute Mouse victory, or is that 10 gonna be able to reverse sweep this series, just like the last one with Passion UA? Wait, am I remembering correctly? No, I am definitely... Yes, they did reverse sweep. I am not crazy. Well, not... Maybe a little bit crazy, but that's fine. At least I'm not misremembering. Pugna and Sand King banned as well. Dragonite taking out of the pool too. So Shadow Fiend still up for grabs. Is an option. Shadow Demon still in the pool. Luna. Sure. Tusk. Beastmaster. A lot of strong options. What are the teams gonna go with? Beastmaster is banned, so Shadowfiend? Shadowfiend? Maybe? Shadow Demon. So Mouse is gonna Shadowfiend? I don't know, and clearly they do not know either. A lot of the Shadow heroes are quite strong right now. Aside from, of course, Shadow Shaman. Not the best right now. Still pretty decent. I think he's underrated. Shadow Blade, pretty decent. Been in a better state before. Shadow Amulet. I'm very happy that they nerfed that like several years ago, because I didn't like the Shadow Amulet meta whenever these stupid ass carry players didn't get their way. So, yeah, my rant is over. Pango is got banned next. So no Supreme Pango. Both teams still ignoring that Shadow Fiend though. I would call BS if Shadow Fiend just makes it through the draft unpicked, unbanned. That would be crazy. There we have the Tusk ban. What is next? With that 10, it's a little bit more awkward because Shadow Demon tends to be played as a 5, I want to say. And having Shadow Demon plus Shadow Fiend in the same lane is quite bad. We'll see. Mouse. We go for a Willow, so that leads me to believe they're not gonna pick Shadow Fiend, because, as I said, Shadow Fiend plus a range support is pretty bad. Yeah, I really don't know what's happening right now. I'm a bit confused. So I think Shadow Fiend is just absolutely bonkers. It's clear that the professionals don't necessarily agree with me. They do pick Ogre, so that's a good pairing for Shadow Fiend. And they can just play boss 4 Shadow Demon. That's totally fine. Together with some tanky melee offlaner, and you have a draft. So what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? They're taking their sweet time. Because I think with Ogre, you want to have some range carry, and you kind of have 3, maybe 4 choices. You have Shadow Fiend, you have Luna, you have Medusa, and potentially Morphling. So you would think that before the draft, and I guess Gyro as well. Gyro is decent. So they go for Luna over Shadow Fiend. Okay. That's a statement. That's a statement for sure. Nothing against Luna. I think Luna is an insanely strong hero. And works quite well with Shadow Demon too. I just don't think she's at the Shadow Fiend level. We'll see. We'll see how well it works out for them. I already think with these 3 heroes that their draft is stronger than last game, so that's a good sign. What is next? Enigma. That's a very mouse hero as well. And Bristleback. Okay, so they're gonna lean more into like... Wait. Enigma and Bristleback. That means that it's most likely Bristleback carry. I think. Interesting. Picking that up against the Shadow Demon is potentially risky too. These melee heroes, especially, really don't enjoy playing against Shadow Demon. Especially because he has a break as well. That being said, that is behind an Aghanim Scepter upgrade. And your position 4s and 5s tend to not get a lot of Aghanims on Shadow Demon, because it's quite expensive. Zero Tenacity pick up a Dawnbreaker as their next pick. I think their draft looks really good right now. Like all of their lanes so far, their team fight, their just map pressure, their pushing, their objective taking, it all looks really good. I like this draft so much more than last game. Final bans are gonna be Storm and Puck. Because they don't have a lot of disables. They have Black Hole, they have Willow, but against super mobile heroes, that isn't gonna be enough. And Zero, they pick up Invoker as their last pick. What a nice, well-rounded draft. So how is Mouse gonna cheese this? Gonna be like Earth Spirit again, just go full aggro? Or do they have another ace up their sleeves? Yeah, what's it gonna be here? Yeah, just another Earth Spirit. They're like, okay, we're just gonna make it quick. Interesting. Alright, I can't wait to see what they do with this. Because to me, this draft looks very one-dimensional from Mouse, and this Zero draft looks really darn good. Just a little bit of everything. So if these teams were equally strong, I would say that I would favor Zero Tenacity. But judging by last game, I feel like Mouse might still just run them over. Because I think Mouse's lanes are pretty decent. Like they have Bristle +1 against Dawnbreaker, Shadow Demon. Bristle should do, I think, fine. Mid lane looks fine. I don't know. Could go either way. I think it's close. Or at least closer to a 50-50 than last game. Because I don't love Mouse's draft. But this is just kind of the style that they draft and play. So aside from me liking or disliking it, it's just the style they play. And it's successful, so I think they can definitely make it work. And this is a very momentum-based draft. Like if they get some early items on the Bristle, some early items on the Earth Spirit, like the Boots of Bearing on Enigma, I think they might just be able to have another really quick game. If it goes a little bit later, then I think it's a very complex situation for them. Because they have Enigma, which is like their only sort of real lockdown. And they're playing against the Dawnbreaker. And Dawnbreaker has a global BKB piercing stun. So yeah, I'm getting flashbacks to the first series where in game number 1 one team just stomped, and then in the next game their draft was really lacking and they lost because of it. And I'm like, ooh, that might just happen again. But we will find out right now as we are into the game. Mouse against Zero Tenacity. Game number 2, series number 4. Let's get into it. No smoke from either team. Who has the stronger level 1? I think depending on the ogre facet, that changes.
You can't improve until you
Of
make
course,
mistakes.
learning curve ogre is maybe the weakest level 1 hero, because he's literally a tanky creep. But level 1 ogre with the other facet is a really tanky creep, just as tanky in fact, that also has a spell. And quite a strong level 1 spell at that. They're gonna find something here.
The battle begins.
Ooh, force. Playing with fire. It's gonna be 3 bounties for Z10. Ooh, and only took Quill Spray level 1, so he's not gonna be able to slow down Theolicor. It's already a 400 gold lead for Zero Tenacity. Rough.
Come on, sprites.
Yeah, Toby really likes trading like this. And she's super good at trading in lane. Except the sprites. Shadow Demon is quite good too, but he needs some levels. Get the Shadow Poison stacks up, and it's a bit more conditional. You need to hit those Shadow Poisons. Otherwise, SD is nothing impressive. Ooh, Korea is gonna get sniped.
Has been killed.
That's like half a bounty rune. Nice. Taking a lot of damage there. Oh, another Korea, no! Oh, he's not gonna get it. He's not gonna get it. Nice disruption. Obi dealing a lot of damage there to the Dawn. Ixa's gonna survive though, no problem. This bottom lane has been exciting so far. It's definitely on it drawing the longer straw. Mixa is struggling in the CS department, and on it's kind of owning. Same in the top lane actually. Luna is struggling quite a bit. Poor Luna playing against an Enigma. It's not the most fun you can have as a Luna. She is very good at clearing the Eidolons when she gets items. And yeah, level 1 glaives and no items, they tend to not be that great at clearing Eidolons. You're just a regular old ranged hero. Yeah, it is gonna be the drums first for Enigma, as is tradition. Ooh, Mixa has sticks, Don't get too excited, Wing. Keep it chill. A lot of Shadow Poison stacks. Only needs to be a little bit careful, and he gets first blooded. Gets a double kill in the process, though. It's just your average bristleback experience. And at the same time, Ogre dies as well in the top lane. Poor Ogre. He's so dumb. He's a silly hero. Literally. Because Luna doesn't mind too much if she doesn't have the best lane. She's one of the faster catch-up junglers. You have some mayonnaise junglers as well, but she's definitely a catch-up jungler. Oh, and LeBron, he's very dead. He's doing his best, but he's dead. He has a lot of HP, but he's very slow, so the moment he gets Malefist, he's just going down. On it, gets another one. The other core, very low as well. One more Quill Spray or one more hit. Yeah, goodbye. Double kill for Onit. And already, Mouse is doing super well in the lanes. 2k gold lead at 4 minutes. 2k gold lead is not a huge lead, but my goodness. At 4 minutes, it's painful, and Luna goes down now as well. And LeBron has to walk back to lane. The walk of shame. Kobe just healing himself. He's like, bro, come over here. Let me heal you. Oh, Mixa, I think he's in trouble. No, he's fine. He's fine. Absolutely fine. Sticks to spare as well. Just chilling. I mean, he's not dead, but he's also not farming, so Mouse is still gonna be happy about that one. LeBron TBing bottom now. What do they want to do here? I really don't think they can kill Onit. I have no idea why he TB'd. Do they think they can kill him? Maybe they can. I'm not sure. Really not sure. Oh, they can. Well, it helps that he doesn't use his wand, I guess. Good call then. Same time. Top tier 1 falls. That's quite quick. Enigma isn't even level 5. It's rough. In the mid lane, Stoikov has done a lot better than last game. Winning mid against Supreme. Looks like it's gonna be the classic kind of hybrid right-click invoker that is so popular these days. He's gonna try to go for a gank onto Enigma, and I think this very well might be successful. Enigma doesn't have boots, doesn't have backup, doesn't have Eidolons. He does have drums, and he does have backup, never mind, you know? What am I saying? Force is absolutely fine, and LeBron is gonna donate another bit of gold. On it. I think he's dead. Yeah. This is the risk of playing Bristleback. You lose brain capacity the moment you pick that hero. With the other cores, very dead as well. The life of his support. Gonna be the tier 1 falling as well. This Enigma with his Eidolons and his drums is so difficult to play against. Like, who can stand against this? I don't think anyone can right now. And they're just moving to bottom now. They're like, ooh, there is another tier 1, let's go get it. Very nice indeed.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
On it, almost level 6.
Dire's bottom tower has
Oh, and this is interesting. He's rushing Aghanim's, but he bought a casual Void Stone. This is gonna be a Death on Supreme. Nice Black Hole though. To be able to kill 2 at least. Still, they get a kill on Supreme. That's nice for Stoikov. He's like the one hope for Zero Tenacity right now. But yeah, this Void Stone is cool because you definitely need a mana item on Bristleback, right? And we see a lot of Soul Ring, but you might as well buy a Void Stone because you're gonna need it later if you want to buy a Bloodstone. And you do, on this build at least. The other card is gonna fall again. Toby just doing Eng things. So you can't really commit onto an Eng right now because she's just gonna heal right back up to full. Ooh, and that is farming pretty poorly right now. Ooh, that is rough. Doesn't have Mask of Madness and only 2 points in Glaives.
Gotcha.
Yeah, good luck with that. Maybe she is a mayonnaise jungler after all, instead of a ketchup jungler.
Are scanning.
I was mistaken.
Radiant are
Run
scanning.
on it, run. He's fine. Ooh, but that might not be. They missed the scan.
Radiant
Oh
structures
yeah,
are
goodbye. Even Hofstell.
Radiant's
That was
bottom
lucky.
tower is
Actually
under
got
attack.
all of the beams onto immersion. Yeah, that's nice. Fortunate.
As was owed.
Full vision. Always nice.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The other core gets rolled on. Has a shield rune though. Ornit getting very low. Isn't gonna make it out. Nice kill by Stoikov. He's still doing very well on his invoker.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
The other core just having a great time getting XP mid, knowing that he probably cannot die with his shield. Witchblade is almost up on Stoikov. That's a pretty good timing. He isn't super
Radiant's
farmed, but
bottom tower is under
that's
attack.
okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Finally, Zero Tenacity are gonna get a tier 1 as well. I definitely don't think this game is over. They're not losing as hard as in the first game. I think their lineup skills a lot better than Mouse's.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Speaking of, they're gonna go for a smoke. Let's see who they can find here. Ideally, they would find either the Invoker or the Luna. I think that is unlikely. Actually, they run into the Luna, but now we're all quite far away. Smoke is gonna break onto the Willow. They do find the Luna. Just a little bit too far away. Nice dodge by LeBron, but he's probably still gonna die.
Is under attack.
Another nice dodge. Fancy footwork, but it isn't gonna save him, unfortunately.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You're two almost dead in the mid lane. He's gonna find a connection. Onto Mixa. Mixa is gonna be in a lot of trouble here. Ooh, the roll is gonna miss. Nicely done by Mixa. Needs to dodge immersion as well, and the ulti is just ticking, ticking, ticking. He's gonna fall finally. No escape. It took a while, but they get there.
Dire's middle
Mech
tower
now up
is
on
under
force
attack.
as well. Looking towards Greaves. Stoikov really wants to find something here.
Dire's
Enigma is a
middle tower
difficult
has
target
fallen.
to engage on.
Radiant are scanning.
especially with Mac. Charged Wand, a Lotus, Seeds of Serenity, and Black Hole ready. If you miscalculate and you can't fully kill him, you're just gonna turn around. Well, it almost has his Aghanims now. 400 more gold. Big fight at the Wisdom Rune, actually.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Luna's
attack.
immediately gonna get blown up. Stoikov could be in trouble as well, but he's doing a solid amount of damage against Supreme. Supreme is very tanky, and there we have the Black Hole. Actually, Invoker gets pushed out, walks back in. He's still gonna fall. Dawnbreaker should fall too, and it's 3 for 0 so far. And I don't think Jet 10 are gonna get anything in return here.
Dire's
Mao's
bottom
just
tower
too
is under
darn
attack.
strong. That's Aghanim's now up on it, so he's gonna be even stronger. And the final tier 2 is falling at 14 minutes. So we might have another quick one on our hands, actually. Phew, screen indeed.
This is a good opportunity to learn. You can't improve until you make mistakes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Screen almost has his BKB. Despite Stoikov doing quite well in the early game, I feel like he's just been running around in Ghost Walk,
Dire's bottom
trying to
tower
find
is under
something.
attack.
So he's fallen behind in farm.
Dire's
He's
bottom
2k behind the Earth Spirit. Of course, Tower Gold helps a little bit, but it's not 2k.
Radiant are scanning.
Lebron working towards a Pavis.
Dire
He is
are
really
scanning.
poor. 0 and 5, 8 CS, 15 minutes. Oh, this is rough. At least he got some wisdom runes. I think Mixa is in some trouble. I think LeBron is also in trouble. I feel like Zero Tenacity is in trouble. This should be a very quick Roche with Bristle minus armor. Yeah, it's a difficult situation to be in. And Luna is slowly catching up, with emphasis on slowly. She needs so much more than this. She needs like Manta BKB plus 1 item to be relevant. Just having a BKB would help, but that's not gonna save her from Bristle and Enigma. That's just like the base case where she doesn't immediately die.
Fallen to the radiant.
Kobe, meanwhile, almost has a Hurricane Pike. Having a great old time on his Enchantress. Just throwing out spears, you know. As Stoikov falls. But we have a nice Eclipse, takes down Supreme, that's a big kill. Onit gets a double though, and I feel like the fight is kind of over for Zero Tenacity. They got a single kill, which was nice for them, but now it kind of stops. We're out of tools. Ooh, and Onit is gonna find Dad. Immediately goes for a TP out, and it's gonna be fine, luckily. High ground hasn't been breached yet. Toby still just having a great old time being annoying, throwing spears. Because I don't see how they kill him. I think the only way is with Eclipse.
Radiant are scanning.
Ooh, and they're gonna fight the other core as well. Should be another easy kill. Not even gonna bother to disrupt himself. He's like, yep, I'm dead. Goodbye. Ooh, and that is dangerously close to Supreme. He probably wants to creep cut, but that is so risky. That is so risky. He's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do it. He's disciplined.
Radiant's
He knows that
courier
if he
has been
dies, they're just instantly gonna lose
Dire's
tracks.
top tower is under attack.
Speaking of dying. Yep, down goes Mixa once again. He finishes his BKB. That's nice. The next time he might be able to just TP out. Enigma is far away. And Onit finds a stack as well. Spicy. What neutral does he get? Vampire Fangs, the best one. $11k gold lead now, and it doesn't look like Mouse is really in a hurry to finish this game. They're like, I think I'm fine. They're just chilling. Farming the map. They know that Luna cannot catch up if they have 0 map control. Brom gets a nice stun. Try to go on Enigma, but no. 4 staff is an item, and he's completely fine. Green pops his BKB, commits onto Theodicor. It's gonna be an easy kill. Bron is taken down as well by Toby. BKB is popped by the Dawnbreaker, who is trying to chase down Immersion, but is not really working. Tries to TP out, doesn't work, dies. At the same time, Supreme took down Stoikov. That pops his Eclipse for fun, and I guess to try and scare away Onit. But yeah, now Bloodstone is up as well. I'm not really sure what
Dire's top tower
what
is under
Z10 can
attack.
do here. Now they
Dire's
don't have
structures
Eclipse,
are
and
fortified.
Mouse didn't even have to use Black Hole. They just don't feel forced to. Their biggest spell, and they're like, we don't need it. We're winning fights without it.
Dire's bottom tower
This is a silly
under
game.
attack.
Well, they're just sneezing on a crystal, as we all do sometimes. Crystal can solo it. But I think you want to do it with your Aghanim's ability. Could be a fight for Z10.